Flash frozen stuff made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quick Start, we got you covered.
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC insurance companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
Welcome back into Happy Valley. John Swisher with you now as we take a look at the Hy-Vee Big Ten Today report, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Isles Online. Go to islesonline.com to get started. Week 5 of the conference got started last night in Minneapolis as the Golden Gophers took down the Boilermakers at Purdue 34-31. Every other team in action in the league today except for Michigan State and Maryland due to those COVID issues with the Terps. After last week's W for the Hawkeyes, they've now won 6 straight games against the Golden Gophers for the first time in the 114-meeting series. The win streak has allowed them to tie the series at 42-42-2 with the Floyd of Rosedale on the line. Iowa has won 16 of its last 20 meetings against Minnesota and is 17-4 in its last 21 trophy games. The Hawks have not trailed at any point against Minnesota since the fourth quarter of 2016. One of the big reasons for the Hawkeyes' success last week against the Golden Gophers was having the Defensive Player of the Week in the Big Ten, Zach Van Valkenburg. The senior from Michigan recorded a career-high 3 sacks in the 35-7 victory, the most by a Hawkeye since A.J. Epinesa in 2019. The defensive lineman tallied 5 tackles in the contest, including 4 solo stops, and anchored a defense that held the Gophers to just 7 points, nearly 30 points fewer than their average. Hawkeyes head coach Kirk Ferentz has 99 Big Ten wins, the 4th most of any coach in Big Ten Conference history. His next Big Ten W will be his 100th, joining Woody Hayes, Bo Schembechler, and Amos Alonzo Stagg in the 100-win club. The Wisconsin Badgers are 2-0 after that 49-11 victory over Michigan last Saturday night at the Big House. The Badgers recorded 468 yards of offense in the contest, including 341 of those yards on the ground. They improved to 20-6 in road games under head coach Paul Chryst. With a 27-20 victory against Purdue last Saturday, Northwestern improved to 4-0 for the first time since 2015, and that 4-0 mark in conference play for the first time since 1996. Under Pat Fitzgerald, the Wildcats have won 48 one-possession games, tied for the most nationally in the last 15 seasons. Now with a preview from both sides of the field of that Wisconsin at Northwestern game, here's the voice of the Wildcats, Dave Innett.
Around the Big Ten, Northwestern.
It's the biggest test yet for Northwestern, which survived one last week at Purdue, but it's also the biggest for Wisconsin after lopsided wins over Illinois and Michigan. It figures to be a defensive struggle. The two teams allow a combined 23 points a game. Both rank high in total defense. They're both in the top 10 nationally against the run. Northwestern is 5-1 against the Badgers in their last 6 meetings in Evanston. Covering Northwestern, I'm Dave Annett.
Around the Big Ten, Wisconsin.
Granted, it's only been 2 games, and after an impressive showing at Michigan, but the Wisconsin football team leads the nation in scoring defense and total defense, allowing only 9 points and 218 yards per game. Now, the 10th-ranked Badgers are 2-0. They'll visit unbeaten and 4-0 Northwestern today at 2:30 Central in a battle for the Big Ten West lead. And it does sound like cornerback Rashad Wildgoose, defensive end Garrett Rand, running back Garrett Groshek, and guard Josh Seltzner have cleared COVID protocol and will be available. With the Badgers, I'm John Adias.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College. And back into Beaver Stadium here at Happy Valley. We're going to take a station break. Our station identification as you're listening to Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College. Take a look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard now as that Ohio State-Indiana contest, a top 10 matchup. The Buckeyes beating Indiana right now in Columbus 28-7. It's Illinois over Nebraska 28-10 in Lincoln. Elsewhere, top 25 around the country. Appalachian State over Coastal Carolina 17-15. That's in the third quarter. Also in the third, number 6 Florida over Vanderbilt 24-10. Coming up at 3 o'clock Iowa time, the Iowa State Cyclones, 17th in the country, will host the Wildcats of Kansas State. Elsewhere in the Big Ten today, we talked about number 10 Wisconsin, number 19 Northwestern. That is also a 2:30 Iowa time start. And Michigan is at Rutgers later on tonight with a 6:30 kick. More of the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day show is right around the corner. Rob Brooks and the Hy-Vee Roundtable coming up. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
This is Joe Mershman. I am very fortunate to be able to work with some of the best people in the United States, the American farmer. Even though we're in the midst of a pandemic, farmers can't shut down. Our country counts on them. They continue to deliver, and we owe them a big debt of gratitude. When you see that slow-moving vehicle going down the road, give them a thumbs up and let them know you appreciate all that they're doing for you. We're going to get through this. Let's grow together at Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
This holiday, how we celebrate may change, but our traditions remain the same. Like playing the Iowa Lottery's Winter Wonderland promotion. 13 new games and the biggest Play It Again prize pool ever. More than $600,000. And one lucky VIP club member will win a cool $250,000. So join us in the Winter Wonderland, because winning is one tradition that never changes. Visit ialottery.com for rules and complete details. Woohoo!
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up. So why not start there? I mean, my therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
At Community First Credit Union, there's a lot to see. We build customized financial solutions so you can enjoy the life you want. We make it comfortable to have a conversation about what's important to you, like helping you stay on course to reach your savings goal, and what's important to us all, like helping to support causes that count. See for yourself what See First can do for you. Come on, try us, join us, because at See First, together is better. Community First is a proud sponsor of Iowa Hawkeye football, federally insured by the NCUA.
Iowa's medical cannabis program has new products available to you now due to the removal of the 3% THC limit. THC vapes with and without terpenes are now available at dispensaries across Iowa. Medical cards are available to Iowans with chronic pain, PTSD, and many other approved conditions. Fight pain in a new way. Getting your medical cannabis card here in Iowa is easy. Just talk to your doctor and join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Google Iowa Medical Cannabis. CANNABIS. Feel better, live better with Iowa Medical Cannabis.
Welcome back to Beaver Stadium as we count down to kickoff. The Hawkeyes and the Nittany Lions. It's time for the roundtable segment presented by Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to aislesonline.com to get started. Pleased to be joined by Steve Jones, the outstanding play-by-play voice of the Penn State Nittany Lions, as he joins us here on the pregame show. And Steve, I hope all is well as possible with you, and good to see your face.
It's just great to see you, Rob. It's great to see anybody right now. But yeah, we've been doing well. My family's doing well, so it's just great to be sitting here and doing football.
Yeah, there's no question about that, because it seems like every single week there's so many cancellations that you're just kind of on pins and needles till Friday or Saturday, until the two teams actually get out on the field.
And Penn State has gone through a series of false positives. I mean, the testing numbers here have been great, because they're testing everybody. So they had, 1,558 tests last week alone. So there were 6 positives among the entire athletic department. So, I mean, that part's been fine. But Penn State's been hit with 43 false positives in the football program. I mean, Terry Smith, the defensive backfield coach, had to miss 2 days because of a false positive. Brett Pryde, the defensive coordinator, had to miss Tuesday's practice this week because of a false positive. So, yeah, you've been dealing with a lot. And so Penn State's actually, their problem has been false positives. Now, the positive of that is that they ended up being negative. So,
Steve, for fans that haven't watched Penn State every single week, they see the record 0-4. What's led to that?
3 things, Rob. It's been slow starts, turnovers, and then last week, red zone issues. So the slow starts. Penn State, the opposition in each of the last 3 games has scored on its opening drive. And in each time, the opposition had the ball to start the game. And then when Penn State got the ball in its second possession of the game, in each game, they were behind by 2 scores. In each game, they were behind by 2 scores. And so that's meant they've had to play uphill. Once the game settles down, Penn State plays fine. They're down 14-0 to Ohio State, outscore them 25-24 after that. Down 28-0 to Maryland after that, outscore them 19-7. Down 27-6 to Nebraska after that, they outscore them 17-3. So once it settles down, they start playing their game. But a big reason why they're behind is turnovers. There have been 2 fumbles returned for touchdowns, one by Maryland, one by Nebraska, that were critical plays in each game. Turnovers played a huge role in why Penn State fell behind Indiana 17-7. All the turnovers were again in the first half. And then, of course, the red zone thing. They've been in the red zone 19 times this year, Rob. They've scored 8 touchdowns. Now, what nobody talks about is the opposition's been in the red zone 13 times against the Penn State defense. They've only scored 8 touchdowns, but nobody talks about that.
Kirk Ferentz mentioned this week Penn State is going to turn this around and put it all together at some point in time. He hopes not today. You get the feeling that there's still a lot to play for, that this team in Penn State can put 4 quarters together?
Well, that's what they need to do, especially against a team like Iowa. Iowa's about as efficient a team as I see all the time. The efficiency is incredible. And I talked about the turnovers. Right? For Penn State, they're usually a +8, +9, +10. They usually in a season will get 90 to 110 points off of takeaways. They're facing a team today, Rob, and I'm not telling the Iowa fan base anything, that has 11 consecutive games with an interception. So they thrive on getting takeaways. They thrive on shortening the field. They thrive on taking away momentum. And Penn State needs to create its own momentum, and Penn State needs to start playing with the lead. Penn State has not had the lead, Rob, in the last 12 quarters of play. The last time they had the lead was in overtime at Indiana, and we know how that ended. But that's the last time they had the lead. So they need to play with the lead because the psychology of that is totally different.
That's a good point. How about the quarterback position? Sean Clifford has started every single game. The guy today?
Well, Sean Clifford and Will Levis, that'll be the choice that James Franklin will have to make. I mean, Sean Clifford has been the guy here for the last season and a half. Will Levis stepped in last week into a tough position in the middle of the second quarter after the fumble return for a touchdown and gave a really good account of himself. He threw for 219 yards. He did not turn the ball over in the game. He runs well. He runs hard. This is not a hook slide guy, Rob. Okay? So if you're not sure which number's in the game, when the one that's running is going forward and trying to bust tackles, you'll know it's Levis.
It'll be an easy distinction then.
That's right.
Defensively, some names for Hawkeye fans to keep their eye on.
Jason Oweh, number 28, played really well at defensive end for Penn State. He has 19 tackles the last 2 games, 10 against Maryland, had 9 last week against Nebraska, and he's starting to really play at a high level, get into the backfield, make plays. Shaka Toney off the edge, 18. P.J. Mustipher, 97. Has had a really good year at defensive tackle. He's played well. Jesse Luquette at linebacker. And then I would say the 2 corners, both Joey Porter Jr. and Tariq Castro-Fields, have actually both played really well so far. It's just a question of a couple of guys settling in and playing defense because last week against Nebraska, they only gave up 95 yards in the second half. Against Maryland, they only gave up 98 yards in the second half. You got to get out of the gate and play. Maybe playing at 2:30 Central Time at 3:30 Eastern, maybe that's the home elixir they need.
Steve, of course, we've seen a lot of Penn State Iowa games. From Penn State's perspective, a couple off the top of your head that are very memorable.
Well, this is one of the toughest hard-fought series in the Big Ten. I think there's a reason why they do play them every year, because I think the Big Ten knows that these are comparable programs that play the kind of games people want to watch. I think that's why they match up every year, even though they're in different divisions. Obviously, you look back at some of the great moments. I'll go back. I'll give you one great Iowa moment. Okay, I'll do that, and then I'll give you a great Penn State moment. So
okay.
I think that would be fair for the fans. I'll start with a great Iowa moment. Kirk is early in his tenure. I want to say it's 2000. And look, things hadn't gone well to that point. He'd taken over for Hayden Fry, and he needed something. And Nate Kading kicked 4 field goals, and they beat Penn State in overtime in 2000. And I felt that was a jump start for Kirk and his program, that kind of positive win going into Beaver Stadium and beating Penn State on that day 20 years ago. For Penn State, you got to go back to Kinnick Stadium. And in Kinnick Stadium a couple of years ago, Penn State is down to Iowa. Not a surprise because Iowa's really good. And Trace McSorley and company put together that memorable drive that's not so memorable for Iowa fans, where he had Saeed Blacknall on a 4th down pass, and then he threw the touchdown pass to Juwan Johnson on the final play of the game to win it. So there have been memorable games on both sides, and I think it's only fair that when you're doing an interview like this, you don't just talk about, hey, Penn State had this great moment. I thought the moment that Kirk had in 2000 here, when Kading and those guys won it in overtime, jump-started the entire Kirk Ferentz era.
Yeah, Steve, that's a great point, because I walked out of Beaver Stadium that day and said, okay, this is a football team and a football program. So appreciate your professionalism as always.
Hey, Rob, it's always great to be with you, my friend, and hopefully we get to see each other in person soon.
I hope so, Steve. Appreciate it. Steve Jones, the play-by-play voice of the Penn State Nittany Lions. We'll continue on the pregame show. You're listening to Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College.
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC insurance companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
Staying connected means games can still feel like this, even if they actually sound like this. That's why US Cellular is building a 5G network that works from outside to inside uninterrupted, so you can stay connected even if you aren't at the game. Right now, get unlimited data for just $30 a month. Check out uscellular.com for more info. US Cellular. Upgrade to fair. Data may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Video streams at up to 480p DVD quality. Credit approval and autopay paperless billing required. Additional terms apply.
One word means more to farmers than any other: yield. Nobody knows this better than your friend in the field, Mershman Seeds. With industry-leading seed treatments like Trepidity ST, you'll see faster emergence and more bushels per acre. Become a part of the Mershman family and see the difference in your field. Let's grow together with Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
When you fire up a John Deere 1 Series tractor, you can tackle the job without wrestling the attachments. Hook up everything from a front loader to a drive-over mower deck to a backhoe without wasting any time at all. So you can haul gravel, till soil, cut grass, or do any job in between. Because when things just click, work just gets done. Nothing runs like a Deere. Run with us. Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today, or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa football. The next time you visit Eastern Iowa, check out the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes: Joe Armstrong Realty, Bachmeyer Carpet 1 Floor and Home, and the hotel at Kirkwood Center. Iowa's premier luxury hotel, voted 2020 Best Place for a Business Conference, and awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for Lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information. That's 877-751-5111.
MidAmerican Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hawkeye Football is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Together, taste better. Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH and your local Case IH dealers. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and Iowa Corn Promotion Board. You may think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. And by today's game is powered by Extreme. Feel the power of amazingly fast internet up to 1 gig. Here we go! Now live, this is the Whipples Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle pregame show. Whipples Hybrids, raised right in the Central Corn Belt.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome back to State College, Pennsylvania, everybody, with the Whipples Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. I'm Gary Dauphin alongside former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. Get more out of your seed corn investment with Whipples Hybrids. Whipples offers the highest performing corn genetics, the most advanced seed corn technology, and people who genuinely care about you and your success. Whipples Hybrids, where you're more than just a number. Have you checked into with Cass County? How's the crop coming in okay?
Yeah, I think,
down there, southwest Iowa?
I think mostly everything's done over there, and they were in pretty good shape as far as the drought went. So I think they're getting ready to hunt pheasants in those few rows that they left standing.
Speaking of droughts, hopefully the Hawkeye defense can perform another one or rain on Penn State's parade today. The Nittany Lions, truly one of the blue blood programs in college football history, have never started a season 0-5, and that could happen today.
Well, I think that's the Hawkeyes' plan, is to let them start 0-5, and they've been close on a couple of games, but they really haven't found themselves yet from what I see.
This quarterback switch we're hearing will happen today, that Will Levis will start the game, and I'm okay with that. Sean Clifford has hurt the Hawkeyes. Both guys can really do some damage with their feet.
Yeah, and in talking to Jack Am, who's my counterpart on the Penn State network, he thinks that Levis is a better runner, and he thinks that they'll use him more running the football, not just scrambling when the pocket collapses, but actually running.
The latest buzz in college football is the play they call the jet sweep or the fly sweep. We've seen Amir Smith, Tyrone Tracy run it. Worked for a touchdown last Friday night up in Minneapolis. Short throw, Spencer Petras to Amir Smith Marset. Why the enamorment all of a sudden with the jet sweep?
Well, I think it's just to stretch the defenses more, to make them have to move laterally, and get the safeties to have to declare and go on one side of the field to the other. It's everything kind of revolves
cyclical.
Around cyclical, and with the speed and some of the running ability of our players, it's worked out very good for us.
We'll see it today, and of course they can run a double reverse off that, back to the quarterback or fake handoff, and you got to draw Tyler Goodson. I want to get your thoughts before we take a break here on Tyler Goodson. He has really evolved into a top-notch running back here in the Big Ten. You've got to be proud of what he shows you every Saturday.
Well, yeah, and he's a good receiver too. I mean, that's what adds to his ability and makes him more dangerous. Is when he runs that little shovel route out of the backfield and you get the ball to him quick, he can make something big out of it.
Penn State always has good tailbacks. A couple of their top guys heading into the season are injured and out today, one for the season. There's no Franco Harris or Lydell Mitchells on the field for the Nittany Lions today, and the Hawkeye defense will try and shut that run down, including the quarterback, whether it's Levis or Clifford, and take their chances with the passing game. We're here at State College, empty Beaver Stadium, 10,000 strong, and it'll be quiet today, except for the scoreboard. This might be the biggest, loudest scoreboard musical bed structure I've ever been in.
And then we have to listen to that growl that they run, of the Nittany Lion growling. If we can cut that down, Corey, And so that we don't have to listen to that all day?
Well, let's hope the Iowa defense has a direct say in us not hearing the Wildcat or the mountain lion growl. That's Ed Podolak. You'll hear from Eddie a little bit later on as he goes further into his keys to the game, courtesy of our Iowa-Illinois Ford dealers. Coming up next, our chat with Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, where you're more than a number. It's Penn State, Iowa today. The Hawks trying to end a 6-game losing streak to the blue and white. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of the Hawkeyes.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hidden phone trade-ins, hidden plan requirements, hidden catches. You won't find them at US Cellular because we speak fair. Plus, when you switch right now, you can get $500 off the latest phones. That's right, $500 off the latest phones with no hidden requirements, no hidden plan requirements, no hidden phone trade-ins, and no hidden... You get the idea. Upgrade to fair. Upgrade to US Cellular. Requires new postpaid service plan, new line port in, credit approval, qualified smartphone purchase, and comes via monthly bill credit on a 30-month RIC. Taxes, fees, and additional terms apply.
This isn't a grilled cheese I'm making. It's a melty masterpiece that deserves a kitchen worthy of greatness.
Looks like my porch is full of packages again. It also looks like my compulsive buying needs to change to compulsive saving.
As I sit here on this couch, I decided to make some changes, starting with this couch.
I'd love to be looking out my window at a beautiful backyard instead of a brick wall. Time for a new house.
Whatever your passion, U.S. Bank can help turn it into your next pursuit. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When you fire up a John Deere 1 Series tractor, you can tackle the job without wrestling the attachments. Hook up everything from a front loader to a drive-over mower deck to a backhoe without wasting any time at all. So you can haul gravel, till soil, cut grass, or do any job in between. Because when things just click, work just gets done. Nothing runs like a Deere. Run with us. Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa football.
Welcome back to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle from State College, Pennsylvania. The Hawkeyes going for their third consecutive win this afternoon. A kickoff a little bit after 2:30, Iowa and Penn State. Nationwide is proud to support Iowa chapters of Big Brothers and Big Sisters through the Kirk's Kids program. Kirk's Kids received Hawkeye gift items, a ball autographed by the coach on game day, and a special behind-the-scenes experience at historic Kinnick Stadium, compliments of Nationwide. Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta chairs the College Football Playoff Committee, and he starts a series of meetings next week on Monday in Dallas through the end of December. The committee, of course, carves out its top 25, pares it down to a Final Four, with the title game scheduled for January 11th at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. Earlier this week, Big 12 Commissioner and former Hawkeye Athletic Director Bob Bowlesby said playoff dates could be delayed if coronavirus cases continue to spike upward. Bowlesby is part of the playoff management team that decides if games are played on dates scheduled or pushed back. Barta commented all scenarios remain on the table.
And they're considering all possibilities. They have to prepare for, we play it on time, which is still the plan, but contingency plans. And so I think he was just kind of waxing poetic and thinking out loud. As you point out, he's usually pretty close to the vest, but like all of us, just trying to figure out and plan for all eventualities or possibilities.
Thanksgiving is closing in, and Barta wanted to praise athletes and students on the Iowa campus for adhering to virus protocols this semester, making the best of a tough situation, understanding that everything is relative.
For those who are suffering from the disease, for those who have lost a loved one due to this pandemic, that's where it starts, and that's trying to get that vaccine here as fast as we can. But then as you dial in closer to home, I'm just so proud of the students on our campus who fight through. I have a couple of them in my own household who are fighting through the virtual learning and the uncertainties there. And then very specifically, I'm just so proud of our student athletes and our coaches. I mean, whether it's virtual online learning, we're getting close to finals, and fighting through that, but then also the uncertainties with training, keeping myself safe as a student athlete and giving up a lot of social flexibility and really shutting down social lives so that I can make training for my sport a priority. And then the uncertainty of, am I going to get to play or not? Football is every day we check to see how our COVID numbers are to hope to play each day. Next week, basketball, men's, women's basketball. They've been doing a great job of preparing and training, and just want our fans to know how hard they're working in a really challenging environment.
And speaking of our fans, they're going to have to make a sacrifice, at least out of the gate, with this highest-ranked Iowa basketball team, the men, in 65 years, and yet they can't get in the door for obvious reasons. What's your message to our fans, both men's and women's basketball and all sports?
Message to the fans is thank you for just continuing to care and watch and chime in, and then understanding, as we had in football, going through having to push season tickets to next year. And we're waiting every single week. The Big Ten at Iowa, we're evaluating the opportunity to bring some fans into the building. Still with 2 games remaining in Kinnick, I'm not predicting we'll be able to have any, but every week we review it. And then as we head into Carver for men's, women's basketball, and eventually our other sports, wrestling and others, every week we're going to review it. And the first opportunity we have to safely have some fans in the building, we'll start bringing them back. But just the patience and the support while we're going through that.
Iowa basketball tips off next Wednesday afternoon here on the Hawkeye Radio Network, 3 p.m. The Hawkeyes and Luca Garza hosting North Carolina Central. Coming up next, we'll hear from Penn State head coach James Franklin, delivered by UPS. It's Iowa Penn State football from State College. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quick Start has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff. Made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine Alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quick Start, we got you covered.
Drunk driving is one of America's most often committed and deadliest crimes. Each year, nearly 10,000 people die on the road due to drunk driving. In order to stop this deadly epidemic, cops are cracking down. Police officers are aggressively looking for drunk drivers and will arrest anyone caught driving drunk. They'll see you before you see them. Drive sober or get pulled over. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Department of Public Safety, the Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, and your local law enforcement.
Tomorrow. At Grinnell Mutual, we are always looking forward to tomorrow, as we have for over 100 years. So you can look forward to it too. Through growth and innovation, we are planning ahead, so you can enjoy life without looking back. Trust in that. Trust in tomorrow. Auto, home, farm, and business insurance. Talk to an agent today or visit GrinnellMutual.com. Trust in tomorrow is a registered trademark of Grinnell Mutual Reinsurance Company.
Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, raised right in the Central Corn Belt.
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC Insurance Companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quick Start has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff, made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quick Start, we got you covered.
Welcome back to Penn State. It's the Hawks and the Nittany Lions coming up shortly. Our pregame chat with Penn State head coach James Franklin is brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawkeyes. That's problem solving. Visit ups.com and learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. Penn State has won the last 6 games with the Hawkeyes in this series, from last play to last second to last series. 3 of the 6 defeats have been by 1 possession. Who can forget Trace McSorley's last play of the game, walk-off touchdown pass at Iowa City in 2017. Prior to this skid, Iowa had won 8 of 9 over the Nittany Lions. James Franklin says there's much to like about this year's Hawkeyes.
Obviously, they do a great job. They play hard, they play sound, they play fundamental football. Typically they've been built up front with their front 7 on defense and their offensive line and tight ends on offense. But on that same note, I think since 2017, I think they've led the country in interceptions. So that will be a challenge for us.
With starting tailback Noah Cain lost for the season in the opener at Indiana, Penn State has turned to talented sophomore Devin Ford and gifted freshman Keziah Holmes. In order to cure turnover woes, Franklin feels success in the running game today is essential.
You have a group of programs that are battling like crazy to take that next step. And that is probably more challenging than it's ever been. And again, I think the focus and the emphasis, you look at what we've been able to do the previous 4 years, but then also you couple that with the expectations and the standards. But college football's changed. It's changed dramatically. Expectations have changed. Resources have changed. Facilities have changed.
Penn State was ranked in the preseason top 10. Yes, the quality of talent here hasn't changed. It's always good. Franklin had some interesting thoughts, though, on the Big Ten this season and recently. Minnesota's 11-win season a year ago. Indiana's currently rated in the top 10. Northwestern's 4-0. Purdue 2-1. Michigan and Michigan State, 2 successful, proud programs in their present tailspins.
You have a group of programs that are battling like crazy to take that next step. And that is probably more challenging than it's ever been. And again, I think the focus and the emphasis, you look at what we've been able to do the previous 4 years, but then also you couple that with the expectations and the standards. But college football's changed. It's changed dramatically. Expectations have changed. Resources have changed. Facilities have changed.
Penn State head coach James Franklin on today's matchup with Iowa, and Kirk Ferentz, the dean of college football coaches. In fact, Kirk has 99 Big Ten wins, the 4th most of any coach in Big Ten conference history. Hopefully he can get to that century mark this afternoon.
At Community First Credit Union, we offer low-cost services, easy-to-use digital banking, and a team that's dedicated to your success. Our goal is to be the best possible financial partner today and tomorrow. Save with us, borrow with us, grow with us, because at See First, together is better. See First, a proud sponsor of Hawkeye football, equal opportunity lender, and federally insured by the NCUA. Right around the corner, we've got the Riverside Casino and Golf Resort Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment and the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. You're listening to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College. What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of the Hawkeyes.
University of Iowa Healthcare urges you to follow the 3 W's to stop the spread of COVID-19. Wear a mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands often. More tips at uihc.org. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you. For flu-like symptoms, call our 24-hour COVID-19 hotline at 319-384-9010 before seeing a provider.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car and home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great rates with a little bit of great. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, raised right in the Central Corn Belt.
What's the mark of a true fan? Someone who shows up game after game, supporting their team no matter what, celebrating the wins, hanging in there through the tough times, passionate and vocal, loyal and consistent. At Great Southern Bank, that's how we feel about our communities. Proud to be a part of the team, showing up day after day, ready to help however we can. Great Southern Bank, we're fans too. Member FDIC.
Imagine a virtual club that's free to join, where the fun never stops and where there's always something new and exciting happening. It's the Prize Zone, a special part of the Iowa Lottery VIP Club that'll make your VIP experience even VIP-ier. Members can enter Prize Zone drawings for cash, technology, lottery tickets, concert tickets, and sports ticket prizes all day, every day, all year long. Get rules and complete details at ialottery.com. Join today and see what's waiting for you in the VIP Club Prize Zone.
Woohoo!
Welcome back to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the Wiffles Hybrids pregame show, brought to you by Wiffles Hybrids. We focus solely and intensely on corn. The result is a level of performance uncommon in the seed business. Come see what we mean. Wiffles Hybrids, quite possibly the best hybrids you can buy. The Hawks in Penn State headed for a 2:30 or a little bit after kickoff here from Beaver Stadium. That brings us to our Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Thanks to the Keel family, to Dan, the general manager, and all the staff at Riverside Casino and Golf. Stop by the Draft Day Sports Lounge at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. You'll find great food, beverages,
and the top golf swing suite ready to play. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, located just minutes south of Iowa City off of 218. September 28, 2002, saw the Big Ten opener for both the Hawkeyes and the Penn State Nittany Lions here at Beaver Stadium. Brad Banks was working his magic again. He passed for 261 yards on this day, including a touchdown throw to C.J. Jones in overtime. Banks' fourth scoring strike of the afternoon as the Hawkeyes held off Penn State 42-35.
3rd and goal from the 6. Brad Banks in this situation again on a big stage before a big house, trying to get the touchdown for the Hawkeyes here in the first overtime. 3rd and goal at the 6. Banks looking, squeezes it in the goal line, touchdown! Iowa. C.J. Jones has caught the ball on a quick slant, and Brad Banks put it right on his belt buckle.
Oh my goodness, he came from the left side, and Banks stood in there. I thought it was going to collapse on him. And finally, Jones cleared right over the middle, laid it out in front of him, and the Hawks score.
Penn State had roared back from a 22-point deficit in the fourth quarter with the help of some turnovers to catch the Hawkeyes and send it to the extra session, but Iowa would prevail. Banks threw touchdown passes to Mo Brown and Ed Hinkle as well as C.J. Jones, and Nate Kading, the great All-American, had a 55-yard field goal. It bounced off the left upright and fell through as time expired in the first half. What I always remember about that game is Robbie Gould, the kicker for Penn State, had a PAT try blocked, and D.J. Johnson scooped it up and ran 99 yards for 2 points the other way. The Hawks would win their 3rd straight against the Nittany Lions. That would make 4 of the last 5 as Iowa beats Penn State 42-35 in overtime. That's our Riverside Casino and Golf Resort Hawkeye historical winning moment. Right now, let's send it down to Rob Brooks. He's on the Hawkeye sideline with the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update alongside Dr. Brian Wolf. Robbie?
Thanks, Gary. Certainly one of the best comeback stories in years has to be quarterback Alex Smith, now with the NFL's Washington football team. He was the first-round draft pick in the NFL draft back in 2005. Well, a couple of years ago in 2008, many of you will remember, because it's one of those images you hate to see on a field, that Smith suffered a compound fracture to his right leg, and many wondered if he would ever play again. Well, he did throw for 390 yards in a losing effort at Detroit last week, but certainly on the field, what happened that particular day with the medical staff and then the rehab to get him back to this point, Dr. Wolf, that's an amazing story of perseverance and then also what medicine can do and how far it's come.
It really is remarkable that he's back out there playing. He had a horrible injury. This is an open fracture of his tibia that had emergent surgery that night, and unfortunately was complicated by infection. When the bone is sticking out through the skin, you worry about that, and he had a very severe case that required multiple surgeries. I think he's had 18 operations on his leg, is what I understand, including skin grafts and ultimately rearranging some of the muscles around to help cover things up. But just the sheer amount of treatment that he's been through, and just a really extensive rehabilitation course, because with that kind of a situation, the first priority is to try to save the limb, quite honestly, save a life, save a limb. And then for him to come all the way back with the rehabilitation and all the recovery that he's had to do, it's really remarkable.
And a testament, too, to the surgeons and everybody that stayed with it to get him to this point, and then also his perseverance to do the work to get back on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. This would be a huge team effort, not only with sports medicine physicians, but when you get into fracture work like this and then having complications with wounds, there's plastic surgeons involved, there's trauma surgeons involved, and then obviously the rehabilitation side with all of the different aspects of that. And I think he even did some special rehabilitation, if I recall, in Texas, where he went, where some of the military veterans have gone to recover after severe injuries in the battlefield, just to put that in perspective. So really a remarkable story, and a real testament to his perseverance to put himself out there again as well.
Yeah, and we'll play tomorrow again. Dr. Wolf, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Rob.
Let's take a look at the University of Iowa sports medicine injury update. First off, for the Hawkeyes, tackle Croy Cronk working his way back into the lineup. Questionable today, but could be in the rotation. For guard Kyler Schott, hopefully next week for him on Friday against Nebraska. Will miss today. And on the defensive side of the football, defensive end John Wagoner out this week. One key injury to focus on for Penn State, cornerback Tariq Castro-Fields, questionable today. A game-time decision. He has 12 tackles so far this season and has been third team All-Big Ten. Dolph, back upstairs to you.
Thank you, Robbie and Dr. Wolf. That's our University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Report. Coming up, we'll talk with head coach Kirk Ferentz of the Iowa Hawkeyes, delivered by UPS. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College.
Staying connected means games can still feel like this, even if they actually sound like this. That's why US Cellular is building a 5G network that works from outside to inside uninterrupted, so you can stay connected even if you aren't at the game. Right now, get unlimited data for just $30 a month. Check out uscellular.com for more info. US Cellular. Upgrade to fair. Data may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Video streams at up to 480p DVD quality. Credit approval and autopay paperless billing required. Additional terms apply.
When you fire up a John Deere 1 Series tractor, you can tackle the job without wrestling the attachments. Hook up everything from a front loader to a drive-over mower deck to a backhoe without wasting any time at all. So you can haul gravel, till soil, cut grass, or do any job in between. Because when things just click, work just gets done. Nothing runs like a Deere. Run with us. Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa football.
It all started with a grilled cheese sandwich. 2 simple pieces of bread, some butter, and a slice of American cheese. But after making it day after day, week after week, I hungered for more. Colby, provolone, Gouda. But Gouda wasn't good enough. I wanted great. I added tomatoes, pickles, jalapenos. If I could birth this gooey work of art at my tiny, modest kitchen, imagine what I could do in a gourmet chef's kitchen. So I called U.S. Bank about loaning me some extra cheddar. Now I had the mad cheese skill and a superior grill. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The wait for the holidays is over, America. It's time to make some joy. And we're here to help with the Ford Built for the Holidays sales event. We're offering the best deals of the season across the Ford lineup, so you can road trip with the whole family comfortably in a Ford Expedition. Bring home a tree that's bigger than you ever have with a built Ford Tough F-150. And find new ways to make the holidays bright this year when you visit your local Ford dealer. The joy is up to you, America, so let's get to it. Ford, built for the holidays.
Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, raised right in the central corn belt.
Woohoo! Business technology 1, network downtime 0. Being a game-winning IT network takes hard work and an experienced technology coach. That's why our game plan includes Marco. Marco helps our entire business infrastructure perform better and score big day in and day out. With Marco's veteran experience guiding our team, every season is a winning season. Find out what your technology could be saying at marconet.com.
Tomorrow. At Grinnell Mutual, we are always looking forward to tomorrow, as we have for over 100 years. So you can look forward to it too. Through growth and innovation, we are planning ahead, so you can enjoy life without looking back. Trust in that. Trust in tomorrow. Auto, home, farm, and business insurance. Talk to an agent today or visit GrinnellMutual.com. Trust in Tomorrow is a registered trademark of Grinnell Mutual Reinsurance Company.
Whether listening in Manning, Monona, Mount Ayr, or Malvern, welcome back to Hawkeye Radio Network coverage of Iowa. Penn State Big Ten football this afternoon, about 30, 40 minutes away. Before we hear from Iowa football coach Kirk Ferentz, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Hawkeye Football.
Welcome back to Beaver Stadium in State College, Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of the great state of Pennsylvania. Gary Dolph and Ed Podolak will be joining us shortly with his keys to the game. Pretty good rain shower developing now. over Mount Nittany and rolling through the valley here. Hopefully that moves out in advance of the 2:30 kick. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. That's where Eddie and I stay. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Our pregame interview with Hawkeye head coach Kirk Ferentz is sponsored by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawkeyes. That's problem solving. Visit UPS.com and learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. Iowa's defense has been acidic the last couple weeks, really solid all season. Top 5 in all statistical columns. Most importantly, points allowed at 15 a game. That is third best in the Big Ten. Kirk Ferentz notes, as simple as it sounds, it's the system combined with good, fundamentally sound players.
Big thing is I think we've improved the last 2 weeks. I left the field after our second game a little concerned just about our how stout we were, but I think we've shown some improvement, and the guys are doing a good job coaching. Most importantly, our players are really playing hard, and they're I think our whole team right now has learned how to practice a little bit better, and I think that's where we're seeing some of the improvement from. But everything on defense, just like offense and special teams, it's so much of it's teamwork and just guys understanding where they belong given times, and that takes work. It takes a lot of film study, and guys have to have a good vibe with each other too. So we're really proud of the progress we've made, but we still got 4 tough games here that we're looking at.
Zach Van Valkenburg has seized the moment, Big Ten Defensive Player of the Week. What is it about his instincts, his style that you saw in him?
Yeah, I think he's probably a good illustration of what I just talked about. Like, he was a great kid when he got here 2 years ago. Just unbelievable young man, really intelligent, and just, he's into some stuff I couldn't even spell. So just he's really an impressive young guy. And was given good effort last year, but I think just now he's got a little bit more confidence. He's more used to doing things the way we're asking him to do them, and now it's starting to really pay off for him. So he's always been a high energy guy and always an attentive player, and he's a little bit more mature physically now. But the biggest thing is he really pays attention and works hard and plays with high energy levels. So it was good to see him break loose last week, and hopefully we'll get a couple more of those kinds of stories as we go along here moving forward.
You have to be equally proud of the offensive line. Really, both lines of scrimmage have kind of ascended in unison here the last week or two.
Yeah, last week was about as good as we've played offensively, as well as we played. My mom would correct me on that. And so anyway, just, I thought we were really crisp and clean, and with our execution, looked like we had a little better feel for each other, what each other were doing, which is kind of interesting because we had, a couple new guys in with Kallenberger and Ince playing, but I think it's just, again, it's a lot of repetition, practice paying off. Tim's doing a good job with that group, and they've been really attentive, and we're seeing improvement in practice too. But this will be a real test this week. These guys have some guys on defense that are extremely talented, and they can erase mistakes. If they make mistakes, they can erase them pretty quickly. So we're gonna have to really play the entire play.
Tyler Goodson, sometimes we forget he's a pure sophomore. I mean, his maturity has really been in the fast lane.
It goes back to last year, thinking about preseason practice. He didn't seem overwhelmed at all. Didn't always know what he's doing, but he didn't seem overwhelmed. Just seemed like he belonged out there with the older guys. And I remember Tony Moyaki being the same way when he showed up. So that's kind of unusual when you get a guy like that. But then he's learned how to play. With each week he's getting better. And first thing I think about when I think about him is just he's a tremendous young guy. He's just got a good energy to him. He really likes playing football. Likes every part about it. His teammates, just his the energy he brings any room he walks into. He's just a really positive guy, and he's playing really well too, which is great for us.
You mentioned the Penn State defense. All week you've urged Iowa interests not to be fooled by that 0-4 record. They always have athleticism, speed, pure talent, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in this part of the country. I'll go back to the 60s. Them in the Orange Bowl Kansas almost cheated them. They had 12 guys on the field, I think 3 plays on a goal line stand. The refs finally caught up to it in the Orange Bowl, but that's going back a ways. But my point is, I mean, they've always had good players, and it looks no different. We've competed against them a bunch in the last 22 years, and anytime you go on the field, I remember up here, I think it was 2000 or 2002, doesn't matter. They had that corner, J-U-E was his name, Jew, and he's standing in front of Ken O'Keefe, and I'm looking at him going, this guy'd be a defensive end or a tight end if he was playing at our place. He ended up playing linebacker for the Colts. But my point is, like, you look at their players, and it's like, wow, where do these guys come from? So they've always had good talent. They have it right now. I know there's a lot of talk about the quarterback. They won a lot of games with this quarterback last year. He's a really good football player, and all it means is they got 2 of them because the other kid's pretty good too. So we're going to have to be at our best here to come out of here with a victory.
How much have you prepared for one quarterback or both quarterbacks?
Yeah, I really don't know how different they are. 7's a little bit bigger, but they'll run both those guys, and that's a big part of what they do offensively, designed. Or if things get a little sticky, they'll just pull it down and go, which is almost tougher because your guys in zone drops are getting out of there because they're playing the pass. So they really those 2 guys keep you honest themselves. They've got good skill position players, and they're big up front, and so it's going to be a challenge for us.
Lastly, we've had some special, memorable moments on special teams here. The Claiborne block punt.
Yeah, that's a good memory.
Yeah, Kading's 55-yard field goal hit the upright and went through. Of course, the infamous 6-4 game with David Bradley stepping out the back of the end zone. I couldn't help but think of that, given how well Torrey Taylor and Charlie Jones have fit in.
Yeah, it's reassuring, and I think that's one of the great stories. And I always say this, we need great stories any season if we're going to have a good season. And there's 2 right there that, we knew about both of them, but we didn't know what they'd play like once they got going. And, Charlie's done a great job for us in tough circumstances, and Torrey just seems unflappable and totally unaffected by this whole deal. So it just, they've been great additions. And as a result of that, they've given our special teams a spark. And, we're going to need that today, too, because this will be my guess is a 60-minute, if not, we've had a couple of overtimes up here, too. So it's going to be a full fought game. And all 3, elements of play are going to be really important for us to get a victory. And that's kind of the approach that we're taking coming in here.
Especially on the road, all 3 phases are important, just like at Minnesota last week. Torrey Taylor ranks 2nd in the Big Ten at 45.5 yards per punt. The freshman is down 13 of his 20 punts inside the 20, 6 inside the 10, and 3 inside the 5. More of that, please. Ed Podolak, himself a great special teams player, is driving in with his Iowa-Illinois Ford dealers keys to the game. This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. And this is Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College.
Experience the benefit of blue with a Medicare supplement plan from Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. With our plans, you'll enjoy nationwide access to care, optional dental, vision, and hearing coverage, and more. Call 1-888-616-8927 or go online to wellmark.com/Medicare plans. You may even qualify for a special household discount. This is the benefit of blue. Wellmark Blue Dental product available to Iowa residents only. Must reside in the service area of the plan. Wellmark Medicare supplement insurance plans are not connected with or endorsed by any government agency.
The wait for the holidays is over, America. It's time to make some joy. And we're here to help with the Ford Built for the Holidays sales event. We're offering the best deals of the season across the Ford lineup, so you can road trip with the whole family comfortably in a Ford Expedition. Bring home a tree that's bigger than you ever have with a built Ford Tough F-150. And find new ways to make the holidays bright this year when you visit your local Ford dealer. The joy is up to you, America, so let's get to it. Ford, built for the holidays.
Every day is game day for Iowa farmers when it comes to caring for the environment. Today's farmers technology lets farmers map soils to determine the exact nutrient needs for each field. These soil samples are matched with fertilizer and manure applications to precisely apply the nutrients the crops need to be healthy. Iowa farmers care about the water we share. This message brought to you by Iowa corn farmers. Get in the game and learn more at cleanwateriowa.org.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, raised right in the Central Corn Belt.
This is Ed Podolak. Whether I'm relaxing on Flamingo Beach in Costa Rica or fishing north on the Boundary Waters, one Iowa product I'll always bring is my Grizzly Cooler. Grizzly Coolers are made in Decorah and are perfect for your next fishing trip, the big hunt, or tailgate. The Grizzly lineup offers the perfect balance of durability and performance that is expected in a made-in-the-USA premium cooler. And you can even order Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware. Order yours now at grizzlycoolers.com.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to State College, Pennsylvania, Beaver Stadium. Big Ten football, Iowa and the Nittany Lions of Penn State coming up in about a half an hour. Ed Podolak has had his field glasses glued to that beautiful grass, natural turf down on the floor of Beaver Stadium, and he's been judiciously studying both teams, Penn State and Iowa, and here come his keys to the game, brought to you by your Iowa, Illinois Ford dealer. You know, college sports traditions run deep. Ford has tradition, too, building tough trucks and boundary-pushing SUVs. Shop for one now at buyfordnow.com. Buyfordnow.com or visit your Iowa, Illinois Ford dealer. Well, based on your observance here of both teams and talking with the great Hall of Famer Jack Ham, the great Pittsburgh Steeler, who is in the Penn State radio booth, what have you gleaned? What have you come up with today? Might be one of your better ones ever.
Well, let's start with this. There's no wind, and there's no sun. So they will not be a factor in the game. The field is in terrific condition. And as I studied both teams and talked to Jack, who is not feeling very well at 0-4. He's a guy that won 4 Super Bowls and a national title when he was here to Penn State. So let's let him cry in his beer a little more after today.
I'm with you. I wouldn't say that in front of him, but I'm with you. You can, though.
Well, I think he hit me enough times on the field. He let me go here, I think. But anyway, Penn State will bring a lot of pressure. They always have against Iowa. They're blitzing a lot of times one of the linebackers. They play a 4-3, big, strong defensive line. And so we've got to be able to pick up that blitz. Now, you do that a couple ways. You can have a hot receiver and get the ball out real quick, or you can use your back, or in some cases put a tight end in the backfield to help pick up that linebacker to give your quarterback more time to read before he has to throw. We're going to have to run against these guys. It's been tough. Every year they do a lot of gap stuff with their down linemen, and then they bring their linebackers in behind and peel them in to the backfield. So it's not going to be easy, but we're going to have to keep trying to establish the run if we want to win today. On defense, we got to keep up what we've been doing. Play real physical on that line of scrimmage, because that is the key to stopping this offense of theirs. They've had, in the 3 of the 4 losses, they've rushed for more than 200 yards. So it's not that they've been lacking a running game. They've had trouble with turnovers, and their passing game hasn't been as good as it has sometimes in the past. They like to use their tight end a lot. And so if you get the running game established as they try to, then the tight end is the guys who are linebackers will have to be on their toes. The special teams, like we said at the open here, with no wind and no sun glare, they should be able to perform really well. I've seen some 50-plus yard field goals kicked down here in practice. But the most impressive thing is watching Torrey Taylor warm up. You know, he has not been able to spiral a punt. He just tried to explode the ball is all he does. But he is now, they've coached him to spiral the ball, and he has kicked some spirals that are as high as we are in the press box and over 60 yards. So I expect him to have a good day. It'll be a day that we don't want to make mistakes. Let's play like we did the last 2 weeks, not the first two, and we'll get out of here with a win.
Penn State has been outscored 93-26 in the first quarter.
That I think is first half.
Oh, first half.
Yeah.
Well, either way, first quarter, first half.
Yeah, and I think Jack Ham gave me that figure. So he said, if you had a game plan, it wasn't good at halftime. You had to come up with something new. So that's important for us to get off to a good start.
Well, and that goes right to the turnovers that Penn State's victimized itself with in the first half, particularly the first quarter. Penn State is -6 in turnovers this year. Iowa's +4. I like those numbers.
That's a big number. Penn State's been very good in the fourth quarter, even in their in all of their losses. So we need to get out like we've done the last couple of weeks, score on that first drive.
We also know the Hawkeye defense has gotten better as the game has worn on as well. Those are Ed Podolak's insightful keys to the game today, brought to you by your Iowa, Illinois Ford dealer. Shop 41, your favorite Ford line, online at FordNow.com. BuyFordNow.com. Let's give you the Hawkeye starters that are picked for the skill positions this week, brought to you by ABC. ABC Builders. You can earn your next skilled position in the plumbing, electrical, HVAC, and sheet metal industries by joining the team at Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa. Earn money while you learn. Work full-time, attend just one evening class a week, and graduate with sought-after skills and a job. Visit abciowatrust.org. abciowatrust.org and learn more. Up here in the press box, talking with a lot of the Penn State writers and their radio people, I got a common theme question. What is it about Iowa and the great tradition-rich use of the fullback and the tight ends? I said, well, hey, Kirk Ferentz is a throwback. He's a traditionalist. He loves to run that pro-style offense, which requires typically an I-back, a fullback, and more than one tight end.
And you'll need tight ends. In fact, that helps slow down the blitz. 2 tight ends in the game, because then you got to have linebackers come up on the line of scrimmage. So we'll see a lot of that. We'll see a lot of combo formations.
And these guys were fantastic last week. Monty Potabom and Turner Palisard are 2 fullbacks at the University of Iowa. Monty Potabom is from Larchwood, West Lyon High School, 6'1", 244-pound sophomore, and he laid the lumber on a couple of Gophers last Friday night, particularly in goal line situations. And let's not forget about Turner Palisard, 6 foot, almost 250. Another sophomore from Frankfort, Illinois, Lincoln Way East High School.
And they're angry when they're out there, too.
Fullbacks usually
they are angry.
They never get the ball.
Oh, that's true.
They're upset. They probably hit you a couple times in the same uniform in Kansas City. Those are the ABC skill position players of this particular week, and they'll be prominent again today. Monty Potabom and Turner Palisard, the Hawkeye fullbacks. Brought to you by ABC Builders. Why are more farmers planting wiffles than ever before? It's simple. Simple programs, simple options, simple answers, simple billing, simple focus. Wiffles Hybrid, simply better. Iowa and Penn State is right around the corner. Up next, we'll have the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. You're listening to the Wiffles Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College.
Hidden phone trade-ins, hidden plan requirements, hidden catches. You won't find them at US Cellular because we speak fair. Plus, when you switch right now, you can get $500 off the latest phones. That's right, $500 off the latest phones with no hidden requirements, no hidden plan requirements, no hidden phone trade-ins, and no hidden... You get the idea. Upgrade to fair. Upgrade to US Cellular. Requires new postpaid service plan, new line port in, credit approval, qualified smartphone purchase, and comes via monthly bill credit on a 30-month RIC. Taxes, fees, and additional terms apply.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I want a race that's great. Who is this to free him tonight? Hey, it's Jake. I want a way to say
This isn't a grilled cheese I'm making. It's a melty masterpiece that deserves a kitchen worthy of greatness.
Looks like my porch is full of packages again. It also looks like my compulsive buying needs to change to compulsive saving.
As I sit here on this couch, I decided to make some changes, starting with this couch.
I'd love to be looking out my window at a beautiful backyard instead of a brick wall. Time for a new house.
Whatever your passion, U.S. Bank can help turn it into your next pursuit. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of the Hawkeyes.
Whiffle's Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffle's Hybrids, raised right in the Central Corn Belt.
Iowa's medical cannabis program has new products available to you now due to the removal of the 3% THC limit. THC vapes with and without terpenes are now available at dispensaries across Iowa. Medical cards are available to Iowans with chronic pain, PTSD, and many other approved conditions. Fight pain in a new way. Getting your medical cannabis card here in Iowa is easy. Just talk to your doctor and join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Google Iowa Medical Cannabis. CANNABIS. Feel better, live better with Iowa Medical Cannabis.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye Games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Today's starting lineups, Iowa and Penn State, are brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Let's look at the Hawkeye offense, which has been the last couple of weeks so solid, putting up 80 points on Michigan State and Minnesota in two solid victories, and the defense and special teams were right there to in great supporting roles. Spencer Petras at quarterback is the 6'5 sophomore from San Rafael, California. He's thrown it 134 times, completed 72. That's a 54% completion ratio. 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Maybe this is the day Spencer has the big afternoon and the breakout performance. We hope so, as he's just in the 5th game of his college career starting. He'll turn and hand off to Tyler Goodson. What a story he's been. A 6-yard average, nearly 400 yards rushing, 5 touchdowns. He's rushed for a touchdown in 9 consecutive games. Mekhi Sargent will back him up, as well as Ivory Kelly-Martin. Brandon Smith, Amir Smith-Marset, Tyrone Tracy, and Nico Reganey are the fearsome foursome on the wings at wide receiver. And boy, they had a great game blocking last week as well. Brandon Smith is a senior from Lake Cormorant, Mississippi. He's got 9 catches, 9 for Amir Smith-Marset, who had a touchdown grab last week at Minnesota. He's from Newark, New Jersey. Reganey has been the most productive for the Hawkeyes with 11 catches and an 11-yard average. And Tyrone Tracy right behind him, 11 catches with just less than an 11-yard average. He's a 5'11 sophomore from Canby, Indiana. Reganey out of East Haven, Connecticut. Up front, blocking for the Hawkeyes, Alaric Jackson at left tackle, the 6'6 senior from Detroit. On the right side, Mark Kallenberger's had back-to-back outstanding efforts. 6'5", 290, the juniors from Bettendorf. Cole Banward, he's playing his best football of his career. Well, he's healthy, but Brian Ferentz has taken notice. 6'4", 295, the senior from Ottoson and Algona. Cody Ince, 6'4", 285, sophomore from Balsam Lake, Wisconsin. He'll be at left guard. And Tyler Lindebaum, the 6'3", 290-pound sophomore. He is a wrecking ball at that center position out of Solon. The fullback, either Monty Pottebaum or Turner Palisard. You've already met those folks. Let's turn to the Penn State defense. Always athletic, always fast, and they fly to the football, and they love to stunt and blitz against the Iowa quarterbacks over the years. Up front, Shaka Toney, the best at defensive end. the left side defensive end. He's got 2.5 tackles for 2.5 tackles for loss to go with his 2 sacks on the season. On the other side is Jason Owe. Young guy has really come on, a redshirt sophomore from Howell, New Jersey. 4 tackles for loss. He has yet to get a sack, but he puts pressure on the quarterback. They'll send him from all over. Antonio Shelton and P.J. Mustafer are the plugs in the middle, both well over 300 pounds. One is a senior, the other a junior. Antonio Shelton, I always found it ironic, he's from Columbus, Ohio. How did he get away from the Buckeyes? Mustafer is from Owings Mills, Maryland. The linebackers, hey, this is what they call linebacker U. And Penn State, whether it's Jack Ham or present day, they always bring it. Jesse Lucada is the best of the bunch. 24 tackles. He comes off the left side, 6'3", 240. Ellis Brooks in the middle from Mechanicsville, Virginia, 6'1", 235. He's got 31 tackles. And on the right side, at the Mike spot, Brandon Smith. Another Brandon Smith. This one spelled a little bit different, the first name. 6'3", 245 from Louisa, Virginia. He's got 16 tackles, including 2 sacks. So they blitz, and they blitz often. In the backfield, it's a young, inexperienced secondary, with the exception of a couple spots. Jaquan Brisker is at one safety. Lamont Wade is at the other. Joey Porter and Tariq Castro Fields are the starting corners, although we're told that Castro Fields is injured. Probably will not play today. Marquise Wilson will start in his spot. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. This has been the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids raised right in the Central Corn Belt. The Hy-Vee coin toss is coming up right around the corner. Iowa Penn State is next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Now order your groceries online and get them even faster with Hy-Vee Aisles Online same-day pickup. Just choose the Get It Faster option for only $9.95 and pick up your groceries in as little as 2 hours. Plus, we've added even more pickup times to choose from. You'll find the same great deals as in-store. Free pickup on orders over $30 and no-contact pickup and delivery. Download the Hy-Vee Grocery app today and pick up groceries in as little as 2 hours. Some restrictions apply.
Primary care providers should be able to look at patients, read between the lines, and know something's not right. Hi, I'm Dr. Denise Martinez at University of Iowa Healthcare. 80% of conditions can be treated by a family medicine doctor, so our comprehensive and caring approach is key. And if it turns out to be serious or out of our scope, we'll connect you to the right specialists right away. With experts all across the region, find one near you at uihc.org.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football.
Community First Credit Union, we're more than you know. Not only can you bank with us, you can own us. We're the whole package, with everything from egg loans to free ATMs. Our rates are surprisingly attractive. Our fees are surprisingly few and far between. And you'll always get amazing service because our employees are happy. Come on, try us. Join us. Because at See First, together is better. Community First Credit Union is a proud sponsor of Iowa Hawkeye football. See First is federally insured by the NCUA.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then SiriusXM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like John Jansen, Anthony Herron, and Ben Hartsock, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football and do it for free. Listen on your phone, online, and at home with the free SiriusXM trial. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten SXM.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight.
Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quick Start has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff. Made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine Alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quick Start, we got you covered.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College, Hawkeye football is on the air.
Up under center, play fake to pass, wide open, caught, touchdown, Iowa. Wide receivers, they run a double reverse, so the Hawks have it blocked. Touchdown, Iowa, touchdown.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. By the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, who reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. MedFarm Iowa, medical cannabis experts. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the new Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. Kickoff is just moments away. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
And we'll be started here shortly. We've got a few minute delay. Wait for TV to join us. You can watch us live web streaming. Hi, everybody. Ed went for a potty break. He'll be right back. But you can check us out on YouTube. Search Hawkeye Radio Network, the Hawkeye Radio Network, or on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, or on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks. And not only can you listen to the broadcast, you can watch our broadcast. I want to say hi to my beautiful grandkids. Hi, Ray. Hi, Maddie. Hi, DJ. And hi to your grandkids, too, wherever you are along the Hawkeye Radio Network. John Swisher has a Big Ten and scoreboard update before we get going. John?
No, thank you. Indiana coming back. Ohio State leading the Hoosiers 42-35 as Indiana just got that ball back as 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Illinois over Nebraska as the Illini leading 41-17. That one midway through the fourth quarter. Second half scores in the top 25. Appalachian State over number 15 Coastal Carolina 23-21. It's Florida almost ready to make it final over Vanderbilt 38-17. Later on today, Iowa State number 17 Cyclones hosting Kansas State at 3 o'clock Iowa time at Jack Trice Stadium. In the PGA, the RSM Gladrick Classic in Sea Island, Georgia. Zach Johnson tied for third, 11 under. Robert Streb is 15 under in first place.
And thanks to U.S. Bank for sponsoring our scoreboard updates. I was just saying hi and waving to everybody on the web stream. Ed, I told him you were out in the hallway for an important meeting, but we would wave to everybody. So here's Edward.
On the air now?
You can wave to your grandkids, too. Say hi to them.
Hey.
Hey. You know, you're sounding like Dan Gable now. And as we saw and watched and admired a couple weeks ago when President Trump was in the state of Iowa stumping and campaigning, he announced that Dan Gable is the next Presidential Medal Freedom of Winner, Freedom of Medal, Medal of Freedom winner. And I haven't even had a Bud Light yet.
Save your words for the game.
Dan Gable is the latest Presidential Medal of Freedom honoree. He's been often labeled the greatest wrestler of all time, an ambassador certainly for the sport, and now Presidential Medal of Freedom winner, given to those who've made exceptional contributions to America's national interests, society, or culture, or to the cause of world peace, and he certainly has been all that. His career has taken him to Russia, China, Syria, Turkey, Iran, and Iraq. He was in Olympic Village in Munich nearly 50 years ago when Palestinian terrorists took 9 Israeli wrestlers and weightlifters hostage. All 9 would die in a failed rescue attempt. Gable was just a football field away.
The guy in my weight class that had I believe he finished in the top 10 from Israel, was blown up in a helicopter. I probably have thought about it a lot more afterwards than it was during that particular time. And the effect has been more emotional for me afterwards by far.
Not many people can walk down the crowded streets of Moscow, Tehran, Istanbul, or Damascus and hear their last name whispered by the patrons up and down the street. But a Waterloo native can. Dan Gable, congratulations to Dan. He told me when he got the call from the president, Jim Jordan, Congressman Jordan from Ohio, was on the line too. He wanted to be on that call because Jim Jordan was a great wrestler at Wisconsin, a two-time NCAA champion, and coached at Ohio State. And I guess President Trump made the comment, "Hey, Jim, you can take this guy." and Jordan said, "Wait a minute, Mr. President. Dan Gable's in another stratosphere, another level. I want no part of him."
Even though he's had a lot of joint replacements, I still don't want any part of him.
71 years old, and I still don't want any part of him, right? Dan Gable, congratulations. He's a great man, a great humanitarian, and of course, a great Hawkeye. 15 national championships and 9 in a row. I mean, that's Bear Bryant, John Wooden type stuff. Man, oh man, what a career he had. Not only the great wrestling career at Iowa State, and won the Olympic gold in Munich without giving up a point. It's like throwing 6 straight shutouts.
Yeah.
I mean, special person from Iowa, and we've had other winners from Iowa: John Wayne, Johnny Carson, Meredith Wilson. So Dan's in some rarefied air. Want to send out some happy birthday greetings. We're going to get to the Hy-Vee coin toss here shortly. But happy birthday greetings to Andy Peterson, who works for our affiliate WHO in Des Moines. Former Hawkeye players Dick McKean, Ron Howley, he who knocked the goalpost down at Michigan State back in the early 80s. Del Miller, former coach under Hayden Fry and at Iowa, and Dell's had a nice coaching career. Also Tom McCann, the longtime golf pro at Cedar Rapids Country Club. And Randy Larson, Mr. Basketball in Iowa City. Randy, happy birthday to you. Got a lot of great Hawks. And last but not least, John Streif, our buddy John Streif, longtime trainer at Iowa. His dad, Leslie, celebrated his 95th birthday this week up in Manchester. They had a drive-by parade, fire trucks, ambulance, all the lights turned on. So Leslie had a great birthday celebration at his assisted living home where he resides in Manchester. Happy birthday to Les Grimm. One more here, Dr. Tom Baroker. Dr. Tom, a great Tom Baroker out of Des Moines, who's a great supporter of the University of Iowa. He's endowed a football scholarship, he and his family. And Dr. Baroker, thank you very much for your support of the Hawkeyes. Happy birthday to you. There, I think we're caught up on the birthday list, at least for now. And wherever you're at today, let us know. We'd love to give you a shout out. Out in the farm fields, gathering in what's left of the crop, or celebrating a wedding anniversary, or traveling across the country. You can reach us on Twitter at Gary Dolphin or Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks. All right, our Hy-Vee coin toss. We're ready to go down on the field. Brought to you by Hy-Vee.
This is our coin. Lady Liberty is the head.
This is referee Mark Klosinski
What's your choice?
flipping the coin.
Tail. We call tail. And then at the head, Penn State has won the toss. Penn State will take the ball.
All right, the Nittany Lions have won the toss. Will take the football. The Hawks will defend the goal to the north. And as Ed mentioned in his keys to the game, the breeze, the wind is not a factor. Hey, I'm okay with getting that defense out there first.
Sure, and both centers representing their squads. Both of them are probably the best offensive linemen on their side of the ball. The two guys out greeting each other for the coin toss.
Those would be Tyler Lindebaum. Of course, I don't think there's anybody better in the Big Ten, but Michael Manette would be close. Manette is a 6'6" senior, 305-pounder from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. Guessing they got a few birds in Birdsboro. Our coin toss courtesy of our friends at Hy-Vee, great Hawkeye supporters. Hy-Vee, save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Isles Online. Go to HyVeeIslesOnline.com. I mentioned Mike Klosinski, the referee, the rest of the crew, the umpire Jim Shaw, head linesman Bruce Keeling, Ryan McDonald is the line judge, Gary Powers, the field judge. The side judge is Grady Smith. Michael Elliott, the back judge. Tom Rippenoff is the center judge. And Dave Whitvote is the replay official. Dave Whitvote, longtime Big Ten official. While we have a moment, Iowa's number 5 ranked men's basketball team starts action Wednesday night. Hawkeyes' first game, finally college basketball, joins college football. And we'll have it for you here on the Hawkeye Radio Network as the Hawks host North Carolina Central. Actually, it's an afternoon game on Wednesday, 3 o'clock on Wednesday, 3 p.m. Pregame show at 2. And that night we'll have the Kirk Ferentz show, and hopefully we're talking about a win over Penn State. So for the Nittany Lions, dropping back deep, Devin Ford. Tank Smith is the up man. Ford is their starting tailback as well, and a very good one. They lost Journey Brown and Noah Kane, both to injuries. Kane was lost in the opener at Indiana. He's done for the year. Brown hasn't played lately, so they go with Devin Ford, Keziah Holmes, and Kevon Lee. A lot of youth in that backfield. All right, Caleb Shudak runs up, and we're underway in Happy Valley. It's a short end-over-end kick. They're calling for a fair catch, though. Backing up a yard deep into the end zone, Parker Washington snuck out there on me. He replaced Tank Smith. And Parker Washington's one of their better wide receivers. He's got 19 catches on the year. So here comes Penn State, and as we expected, Ed, they're going with Will Levis, who finished last week at Nebraska, played most of the second period and all of the second half, and Penn State was down 27-6. Led them all the way back to where they had a chance to tie the game, get it to overtime, but failed inside the red zone on downs. So Levis looks over that Hawkeye defense. One tailback, 3 trips to the left, the short side of the field, and they run straight ahead with Devin Ford, and he is met after about a 2-yard gain, and I mean met hard.
Yeah, linebackers coming right up, reading the hole. And
that's Nick Neiman.
And getting him right in the hole.
Iowa's leading tackler, Nick Neiman, has his first one of the day. A gain of about almost 4. So they gave him a pretty good spot there to the 29. 2 receivers right, 1 to the short side of the field. They try to run Devin Ford wide, and he's dropped in the backfield. A heck of a play. Coming clean was Chauncey Golston, and he dropped him for a big loss back near the 20-yard line.
Yeah, trying to jet sweep against Chauncey, and Chauncey was having none of it. He was supposed at about an 8-yard loss.
They let him go, and I'm not sure. That's a missed assignment out there on the right side by Caden Wallace. He's just a freshman at right tackle. He whiffed there, and the Hawks have now a 3rd and 12. They've got Penn State 3rd and deep, and an obvious passing situation, but then again, this kid can run with a football. He's hit as he throws it. It's caught, and a first down. Oh, a heck of an effort by Parker Washington to get the first down. Base zone coverage and good time, a lot of time to throw for Levis, and he found Washington out on the right flat.
Yeah, just a little bit out of position by the underneath coverage.
It's Hankins over there on that left side. Now they switch. 1st and 10. They needed 13. They got 14. Just across the 35 to the 36. That's a tough break for the Hawkeyes. Here's a little flare pass out to the right to the tailback, Devin Ford, and he doesn't get much, maybe a yard or 2. He was tracked down by Seth Benson. Seth Benson, he moves well for a big guy, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that's a real good read on his part. Chauncey out there setting the edge.
Not quite a yard gain. Formation is 2-by-2, double slot, 1 running back, and the quarterback Levis looks at 2nd and 9. Here's a toss sweep to Ford. He gets upfield across the 40 to the 41. He's racked out of bounds there again by Benson and Nick Neiman. So the linebackers are involved early on, Ed.
Yep, and we mentioned that in our keys to the game that they're going to have to be very active today.
3rd and almost 6. Ball across the 40 at the 41. The Hawks let him out earlier on 3rd down. See if they can get a stop here. Trips to the left. Single receiver to the top of the field. Ball on the far hash. 1 running back. That's Devin Ford. And here's a false start on Penn State.
Every defensive player played.
They're going to get Michael Manette. That means he grabbed the football and probably picked it up, and everybody jumped too. Mike Miranda, who's been there forever, great player at left guard. Will Fry's probably their best offensive lineman at right guard. Caden Wallace and Rasheed Walker are the tackles. So now it's 3rd and 10, 3rd and double digits again. Hawks let him out last time, not this time, shall we say. 4 receivers, 1 running back. Levis back to pass, has time. Now he's going to tuck and run. He retreats and then throws it away. Oh, he had Joe Evans, the defensive end, but barreling down on him.
They're going to say he caught that for an 8-yard gain. Is that what they're saying?
I thought he was out of bounds.
Now they're going to spot it. No, they're bringing it back.
Yeah, I mean, that was great coverage by Seth Benson, and I thought the receiver was clearly out of bounds, and they thought better of it and agree with us. Why wouldn't they? 4th down and 10. Penn State will punt from its own 40-yard line. Jordan Stout steps into it. It's a short kick. Charlie Jones refuses to fair catch, keeps his balance, slides through a double-team tackle, and he's on the move. 45-50 across midfield to the 45-yard line of Penn State. How about that? I see a flag across the way.
There were, oh my. There were 2 guys ran right past him.
That's too bad. And that would have been away from where Charlie caught the ball.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the gunner got tangled up with the Hawkeye blocker, and there might have been a hole. Let's check it out. Oh, that's a big penalty if it's against Iowa.
During the return, holding return team number 20, 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. 1st down.
Oh, that really hurts, but what a return.
Oh.
Julius Brents got caught with the hold, and instead of having the ball on the Penn State 45, the Hawkeyes are going to start at their own 22. We'll sort it out when we come back. But the the bottom line is the Hawkeyes get the stop defensively and have the ball for their first possession. Let's see if Spencer Petras now can move them downfield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Staying connected means games can still feel like this, even if they actually sound like this. That's why US Cellular is building a 5G network that works from outside to inside uninterrupted, so you can stay connected even if you aren't at the game. Right now, get unlimited data for just $30 a month. Check out uscellular.com for more info. US Cellular. Upgrade to fair. Data may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Video streams at up to 480p DVD quality. Credit approval and autopay paperless billing required. Additional terms apply.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
It's been proven that treated soybean seed improves stands and yields. But this year, we just raised the bar. This is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. We've added a biostimulant called Turpidity ST, providing faster, more uniform stand, improving emergence, and that means more pods per plant, more yield per acre, and more profit for you. Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today or go to mershmanseeds.com and let's grow together at Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Are you looking to downsize from your family home to begin your retirement years? Our Oak Knoll East campus is for you. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director at Oak Knoll. Our new campus has many unique amenities for your active lifestyle, in addition to providing the same great services that Oak Knoll has offered our residents for over 50 years. We're now open and have a few 2-bedroom apartments still available. Call me at 319-351-1720 or visit oakknoll.com to set up your personal tour. Go Hawks!
Football brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. Hawkeyes give up 28 yards of field position on the holding penalty off the punt of Jordan Stout. Punt only traveled 37 yards, and Charlie Jones had you got to be falling in love with that kid.
Oh, I mean, there was 2 people actually behind him. They'd run past him when he fielded the ball.
Penn State had the ball for the opening 3.5 minutes before punting it away. And now the Hawks and Spencer Petras have it for the first time. Tyler Goodson will be a tailback. Penn State's defense standing with hands on hips. We've got Shaka Tony and Jason Owe at the ends. You better get those guys blocked. P.J. Mustafer and Antonio Shelton are the run stoppers inside. Single back. Tight end help, goes in motion. That's Laporta, and single receivers either way. Petrus to throw on first down, has Brandon Smith at the 28. It's a nice gain of 6 on first down. He's gang tackled out there.
Well, that's good. He wasn't targeted once last week, but threw some tremendous blocks.
Keaton Ellis, the cornerback, first man there. He's starting in place of Joey Porter. And the Hawks look at second down. I'll call it 5. They give Brandon 5 yards. The ball at the 27. He splits wide left, as does Tyrone Tracy. Now he comes in motion out of a tight eye. Goodson's first carry of the day, and he's going to lose 3 or 4. Now, we've seen this so much over the years, Ed. Safety blitz, linebacker blitz. That time Brisker, the safety, came through clean.
Yeah, they had us outmanned at the line of scrimmage. They had 9 people in the box. We had the fullback in the game, so they expected it would be run.
Shaka Tony disrupted the blockers, and the Hawkeyes lose 3 or 4. Now it's 3rd down and 8. Ball back inside the 25 at the 24. Spencer's in the gun. He's back to pass. Good protection. Rifles one over the corner, or over the middle, and it's caught for a first down at the 40-yard line. I mean, what a catch by Laporta. That thing was going 90 miles an hour, and he had to reach back behind him to get the thing.
Yeah, it was back over his back shoulder. He went up and got it, and that was a good read by Spencer there, because the linebackers had the crossing pattern underneath, and he went deep.
Petrus 2 for his first 2. That one was for 16 yards and a first down, 40-yard line of Iowa. High snap. Petrus gathers it in now on a quick slant. Hits his man. That's Brandon Smith again. That clearly is in the game plan today.
Yeah, well, and, with the blitzing and the linebackers playing so tight, then there's that hole in front of the safeties, and that ball again was thrown right on target.
9 yards, and we're seeing now how quick Spencer Petrus can snap that ball out of there. Second down. Well, they do give him a first down, so call it a 10-yard gain. Here's a fake pass. They hand the draw play off, and going is Tyler Goodson. 40, 35, 30, and thrown out of bounds at the 25-yard line. It might have been an extra 15 yards for roughing the running back out of bounds, but no flag. The Hawkeyes take it all the way down to the Penn State 20-yard line. They're close to the Case IH red zone. Big play. Great blocking up front.
A big hole up front, and then again, number 12, Smith, coming in and getting the safety who was coming up to make the tackle.
25 yards for Goodson on his second carry of the day. Brisker, the safety, threw him out of bounds. Here's a pass. Oh, it was open, but just over the head of Tyrone Tracy. He was wide open, and Spencer Petrus had him, but threw it over the top of the helmet.
Yeah, and this is really broken coverage, because the cornerback came up, the safety didn't get over. Good read, good pattern, just didn't function it correctly.
2nd and 10. They spot the ball at the 24. That's where Goodson was shoved out of bounds a moment ago. The pass was to the far sideline, and the ball just sailed high for Petrus. Now Tracy comes in motion. They're going to run the sweep with him. He gets the corner turned, and not much. Maybe a couple yards.
That looked like a horse collar.
Or a yard. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Tracy's a little gimpy when he gets up. Shaka Tony stayed home and then ran him down on the sideline. A gain of a yard, 3rd down and 9. Hawks on the year, 35% on 3rd down. Hopefully that'll improve as the season wears on. We're 8 minutes, 50 seconds to go first quarter. No score. Penn State punted after its first possession. Now the Hawkeyes at 3rd down, almost 9 or almost 8. Have the ball inside the Penn State 25. Ivory Kelly Martin is in for blocking. Petrus, good protection, throws it, caught, no. Had a hand on it, but dropped it. Sam Laporta couldn't quite catch up with it. Petrus zeroed that thing into heavy traffic, and Laporta did his best to reach out and grab the football in the center of the end zone, but it was just overled.
Yeah, that was a tough throw there. He had 2 safeties. He had a linebacker chasing him and a safety on each side.
So the deep slant attempt by Laporta is incomplete, and Keith Duncan will try and give the Hawkeyes the lead from 41 yards out. Here's the snap, the hold, the kick is long enough, and it is good. Right through just inside the right upright. The Hawks have a 3-0 lead after an 8-play, 55-yard drive. Good effort by Iowa all the way around, and Duncan back on track with a 41-yard field goal. 3-0 Iowa, 8:23 to go first quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Mid-American Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
What do you call someone who studies the weather? A climatologist. Someone who evaluates investments? A financial analyst. A person who studies DNA? A geneticist. Who researches markets? An economist. Who handles employees? An HR manager. And someone who does all these things? A farmer. At Pioneer, we're proud to work with generations of American farmers in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. So from your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers.
Good start all the way around for the Hawkeyes. The first 7 minutes of the football game. Ed Podolak, Gary Dauphin back with you at Happy Valley State College, Pennsylvania. 3-0 Iowa after a 55-yard drive and a 40-yard field goal. They've corrected it to 40 yards for Keith Duncan after the Hawkeye defense got a stop. Charlie Jones had a 30, 40-yard punt return wiped out by a penalty, and still the Hawks moved it down for at least 3. We're brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and by U.S. Cellular. Robbie Brooks sideline sponsorship, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Let's check in with Rob for the first time today.
Well, Dolph, right before break, you said Keith Duncan got back on track, and that's certainly really good news. I heard a quote from him this week talking about how big of a golf fan he is, and he talked about Tiger Woods making a 10 at number 12 in the final round of the Masters, but then putting that in the rearview mirror and coming back and birdieing 5 of the final 6 holes, and he said he can relate to that. After you miss a kick or two, you got to put it in the rearview mirror, forget about it, concentrate on the next one. Great to see that first one go through the uprights. And interesting too, Eddie, and you can relate to this, 105,000 people usually here. We've been here on a whiteout Saturday night. That south end zone usually filled with students. Just cutouts this afternoon. A little easier kick.
For sure. And Caleb Shudak will kick off in a moment. That Iowa scoring drive, by the way, 55 yards, 8 plays, brought to you by Shields. Get all your Hawkeye gear at Shields, right there with you in Des Moines, Iowa City, Cedar Falls, and Sioux City. Fair caught by Penn State again as Shudak's kick landed in the breadbasket of Parker, Washington. They must have decided to take fair catches all day. That one was caught near the 5-yard line.
Yeah, he's kicking it very high. It looks like they're challenging him to return it. And Penn State's just decided not to risk a penalty, get the ball in the 25.
I'll tell you a little bit more about Will Levis, who is now the starting quarterback in place of Sean Clifford, who we've seen for a couple years. He's got 3 wideouts. Here's the snap. He looked at the tailback flaring, and Levis, who can run it better than Clifford, they tell us, brings it up across the 30 to the 32. They looked the coverage off to the right side. He snuck back short side, Ed, and got 8.
Yep, this was a run all the way. They just flared out the back, get the linebackers going with him, and he just stabbed his back foot and took off running.
Kayvon Lee is in the game at the tailback spot. One of those young upcoming backs. Here's a quarterback draw by Levitt. He gets the first down, but Levis pays the price as Nick Neiman drilled him right at the first down chain.
Yeah, they think that that's their best running play right now, is just the quarterback faking the quick throw to the tailback and then running up the middle.
36-yard line, a gain of 3. They needed 2. 36-yard line of Penn State. Levis on a play fake fires a quick sideline route. and caught by Jahan Dotson. He's got 23 catches. Their leading pass catcher on the year. Riley Moss was right there, but it's almost impossible to stop that quick of a play. He got 5.
Yeah, it's a little quick square out.
Second down 5, the ball at the 41. So it's a dink and a dunk here for Penn State. Now they run the straight-ahead draw handoff to Kayvon Lee. This kid's a pure freshman out of St. Petersburg. Zach Van Valkenburg gets his name called for the first time today. Got just 2. Big play, 3rd down and 3 for Penn State at their own at its own 42-43 yard line. See if the Hawks. This was about where Iowa got a stop and forced a punt last time. 3 receivers to the wide side of the field. 1 to the short side. 1 running back, Kayvon Lee. Now the tight end, Freiermuth, goes in motion. He's a great one. He'd be looking for him. Nope, comes to the short side. Wide open is the tailback. Easy first down run after the catch by Kayvon Lee and Nick Neiman. Again on the stop, but from the 42 out to the 48, a gain of 6. And Penn State keeps the football.
Yeah, the Hawkeyes didn't have a man covering that back out of the backfield, and they quarterback read it right away and got the ball to him for the first down.
Nittany Lions showing a lot of stuff here in the early going. Here's another quarterback draw. The Hawks saw it, but Penn State blocked it really well, and he gets 5. Nick Neiman sniffed that one all the way, but he got blocked by the tight end. Brenton Strange came into the game. They went with 2 tight ends. Never have to worry about Penn State blocking. They're usually pretty good.
That was a pretty good stop, though, only 4 yards.
Second down 6. They're in Iowa territory, though. The Hawkeye 48 with 5:45 to play first quarter, and Iowa leading 3-0 early on. Here's another quarterback draw. That's 3 quarterback draws in this series alone, and he gets the first down as they approach the Hawkeye 40-yard line to the 41. That's a gain of almost 7.
Yeah, that's that read option, and he pulled the ball out of the belly of 24, took it right up the middle.
Jack Kerner came up from the safety spot for the halt. Penn State goes 2 by 2 with the wide receivers. And Kayvon Lee, the freshman in the backfield. Here come the Hawks. Now another wide open receiver at the 35-yard line. He squirms to the 31. This time it's their 4th string tight end, Benjamin Wilson. There's nobody around him. What's going on?
Well, they blitzed him. The Hawks blitzed him, and so they turned him loose. Nobody came up to take the tight end.
10 yards on that pass play. He just flipped it to the short side near sideline, right in front of the Iowa bench. Kirk Ferentz got a good look at that one, and another first down. So Levis has the Lions on the move. And he backs away. Same play. Wide open, tight end, 27-yard line of the Hawks. That's a 5-yard gain on first down. Benjamin Wilson again, senior out of Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Nick Neiman has had a mittful of tackles here in the first quarter. Penn State, second down, call it 6. They give them 4 as they're on the move, trying to at least get into a position to tie the Hawkeyes with a field goal. 4 wide receivers, 1 running back. Here's a quarterback draw. Wide open run again for the quarterback Levis. This time off the right side. Well, he's gone left down the middle and now off the right for another first down.
Yeah, between the tackles with all of them. And this is, again, the read option, but he never had any thought of giving the ball to the tailback. He was going to run with it all the way.
Kerner made the stop. Linebackers and safeties making this plays for the Hawkeyes. We got to start hearing that front 4 called here once in a while. Gain of 6, just enough for the first down. Here's another delay. Quarterback draw, 5-6 yards to the Hawkeye 15.
Yeah, that was, again, quarterback run all the way. He just delays enough to get his blocking out in front of him so you can see that they get the guards off on the linebackers.
Good job by Noah Shannon to spin away from the block and got him from behind, but Penn State keeps coming up 2nd and 5. Now in the red zone, driving toward the Hawkeye goal. Iowa leading 3-0, inside 5 minutes to go first quarter. Here's the draw handoff to the tailback, and the Hawks smash that right in the jaw, and it's going to be a loss of a couple as Kayvon Lee had no chance, even at 6 feet, 230 pounds.
Yeah, that was Neiman right there, and Van Valkenburg, both of them, terrific job of closing on the running back.
It's our first hammer hit of the day, we'll say, by the Hawkeyes. courtesy of Nick Neiman. We'll get our stations a station ID right after this next play. So it's third down. They lose 2. Third down, almost 7 at the Hawkeye 18. Levis makes the call. He's back to pass. Nope. Quarterback run again. Look at this. Wide open. 10, 5-yard line. First and goal. Penn State. When's the last time you saw Penn State's best play, the quarterback draw? Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. First and goal after a gain of 12 on third down and 7 by quarterback Will Levis. He has been sparkling here on this drive. Here's the draw handoff. Touchdown, Penn State. Right down the middle, Kayvon Lee. Penn State has blocked that middle all the way down the field. I mean, you're talking about Davion Nixon and Noah Shannon, big Jack Heflin. I mean, that shows you something. They can block.
Well, and you know, when you run that quarterback draw or quarterback keeper, that sets it up to hand the ball off to the tailback. We've been stopping that.
2:12 to go first quarter. Penn State bounces back after an Iowa field goal and now leads 6-3 with a point after try coming up from Ankeny's Jake Pinniger. Out of Ankeny Centennial. He and Riley Moss, classmates in high school. And the junior puts it right through. 7-3 Nittany Lions have the lead after an impressive drive. 2:12 to go first quarter. 14 plays, 75 yards. Took better than 6 minutes to march down the field, much of it coming with middle runs. And we're back to Penn State in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
University of Iowa Healthcare urges you to follow the 3 W's to stop the spread of COVID-19. Wear a mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands often. More tips at uihc.org. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you. For flu-like symptoms, call our 24-hour COVID-19 hotline at 319-384-9010 before seeing a provider.
You may not be able to cheer on your Hawkeyes at Kinnick this year, but that doesn't mean we can't bring game day to you. Enter the A&F Homegate giveaway for a chance to bring the tradition of tailgating to your home. You can win the ultimate homegating experience, which includes an A&F Hawkeye pop-up tent, mammoth cooler, fan apparel, autographed Coach Ferentz football, and a $250 meat package. Plus, just for playing, you'll be entered into a weekly drawing for other great prizes. Don't miss out. To enter, visit AmericaNeedsFarmers.org.
Experience the benefit of blue with a Medicare supplement plan from Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. With our plans, you'll enjoy nationwide access to care, optional dental, vision, and hearing coverage, and more. Call 1-888-616-8927 or go online to wellmark.com/Medicare plans. You may even qualify for a special household discount. This is the benefit of blue. Wellmark Blue Dental product available to Iowa residents only. Must reside in the service area of the plan. Wellmark Medicare supplement insurance plans are not connected with or endorsed by any government agency.
Welcome back to Hawkeye football from Penn State, where the Nittany Lions have just taken the lead 7-3 over the Hawkeyes. 2:12 to go in the first quarter. Iowa had a nice 55, 60-yard drive that resulted in a Duncan field goal of 40 yards. And quarterback Will Levis has just led the Nittany Lions downfield. 14 plays, 75 yards, culminating in Kayvon Lee's touchdown run. Kick by Pinniger was good, and it's 7-3 Penn State. Penn State has 91 yards of offense, and Levis has been right in the middle of 88 of those, running and passing. He's run for 44, thrown for 38. Here comes the run-up and the kick by Pinniger, and it's a long, deep, sidewinding boot out the back of the end zone. The Hawkeyes will bring it out to the 25. Every day, Iowa farmers are using innovative practices to improve the quality of water. They're teaming up with experts to implement a science-based playbook to conserve natural resources for a better today and tomorrow. The Iowa Corn Promotion Board and Iowa's corn farmers care about the water we share. Get in the game and learn more at cleanwateriowa.org. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. And by Mediacom, Hawk fans feel extreme with extreme internet speeds up to 1 gig. Experience streaming so real, you can feel it. Get it now at Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Timeout on the field, 7-3 Penn State. We'll come back to Happy Valley in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
The Hawkeyes play here.
We understand that sometimes the daydreamer is the visionary. Sometimes the rambler is actually the mentor. And sometimes the eccentric is really the change maker. We understand that greatness is often misunderstood, even underappreciated. But it is greatness that defines us and drives us forward. At Great Southern Bank, we are proud to support all the many individuals who make our community truly great. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented locally by Beaver Creek, Great Southern Bank, IMT Group, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Marco Technologies, American Equity, Farm Credit Services, Iowa Bankers, and by Grizzly Coolers. Show your support to our local Iowa Hawkeye radio business partners.
7-3, Penn State leading the Hawkeyes. Closing moments of the first quarter. Welcome back to Beaver Stadium and State College. Hawkeye football courtesy of our friends at Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Iowa football after the touchback. Petrus is in the gun. Fake on the draw, handoff to Goodson. A rifle pass and a slot receiver slant caught by Tyrone Tracy. What a great job of hanging on to the football. He took a vicious hit there, Ed.
Well, he's been playing so well, and I know he's impressive once he gets the football, too.
Jonathan Sutherland, the safety, put his helmet right on his arm pad as he got to the 37. That's a gain of 12 and a first down. A first down play. Now Spencer up under center. Porta, tight end, wing to the right. He goes in motion. One running back is Goodson. They play fake it to him. A rollout right, wide open, heading downfield at the 45, 50 is Sean Byer into Penn State territory at the 45-yard line. What a sell job by Spencer Petrus of getting Penn State all going to its right. He came back to the weak side.
Great fake. Penn State had 8 people in the box. They had a safety in with the 3 linebackers right behind the line of scrimmage. Nobody to pick up the tight end.
12 yards to Tracy, 16 yards to Sean Byer out of Cedar Rapids Kennedy. Ball at the 47-yard line of Penn State. Hawks on the move. Off left tackle goes Mekhi Sargent. He rifles through 2 blue shirts and gets to the Penn State 41-yard line. That's a pinball moving gain of 6.
Well, and they are really crowding the line of scrimmage. 8 players from Penn State right at the line of scrimmage, so to be able to carve out 7 yards out of that, it's good blocking.
Second down 4. Shane Simmons, the end, and cornerback Marquise Wilson on the stop. Tariq Castro-Fields is out today. The starting corner not playing because of injury. Here comes a sweep left side, Sargent. First down. Good block over there. We've heard how... Or was that Ivory Kelly? I guess Ivory Kelly was in the game, and he's the one who threw the block.
Yeah, they had 2 tailbacks in the game. Ivory Kelly.
Great block by Ivory Kelly Martin there, Edward.
Yeah, he's a good pass blocker, too.
I'm ready to call Brandon Smith's name. Wait a minute, that's his side, but that's not him. Heck of a block by Kelly Martin. And Sargent runs for 8 to the Penn State 33. First and 10. Hawks marching right back downfield after the Penn State touchdown. Here's a big hole through it. Runs Sargent. He's at the 20, 15, 10, 5, and rolled out of bounds at the 3-yard line. The Hawks will have first and goal as the first quarter comes to an end. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ed.
That's really clean blocking. I mean, that offensive line is really controlling the line of scrimmage.
Guess who was leading the charge? Tyler Lindenbaum. Back to explain it in a minute. Iowa coming right back, looking to snare the lead in its favor. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sorry, Coach, you're 3 players short for today's game. Looks like you forfeit.
You're never going to win a game without a full roster, just like you're never going to build America with a shortage of craft professionals. By 2021, 1.5 million electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and sheet metal professionals will be needed to fill jobs in the construction industry. By joining the team at Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa, you can earn money while you learn. Work full-time during the day, attend classes 1 evening a week, and graduate with a highly sought-after skill and a job. Visit abciowatrust.org today.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, the pigskin is flying, pads are popping, and Shields wants to know, are you geared up? Got a jersey that needs retiring? Need a brand new hat with some fresh luck? For everything you want to wear, wave, sit on, toss around, drink from, grill on, and stick to your car. If it says Hawkeyes, Shields has it. Shields, proud supporter of Hawkeyes football and football fans everywhere. In Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls.
28-yard run by Mekhi Sargent to the Penn State 3-yard line has Iowa first and goal in the Case IH red zone. Penn State leads after 1 quarter. Welcome back for period number 2. It's 7-3 Nittany Lions. The Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top-performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Lamont Wade for Penn State, the safety, strong safety, saved the touchdown for the moment. Actually, I see now they marked Mekhi out at the 5-yard line, Ed, but the way the Hawks are running the football, man, Cody Ince, Tyler Lindenbaum, Alaric Jackson, key blocks that last running play. Here we go, first play of the second quarter is well-marked Blue Cross Blue Shield. Welcomes you back to Hawkeye football. Petrus on a keeper just tries to get what he can, or either that or it was a broken play. He faked the handoff. I think it was designed to be a fake to Tyler Goodson. And Tyler just stopped, and Spencer said, let me get 1 or 2 here. And now we have a flag.
Illegal formation. Offense. 2 wideouts were both lined up off the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
Penalty on Iowa.
That was a mix-up all the way around because Goodson shifted to the wrong side. And so when he went to fake him, Goodson thought he was blocking, and so now it becomes difficult.
Holding penalty on the punt return that stalled a drive. Now a false illegal formation. Let's see if the Hawks can rally back. They're back out at the 10. They run a counter handoff. 5-yard line into the pylon. Is he over? Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown! Touchdown, Iowa! What a call! And I just want to make sure I got the right ball carrier. Tyler Goodson. It is. Tyler Goodson. What a comeback call there by Brian Ferentz.
It's a counter. They started the motion to the right. Goodson came back, and it just really, there was a cornerback came up and tried to tackle him. He got 2 arms full of air.
And Penn State, beyond that one defender, bull rushed everybody to the left, the wide side of the field. And the Hawks countered back to the weak side. And Goodson, save for one defender, had a free run to the goal line. 10 yards away. Here's Duncan's point after try. He's perfect on the season. 15 for 15. Well, a good time to say Iowa in the lead 10-7. And as you get up off the couch now or driving in your car, look to the southeast and let's all pretend to wave to the sick kids at Stead Family Children's Hospital in Iowa City. In Burlington, they have the Cat Club, the CAT Cat Club. And today they're celebrating Lainey Spratt's daughter of Kent and Chrissy Spratt, celebrating Laney's birthday today at the Cat Club. She was born premature at Stead Family Children's Hospital 8 years ago, and she is doing well thanks to the life-saving measures of Children's Hospital.
Quite a spot, quite a place.
How about everybody send a check to Stead Family Children's Hospital on behalf of Laney Spratt. Laney's happy. She's jumping up and down. The Hawks are up by a count of 10-7 over Penn State as we come back for the rest of the second period right after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hawkeye football lives here.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quick Start has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff. Made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quick Start, we got you covered.
Hawkeyes 10, Penn State 7. Iowa, 35 seconds into the second quarter, has the lead back. That Shields scoring drive is brought to you by our friends at Shields Sporting Goods in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Tyler Goodson's 10-yard run capped a 6-play, 75-yard, 2.5-minute drive, and Hawks are scoring in a hurry.
Yeah, did it all, too. Threw the ball well, caught the ball well.
You thought it was a cornerback that Goodson faked out. It was all Big Ten linebacker Jesse Luketa.
I just saw the replay again, and it's a wonder he didn't sprain both ankles because of the moves that, the Goodson put on him.
He needed some help getting off the field with two sprained ankles. 10-7 Hawks. Now let's see if the defense can hold serve. They're going to sweep to the right side, and so far so good as the Hawks plow through. Davion Nixon blew up the blocking scheme and dropped tailback Keziah Holmes for a loss of 2.
And now I see that Jack Campbell's come into the game. He was in the area.
What a luxury to have two middles like Campbell and Seth Benson, and they're both youngsters. Well, that's the Iowa way. They always come up with those tough, physical middle linebackers. Well, you would think this would be the spot for Levis to throw, but no, they run the draw handoff again to the tailback Keziah Holmes, so they've used 3 tailbacks now, and he gets 5 to the 29. Penn State looking at third down, almost 7, and this is where Levis has hurt the Hawks with his quarterback draws, but I think that's why Jack Campbell's probably in the game.
Well, and I'm sure that Phil Parker had some redesigning to do during that last offensive drive.
Campbell made the stop. 2-by-2. 4 receivers for Penn State. Levis is back to throw. Stands in the pocket. Now he's going to run for his life, and holding. Got to be holding on Penn State. As the flags fly, he ends up throwing it away into the Iowa bench. I'm sure the Hawks will deny the penalty.
Yeah, I think it was Will Fries, number 71.
Parker Washington.
Holding. Offense number 71. The penalty is declined. 4th down.
Was it that obvious?
Yeah.
Well, I think Will's had enough of Davion Nixon, and he just took him to the ground. I'm sure he was a great high school wrestler out here in Pennsylvania. The Hawks deny the penalty. Parker Washington was the only receiver in the area. And how about that? A nice 3 and out.
3 and out.
And it started with Nixon, the big play from tackle. He leads the Big Ten with 7 tackles for loss. Hawks, they nearly get to the punt, but they get it away, and see what Charlie Jones does. He calls for a fair catch. No, he doesn't either. He got run into and is spun down. Caught the ball at about the 26 and is thrown back to the 20, close to the 20-yard line. We'll figure it out when we come back. We have an injured Penn State Nittany Lion on the ground as he was the one making the tackle.
You know, sometimes you do have to call for a fair catch. I mean, that time there were 3 tacklers right in front of him. And, you know, he could have easily coughed that up because he got hit just as he caught it.
Their Brandon Smith is the injured player. Penn State's Brandon Smith down on the tackle attempt. We hope he's okay. We'll come back with more Hawkeye football in a minute. A 47-yard punt by Penn State's Jordan Stout.
Way off.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Primary care providers should be able to look at patients, read between the lines, and know something's not right. Hi, I'm Dr. Denise Martinez at University of Iowa Healthcare. 80% of conditions can be treated by a family medicine doctor, so our comprehensive and caring approach is key. And if it turns out to be serious or out of our scope, we'll connect you to the right specialists right away. With experts all across the region, find one near you at uihc.org.
MidAmerican Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
It all started with a grilled cheese sandwich. 2 simple pieces of bread, some butter, and a slice of American cheese. But after making it day after day, week after week, I hungered for more. Colby, provolone, Gouda. But Gouda wasn't good enough. I wanted great. I added tomatoes, pickles, jalapenos. If I could birth this gooey work of art in my tiny, modest kitchen, imagine what I could do in a gourmet chef's kitchen. So I called U.S. Bank about loaning me some extra cheddar. Now I had the mad cheese skill and a superior grill. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Now they're happy in Burlington. They're happy in Ottumwa, Fairfield, all across southern Iowa. Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Dubuque, Decorah, Sioux City, and Sioux Center. Hawks have got the ball back after taking the lead on after a 3 and out. And here's Tyler Goodson running off the right side. Maybe a yard or 2. Actually, they say he got nothing. Good effort by the left side of that Penn State line. Shaka Tony, Lance Dixon, the linebacker, came up. They played a lot of people here. They're actually going to mark a 1-yard loss off on Goodson. He disappeared in a hurry. I thought he had a seam, and then...
Well, they really slanted that way. We had a fullback in triple wing, and they just slanted everybody to him.
Trying to run behind Mark Kallenberger. Petrus to throw off a play fake, fires it, and almost intercepted. Should have been intercepted. Pass intended for Sean Byer on a deep square in, and the ball well underthrown. Jaquan Brisker was right there, Ed.
Yeah, I wonder, that it just doesn't look like Spencer saw that he was double covered. He had a linebacker running with him and a safety over the top.
He's very, very fortunate he didn't toss his 5th interception of the year there. Tyler Goodson and Ivory Kelly Martin both in the backfield now with the Iowa quarterback on 3rd and long. They're going to run straight ahead with Ivory Kelly Martin, and the Hawks are trying to get what they can and bring on their secret weapon. Well, he's not such a secret anymore.
Yeah.
Torrey Taylor, the Aussie from down under, will try and kick it long. Big Ten's leading punter at 46 yards. Brisker, the safety, Joey Porter, the cornerback, make the stop. Dropping back deep for the Nittany Lions is Jahan Dotson. This guy's very Charlie Jones-like. He's got a 16-yard average when he does return punts. And he's doing that with speed. So standing at his 10 is Taylor, and he was just booming him big time in pregame. Now this one is kind of a helicopter, a sidewinder, hits at the 37, rolls dead inside the Iowa 30 at the 28. And that's where Penn State will take over when we come back. 10-7 Iowa. We played a little over 3 minutes in the second period. Iowa up 10-7, a 49-yard punt and roll for Torrey Taylor. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mershman. I am very fortunate to be able to work with some of the best people in the United States, the American farmer. On behalf of my family and all our hardworking employees and seed dealers, we're so proud to stand alongside of you. The same Mershman family has been working for you for almost 67 years, putting you and your profitability above all else. We're going to get through this. Let's grow together at Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Hawkeye football from State College, Pennsylvania, brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Happy Thanksgiving on behalf of Ed and yours truly and Robbie Brooks and all of us here at the Hawkeye Radio Network. Enjoy your holidays safely as Christmas is right on its heels. And want to thank all of our wonderful sponsors on the Hawkeye Network. Iowa 10, Penn State 7, Big Ten football, with 11:42 to go till halftime. Pioneer is a proud sponsor of the Hawks, proud to work with generations of American farmers, too, in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. From your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit midamericanenergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. Reminder, at halftime, we'll have a complete scoreboard update, a stat recap, get Ed's insight into the Hawkeye-Penn State game. Halftime brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Whenever there's a Hawkeye game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. So Iowa punts, and Penn State has the ball back, trailing 10-7. Penn State, after a 3-and-out, punted away, and Iowa now 3-and-out, and see if the Hawkeye defense can force the first turnover of the game. Here's Levis, a play fake to the tailback, a quick slant caught, hit immediately at the 40, but a nice gain. Tackle by Riley Moss on Jahan Dotson, had him single coverage, and he is a dangerous receiver.
Yeah, and we got Hawkeyes in a blitz, so that left no underneath coverage there, and a good read by the quarterback.
Good throw, too, 12 yards on a first down pass play. Here's another quarterback draw. They get it blocked. Levis is crunched as he gets to the 44.
I think that ball's out.
Okay, they're unstacking down there. I hear white ball, white ball. A little encouragement from the sideline.
They've stopped the clock, so that means they're digging it out.
Jack Heflin is saying Iowa has the football. Well, we'll wait for the Stripes to make the call. Now player...
Forward progress was stopped. Second down.
No way.
Forward progress was stopped. Well, that's always a good way to bail it out.
Yeah.
Bail the play out. Okay, well, we've had some interesting calls.
Yeah, why would you take that long to unstack it if it was
forward motion stuff? So after all that, Levis took a bruising hit from Van Valkenburg, but Penn State keeps the ball. Gain of 4, almost 5. Second down 5. Here's Levis. Another quarterback draw, and he plows forward for close to the first down. 3, maybe 4 yards. Near midfield, Nick Neiman on the stop. Well, you can't question this guy's toughness.
It's kind of like the Wildcat formation. They're just snapping it to the tailback, which is a quarterback, and he's running.
Bobby Douglas reinvented. Penn State goes for 3rd and 1. Ball just across the 48. It's a long one. The Hawks are stacking it up at the line of scrimmage. Levis changing the play maybe. 2 receivers left. Receiver right, 1 running back. Tight end, here's Levis on the toss pitch. It's fumbled, and Penn State's going to go down and get the ball. It's still loose. Now the Hawkeyes do have it, I think. I think they do. Oh, a little indecision by Will Levis leads to a Penn State fumble as he threw it behind the tailback, Kayvon Lee. That's a dangerous play when you're flipping it to a pure freshman, and the Hawks come up with the football.
Yeah, and I think it looks like Davian Nixon got all the way over there.
They trailed the play nicely. It was Davion Nixon. Iowa football at the Penn State 37-yard line.
Yeah, that was a poor pitch. It was behind him, and like you said, a pure freshman running back, and he was looking at the people that are getting ready to tackle him instead of following the ball into his hand.
He was a little skittish. Beg your pardon, it's at the 42-yard line, not the 37. But the Hawks have it in great shape. Big hole off the right side. Sargent rumbles for 3, 4, maybe 5 yards inside the 40, close to the 36-yard line of the Nittany Lions. First big turnover of the game. Penn State now -5 on the year in turnovers. The Hawks are +5. 9:45 to go, first half. Hawks trying to build on a 10-7 lead. Brandon Smith caught 2 passes early in the game, hasn't been heard from since. He and Amir Smith in the slot, head wide left. Petrus, they're going to run the ball off the right side. Again, a big hole. Sargent grabbed as he stretches out for the chains, the first down marker. He's close, but about a yard shy.
Boy, and I tell you, that is just muscle-to-muscle football. The Hawkeyes with the fullback in, a tailback behind him, Penn State with 8 people in the box, and that's just head-on.
And like 2 big bucks locking horns out in the woods this time of year, Tyler Lindebaum and P.J. Mustipher were nose-to-nose. Mustipher gets credit for the tackle. Hawks need 1 for a first down. Pass is caught. Nice catch at the 30, right at the first down chain. Caught by the fullback, Monty Potabom.
And it looked like this ball might have been tipped at the line of scrimmage because it looked like number 40 got his hands on it.
That was Jesse Lucada, the tailback or the linebacker who got in the passing lane, but somehow Spencer missed him and got it to Potabom, excuse me, for the first down, a gain of 3. Hawks go heavy with 2 tight ends on a play fake rollout right. Petrus throws it away. He took a look downfield, took a shot from the linebacker that he didn't appreciate, but he got a good shot from Charlie Ketcher. And Petrus says, okay. I gave him a little nudge after he threw the ball away. That could have drawn a flag. Second down 10, ball to Penn State 31. Iowa leading 10-7. Just over 8 minutes to play in the first half. Hawks up 3. Tyler Goodson back in the game. Mekhi Sargent has put in good time here. Here's a slot receiver screen pass caught by Reganey. His first catch of the day. First down as he rumbles down the near sideline inside the 20, and I see a flag. You're right. Head back at the 23-yard line. Oh, these penalties.
Holding. Offense number 6. 10-yard penalty. Repeat, second down.
Amir Smith-Marset trying to throw a block. Gets caught for the hold.
So Iowa credited with the
Hawkeyes will be penalized for a 3rd time and 25 yards. And all of these penalties have come with Iowa driving for points.
Yeah.
They've been able to overcome it so far, but my goodness.
Yeah, you just can't do that because you're out there on an island. Everybody in the stadium can see you. And when you grab a hold of somebody, it's very obvious.
From a first down inside the 20, it's now 2nd and 22 back outside the 40 at the 41-yard line. Hawks with trips to the right. Petrus looking that way. Hit as he throws. It's caught inside the 20. You know what? If it works the first time, go back to Nico Reganey. And he's got a first down inside the 20 near the 15.
He will catch the ball in traffic, huh? That young man has had a wonderful year so far.
What great protection, though, for Petrus had to give him that kind of time.
Well, that's a big pickup there.
It is. 26 yards to the Nittany Lion 15. The Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Leading 10-7. We're down to 7.5 to go. First half. Draw a handoff to Ivory Kelly Martin. And he stood up as he got inside the 15 to the 14, maybe the 13-yard line. forward motion before he's thrown back. Jesse Luketa. Usually you don't go forward if he gets a hold of you. All Big Ten candidate, 242-pound junior. He's from Ottawa, Ontario. They give Kelly two hard yards. 7 minutes to play. First half, Iowa 10. Penn State nothing. Amir Smith, Nico Reganey, and Tyrone Tracy, the receivers. Who's Petrus looking for? Looks right, comes back to the middle. It's caught near the goal line. Is it over for a touchdown? Touchdown, Sam Laporta. Wasn't any one of the three. Go to the tight end. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. Touchdown. Boy, did Petrus sell outside route there and came back. He knew where he was going all the time, Ed.
And it was thrown low and behind him, and another great catch by a tight end, Laporta. And the official, I think they're going to review this to make sure he was in the end zone.
Well, if it holds, it's the first touchdown.
Ruling on the previous play was a catch for a touchdown. The play's under further review.
I don't know why they would review that. I mean, his back was 2 yards deep in the end zone.
Well, it's a question of whether he gets into the end zone.
The ball, when he landed on his backside right on the chalk, the ball was just outside the goal line. But either way, it's going to be first and goal.
It was a catch. They're not talking about that. They're talking about whether it was a touchdown.
The Atletico play under review is seeing whether or not it was a touchdown. Atletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or even surgery. Hey, but what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Atletico. All Hawkeye plays under review this year, courtesy of our friends at Atletico. The Hawks have 175 yards of offense. They've limited Penn State to 107.
Yeah, I think they're going to call this down at the 1 yard line. It looks like on the replay that his knee actually hits the ground before he rolls into the end zone.
Petrus is 7 of 11 for 88 yards if this stands up. That would have been a 12-yard throw to, looks like just shy of the goal line.
The ball was caught, but the runner's knee was down a half yard short of the goal line. It will be first and goal, Iowa.
Well, I take it back. That's not Laporta's first touchdown catch of the year. Hawkeye football is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. EMC. And we're brought to you by our friends with the Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau. Law enforcement is cracking down on wearing seatbelts. The Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau and your local law enforcement agency reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. Well, here we go. First and goal. Hawks have one tailback. That's Mekhi Sargent. Two tight ends. Byer goes in motion. Here's Petrus. They pitch it to Sargent. Can he get to the goal line first? He does! He beats the blue shirts there. They sold inside run, and Sargent scores a touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Hawkeyes.
There's no question here that they all pinched. All those defenders pinched, and a great job of getting out in front. Where's my stuff here? Touchdown to Sargent.
That's his fifth TD on the year, Edward, while you're searching for your notes.
Well, Cole Banwart threw the block that freed him.
How good has that offensive line been playing the last 3-4 weeks? My goodness. Keith Duncan is now 16 for 16 in point after tries this season, as he gives Iowa a 10-point lead at 17-7 with 6:34 to go in the game. That's our Shield scoring drive. Hawkeyes go 8 plays, 41 yards, use 3.5 minutes after the fumble recovery by Davion Nixon. Points off turnovers, always so important, especially on the road. Say hi to our friends at Shields Sporting Goods in Iowa City, Sioux City, Cedar Falls, and in Des Moines. Still 6:34 to go first half. The Hawks have the lead by 10 now, 17-7. As we get set for the Iowa kickoff, we'll keep things right here. Lennox can't figure out if they should service your air conditioner or your heater, your heating plant, your furnace. Hey, have them take a look at both. New filters, they can handle it.
I changed my filter this week.
Did you?
Yeah. It's we mentioned it last week during the commercial, and It just sprung into my brain. I ought to do that.
Nothing better than a Lennox. Attaboy, Dave. Attaboy, Ed. Stop in and see Denny's Service in Cherokee, Lozier Heating and Cooling, and 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Des Moines, Don and Waltz up in Manchester, and in New Hampton. Hello to Vic's Heating, Plumbing, and Vent Incorporated. They're ready to streamline and overhaul your furnace, and you can punch that thermostat up to 68, 70 degrees when it calls for it this winter. Lennox, longtime proud sponsor of Hawkeye football. Rob Brooks has an update on the Hawkeye sideline. He's coming your way courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Robbo?
Well, Dolph, it was so important for the Hawkeyes to get off to a good start because Penn State has just not been able to do so far this year. Now, the Nittany Lions have been outscored 107-33 in the first 4 halves of the season that they are 0-4 in now, and they've been down by at least 10 points at halftime of every single game. Let's hope it stays that way. The Hawks on the sideline, I tell you, after those last 2 touchdowns, so much more energy than they maybe had in the first 5 or 6 minutes of the game. It's a good scene here on the sideline.
Yeah, let's hope they're down more than 10 at halftime, Robbo. Robbie's reports brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular connecting Hawkeye Nation. Back deep for Penn State. Parker Washington and Devin Ford. It's Caleb Shudak, including a brilliant career kicking the football for the Hawks. Runs up. This is a line drive that is caught at the 2, and another fair catch. That ball was returnable.
Yeah.
But,
that's
Parker Washington wanted no part of the Iowa kick team coverage.
That's their strategy. They're not going to return because that one was an easy return ball. Never got very high. Line drive right to him.
Stop in at Quick Star this weekend. They now have take-home meals. Try the fettuccine Alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes, roasted turkey, and more. Freshly made and absolutely delicious. Quick Star, we've got you covered. Penn State 1st and 10. Quarterback Levis still out there. Throws left, caught, short out route at the 29-yard line. Line of scrimmage the 25. But they're going to give him motion across the 30, just across the 30. Riley Moss was right there to manhandle Jahan Dotson. Levis coming into this game 14 of 31, 220 yards. And, of course, really hadn't played much with Sean Clifford. Now out of the lineup. This team belongs to Levis. He's back to pass. 2nd down, 5. Good protection. Throws over the corner and in front of the linebacker, or the front of the safety, and it's caught for a 1st down at the Iowa 48. Plenty of time to throw. That's what made that connection.
That was the key to that one. The Hawks couldn't get any pressure on him at all, and he stepped up into the pocket and could deliver a long out throw.
22 yards on the out route. And the Hawks need to get that correct, or get pressure on this guy, or make him run out of the pocket. Well, here comes the quarterback draw. You know it's coming, and he always seems to gain positive yardage. Gets close to 5 there as he squirms away from Jack Campbell and Ben Neiman, but fell forward. I'll give him 4. 2nd down, 6. And the ball at the Iowa 44. So Penn State on the move.
Yeah, and I can see why they've gone to him. It was, I'm sure, a tough call to make, because you've had a starting quarterback for over a year, but this young man has got some real skill.
Here he is at 2nd down, 6 across midfield. Straight back to pass. He's got time, throws it to the tailback, who gets to the sideline. Again, everything's a short play. Keziah Holmes picks up 2 of the needed 4. It's 3rd down and 2. Hawkeyes' Nick Neiman running in space, gets credit for the tackle. Nick's had a bunch of them here in the first half. Right at the Iowa 40. Here we go. They go with a quick snap. It's a lead handoff to the tailback, and not a 1st down. Holmes is thrown back. They're probably in 4-down territory with 4:45 to go first half, and Iowa leading by 10 over Penn State, 17-7. Hawks trying to end a 6-game losing streak, and Penn State trying to avoid its first ever 0-5 start to a season. 4th down and 1. They're going to go for it. And you can bet this is a quarterback keeper somehow, some way. Long snap count, and here he comes. Quarterback draw. He's grabbed by Kerner and thrown back. I mean, when the dumb play-by-play announcer knows it's either going to be a quarterback draw or a sneak, Jack Kerner certainly would know that, and he got him on a safety blitz.
That was such a great job of controlling the line of scrimmage by the big Blutos up front, because the offensive lineman didn't get any surge forward at all.
Well, you challenge this group of Nixon and Heflin and Van Valkenburg, the Big Ten Player of the Week, and Chauncey Golston. They're going to say, okay, they're going to throw that gauntlet down. What a turn by the Iowa defense. First a fumble recovery, now a turnover on downs. And the Hawks are in great shape. 1st and 10 at their own 40 with plenty of time. 4:16 to go till the end of the first half, and Iowa leading 17-7. The Hawkeyes have 200 yards of offense in the first half. They've been moving the ball too. Petrus steps up in the pocket. He's going for the home run. Has a man open and just overshoots the intended target on a deep post route. Amir Smith-Marset.
He had him.
He split the safeties there.
Yep, he had him, and that play fake was good enough to hold him, and just a yard too far.
Eventually, as his timing gets better, he's going to hit those.
Yep.
No doubt he can throw it that far. Lamont Wade and Keaton Ellis were trying to run with Amir, but he had 2 yards on him, 2 steps. And Spencer let that go about 60 yards. On 2nd down 10. Here he goes. Hands off to Goodson. Goodson, caught from behind. A great play. A wonderful play by the defensive end, Jason Owen. Jason Owe caught Goodson from behind, dropped him for a 4-yard loss. Well, this is not a good series so far for the Iowa offense.
Well, they had the shot for
the big one.
For the big one.
For the 6.
They decided to take it.
Clock running with 3:40 to go. Iowa needs 14 for a first down. 3rd and 14. Goodson loses 4.
You want to be careful here. You want to be careful.
Owe made a great play. A deep drop by Spencer. He's knocked down, sacked, back at the 24-yard line. Ouch. So that's a 12-yard loss. Shaka Toney, the defensive end. They caved that in real quick, Ed.
Yeah, and that was just a 4-man rush. They pushed our offensive line right back into the quarterback.
Well, the Penn State defense fights back after the offense gave it up on downs, and the Hawks, with great field position, can't do anything with it. In fact, they go the other way as they end up losing 17 yards on the series, and now will punt it away, and they need a good one out of their fine young kicker, Torrey Taylor. Penn State showing they're going to rush the punter. Now they back off, set up the return, and here's Taylor angling toward the far sideline. Fair catch made at the 28-yard line.
That was a terrific punt.
It's a great punt. Jahan Dotson gathers it in. 45 yards for Torrey Taylor.
Well, what is his return so far this year?
Negative 8 yards on punt return yardage. That's how good he's been. So the Hawkeyes give it back to the Nittany Lions. Had a great opportunity near midfield, but, credit the Penn State defense. And the home team takes over with 2:39 to go in the first half. How aggressive do they get here? Down 17-7. I would think they'd keep the normal offense in play. Levis back to pass. Pressure coming from Joe Evans. Goes to the underneath man. And a short gain, tackled by Benson to the 34. That's about 5. Keziah Holmes, the tailback, was the safety valve. Good coverage downfield.
Yeah, and a good push to keep him in the pocket.
Penn State ready to go on 2nd down and 5. Levis to throw again. Again to the underneath man. This is a tight end for a first down across the 40. Nick Neiman right there for the tackle on Brenton Strang. We haven't seen Pat Freiermuth since the start of the game. I have Robbie Brooks check out, see if maybe Freiermuth got dinged and we missed it. 1st and 10, Penn State using the short passing game to move the chains at the Penn State 41-yard line. Under 2 minutes to go, first half. Iowa leading by 10. Straight back to pass, no pressure. Now the pocket collapses and a sack by Jack Heflin. He trips up Levis at the 36-yard line, a loss of 5. There's our first Mershman Seeds quarterback sack. of the afternoon.
Timeout called.
For every Mershman Seed sack, $150 contributed to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Our friend on the field is Jack Heflin, the All-Mid-America Conference before transferring to Iowa, grad transfer, his first sack of the year. But Jack has been much more effective than just sacks. 16 tackles coming into today. 2 for loss, and now his first sack.
That's great.
And well-timed, by the way.
And you know who played that series was Yaha Black, number 94.
Linebacker, or is he a defensive end?
He's defensive end. And so now they've got 10 people that they can rotate up front.
And that is 9 first-year players, eligibility-wise, for the Hawkeyes that Kirk Ferentz has decided to use. Now, it's a free year this year, free year of eligibility because of the COVID. Loss of 5, 2nd and 15. Back to pass. And over the middle caught. And running for a first down or close to it is Jahan Dotson. I don't know why he was so isolated and wide open there, Ed. Again, the quarterback, Will Levis, looked the coverage off deep and came underneath to Dotson. He put a great move on, I think, Riley Moss and got the first down. If he didn't, he's very close to it. Yeah, he did get it.
The ruling on the previous play was the runner made the line to gain for a first down. The play is under further review.
So Athletico again sponsors our Hawkeye plays under review. It would be a 15-yard gain if it holds. Heck of an effort by Jahan Dotson. He's their leading pass catcher on the year. He's got 25 for 400 yards, a 17-yard average and 5 touchdowns. So he's dangerous in open field.
We had a little bit of blown coverage there. One of our linebackers didn't go with him, stayed to pick up the crossing man, and so that's why he was so wide open. Now, this review is really in the favor of Penn State because they didn't have to use a timeout.
Yeah, good point. They continue to review it. The spot is what they're looking at here. I would think it's going to hold unless his knee. I mean, Riley did a great job tripping him up. One-on-one coverage. Minute and a half to go till the halftime break. And Iowa leading 17-7. Hello to Mark Weissman, former Hawkeye running back. He's out on the road traveling. And Mark says...
The runner's shoulder and arm was down with the ball a half-yard short of the first down. It'll be 3rd down and a half yard at the 49 and a half.
Well, it is just a bit short. Weissman would have got to the chain.
No question about it, and knocked somebody down doing it.
Mark, good to hear from you. Been involved with the Hawkeye football program a long time, now in the strength and conditioning area. In fact, he's the director of strength and conditioning now at Southeast Missouri State. So he's moved on to the great state of Missouri and doing well. Thanks for checking in, Mark. Let us know where you're at Gary Dolphin on Twitter or Voice of the Hawks on Facebook, voiceofthehawks.com on Facebook. Here's a rush off the edge and a sack. A sack by the Hawks. I think it was Seth Benson. He and Neiman were both coming, and just as the ball was handed off, down he went. Now that was a second down play, and now a loss of 2. Actually, it's 4th down. They're going to go for it again, or at least they're showing it. Back outside the 50 at the 49 with the clock running. A minute to go. Back to pass. Is Levis. He overthrows the intended receiver, and the Hawks get it again on downs.
That was great coverage.
Jahan Dotson was the intended receiver, and I believe Riley
Moss had him one-on-one, and there was no place for him to go. He had him pinned right against the sideline.
Still 53 seconds to go in the first half, and the Hawkeyes have all 3 of their timeouts.
Yeah, so now that's the same as a turnover when you hold them on downs. They've done it twice.
James Franklin rolling the dice not once but twice from near midfield. Hawks got to get points out of this one.
Yeah, and all 3 timeouts in the Hawkeyes' favor.
You can still run the football with 53 seconds and 3 timeouts. 17-7 Iowa. They run the draw, handoff to Goodson. Look out. He's at the 45. Squirms away. Gets to the 40-yard line. A nice pickup of 9 on first down.
Can we call timeout?
Hawks will use a timeout. And we'll tell you about more of our wonderful sponsors. The Fight for Iowa podcast. Have you heard it? Dan Gable's on our Fight for Iowa podcast this week. Search your favorite podcast platforms and subscribe to the official podcast of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Fight for Iowa podcast, presented by Iowa Lottery. Podcast is also available on HawkeyeSports.com. Dan Gable, the great Dan Gable, our guest this week. Longtime Iowa wrestling coach, Hall of Famer in every wrestling circle known to man. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break with the Hawks leading 17-7. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Hawks have 2nd and 1 at the Penn State 40. They can call anything here with 2 timeouts and 45 seconds to go. Here comes a blitz. Get rid of it, Spencer. He does. And it's caught to a wide open Amir Smith. Gets the corner turn 30, 25-yard line, and rushed out of bounds there by Penn State. They gambled on the blitz. Brandon Smith and Amir Smith both had single coverage. And Spencer Petras, right at the last, missiled it to the 30-yard line and Amir Smith.
Amir Smith, Marset, really smart by settling down right in the middle of the field. Easy throw, easy catch.
18 yards before he was escorted to the sideline. The Hawkeyes have 1st and 10 at the Penn State 23. They're in Duncan range now, but boy, how good would 7 be here? 36 seconds to go and 2 timeouts for Iowa. 36 seconds remaining in the first half. Reganey goes in motion out of the left slot. Back to pass goes Petras. Penn State rushes 4. He flips it to Goodson. 20, 15, out of bounds at the 13. The Hawks close again. Close to another first down. As Goodson got out of bounds. How smart was that?
Real smart.
Save a timeout.
Yeah, real smart. He could have stayed in bounds and might have for sure got the first down. But get out of bounds, stop the clock, 31 seconds.
He got 8, 2nd down 2. Ran out of bounds to stop the clock. This is a Brandon Smith situation here. He goes wide right. He's got single coverage. Reganey in the slot with Tyrone Tracy. And Petras gets the ball to the sideline and out of bounds. Is that Reganey on the catch? It was. Reganey with a turn and go from the slot as Petras flipped it out to him. That's really a slot receiver screen, isn't it?
Yeah, and really good job of getting upfield and getting out of bounds.
Gets the first down to the 8, so a gain of 5. And the Hawks, here we are, 25 seconds and 2 timeouts remaining in the first half. Iowa 1st and goal in the Case IH red zone, leading Penn State 17-7. What a momentum shot this would be if they could get 6. And Petras is going to throw. Fires, caught, 2-yard line, fighting for the goal line, but then thrown back. Grabbed by 2 Nittany Lions. And let's see, Amir Smith, I think it is. Yes, it is, Amir Smith. They had a double slot right, and both turned and went to the middle of the field, and Petras hits Amir Smith. It's just a question of where they're going to give him his forward motion as the Hawks call timeout with 19 seconds remaining in the first half and leading 17-7. Iowa trying to win its 3rd straight game. The Hawks have 215 yards of offense, and Petras is 11 of 16 for 133. He's got a 138 quarterback rating.
Yeah, good job,
good
job. And they end up spotting this right on the 1-yard line.
And I think that's fair. Gain of 7. So now, who's going to be out there? Who wants their next touchdown of the year? Goodson, Mekhi Sargent, or Ivory Kelly Martin? They're all capable.
Well, and we don't forget we got a fullback in there.
Oh, that's
too.
right.
Potamom.
Our ABC Builders skill players of the game. We've got Sargent has 6 carries, 51 yards. Goodson 6 carries, 35 yards. And 1st and goal. You can almost pick anybody here, Ed.
Yeah, and I don't know what that official gave us a big, long explanation on something, but I'm not sure what it was. They still got the ball spotted at the 1.
Maybe he was saying Sam Laporta is now going to catch his first touchdown pass of the season. Spencer needs the call. He gets it. Snap clock is running. And the Hawks break the huddle. Plenty of time. They get to the line. They go with a tight eye. And Madi Potabom, the fullback, is leading the way for Mekhi Sargent. And it's Sargent. Nope, play fake to Sargent. Petrus throws it out the back of the end zone. Didn't like what he had there. He was looking for Laporta. Yep. So was Penn State. Yep. Second down goal at the 1. Clock stopped with 14 seconds to go in the first half. And the ball nudging the Penn State 1-yard line. This is where you got to have 6 here.
Yep, and we've got 14 seconds. 1 timeout left.
Amir Smith. Hawks go 2 tight ends, 1 single wide out in Amir Smith. They're going to run straight ahead. Easy it goes. Touchdown, Iowa. Mekhi Sargent. They blew him off the left side of the line. Alaric Jackson. And how fast is Cody Ince coming on at left guard?
How can you make a hole that big at the goal line? That is amazing blocking.
Cody Inch almost looked like he sucker punched a guy, the defensive tackle. He hit him high in the chest and the guy went flying. You know what, over appetite. This kid's a freshman from Balsam Lake, Wisconsin. You know, he fishes for the big ones up in the lake in northwest Wisconsin. The point after is good by Duncan. And the Hawkeyes, meticulous, surgeon-like, have built the lead to 24-7 with 11 seconds to go in the first half. This after Penn State took a 7-3 lead early in the game.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with the offensive line because we're so used to this Penn State defense over the last 3 or 4 years of just blowing our running game up.
With a lot of stunts and blitzes, and they haven't done that a whole lot because of the offensive line.
Yeah.
And the fullbacks and the tight ends. You heard Brian Ferentz earlier in the week say, I love running 2 tights and a fullback because that gives me 9 guys that can block because he loves the way his wide receivers block too. And that leaves the quarterback and the tailback to make plays. And that defense gets a share of that score for how they have stopped Penn State twice on downs. Here's Penn State running this kick back. Go figure, with 10 seconds left in the half, they run one back. They've fair caught him all evening long, but Parker Washington wants to pad his stats a little bit. 7 seconds to go till halftime, and our Budweiser Anheuser-Busch Bud Light halftime show is coming up, so stay with us. We'll recap the stats, get Eddie's insight. Kyler Fisher downfield to make the stop for the Hawkeyes, another new name we've called. And here's Levis, takes a knee. That's the end of the first half. Celebrate, Hawks. Iowa 24, Penn State 7, but 30 minutes of football left. We'll come back to State College in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Hello, my name is Lance Lillibridge. I am an Iowa corn farmer. During this harvest season, you will find me sitting in the combine and also sitting in the stands cheering on the local sports teams. Supporting my community is important to me, and you can do the same to support Iowa farmers by choosing E15 or unleaded 88 when fueling up at the pump, purchasing corn-fed meat at the grocery store, and filling up your water bottle with safe drinking water from the tap. I believe Iowans are truly stronger together. Go to iowacorn.org to learn more about how you can support Iowa farmers.
Drunk driving is one of America's most often committed and deadliest crimes. Each year, nearly 10,000 people die on the road due to drunk driving. In order to stop this deadly epidemic, cops are cracking down. Police officers are aggressively looking for drunk drivers and will arrest anyone caught driving drunk. They'll see you before you see them. Drive sober or get pulled over. This message is brought to you by the Iowa Department of Public Safety, the Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, and your local law enforcement.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination. Hi, Hawkeye fans. Gary Dolphin here for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You've got to make more happen, whether they're in Coralville or on the other side of the world. Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More made easy. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics.
You may not be able to cheer on your Hawkeyes at Kinnick this year, but that doesn't mean we can't bring game day to you. Enter the A&F Homegate giveaway for a chance to bring the tradition of tailgating to your home. You can win the ultimate homegating experience, which includes an A&F Hawkeye pop-up tent, mammoth cooler, fan apparel, autographed Coach Ferentz football, and a $250 meat package. Plus, just for playing, you'll be entered into a weekly drawing for other great prizes. Don't miss out. To enter, visit AmericaNeedsFarmers.org.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College, this has been the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Football Radio Network. Hawkeye Football is brought to you by Bud Light. Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Shields, right there with you. And by Iowa Pork, Iowa's pig farmers whose work creates economic opportunities in rural Iowa. Learn more at iowapork.org. Now live, this is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Gary Dolphin at Podolak back at what is a very happy Hawkeye Valley right now. It's Iowa 24, Penn State 7 at halftime. A lot of good to talk about, Ed.
Yeah, I think I'm going to start with Spencer Petras. He has had a very good half. He threw one ball that should have been intercepted. Outside of that, he's been really sharp, picking out the right receiver. They've given him good time to throw. And so I think he's made a real step of improvement from the last couple of weeks.
Each week he settles in a little bit more. 12 of 18 for 140 yards. Mekhi Sargent has 2 one-yard runs at the end of a 49 and a 41-yard drive for the Hawkeyes. Both those in the second quarter. Tyler Goodson with a 10-yard counter, a thing of beauty, has a touchdown. Keith Duncan a 40-yard field goal. That's the Iowa scores. And Penn State's only denting of the scoreboard came at the end of a 75-yard, 14-play drive. But remember, there are all those middle runs the quarterback draws, and you said Phil Parker was not going to be happy, and he would adjust his defense accordingly, and man, has he ever.
And they failed on 2 fourth down runs by the quarterback was actually trying to give it to the tailback on the second one, but the first one was another quarterback run for less than a yard. Hawkeyes stopped it.
And they scored off one of those fourth down stops and scored off a fumble recovery by Davion Nixon as they took a short field down. And here the Hawks sit 24-7 at the half, looking good. But I will remind you that Penn State has been down big seemingly almost every half this year and have roared back. But this Iowa defense is another thing. We'll talk more halftime stats here on the Budweiser Report in just a minute. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Now order your groceries online and get them even faster with Hy-Vee Aisles Online same-day pickup. Just choose the Get It Faster option for only $9.95 and pick up your groceries in as little as 2 hours. Plus, we've added even more pickup times to choose from. You'll find the same great deals as in-store. Free pickup on orders over $30 and no-contact pickup and delivery. Download the Hy-Vee Grocery app today and pick up groceries in as little as 2 hours. Some restrictions apply.
Iowa football lives here.
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC Insurance Companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
This holiday, how we celebrate may change, but our traditions remain the same. Like playing the Iowa Lottery's Winter Wonderland promotion. 13 new games and the biggest Play It Again prize pool ever. More than $600,000. And one lucky VIP club member will win a cool $250,000. So join us in the Winter Wonderland, because winning is one tradition that never changes. Visit ialottery.com for rules and complete details. Woohoo!
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the university.
Hi to all the Hawks back in Coralville, including former Hawkeye fullback Brady Ross. He's checking in, listening to the broadcast. He's got to love what Palisard and Monty Pottebaum are doing these days. Hawks with, in that first half, a 24-7 lead Iowa over Penn State at the break. 35 plays, 223 yards of offense. Spencer Petras has tossed for 140, and the Hawks have rushed for 83. 52 of those by Mekhi Sargent, 35 by Tyler Goodson. They each have touchdown runs, and the Hawkeyes lead it 24-7. Penn State held to a total of 161 yards on 40 plays, 106 through the air, 55 on the ground. The Iowa defense has been, for the most part, lights out through two periods with two fourth down stops. One of those led to a touchdown, and a fumble recovery by Davion Nixon, which led to a touchdown. Will Levis getting the start, 13 of 16 for 106 yards. He's also rushed 13 times for 43 yards. Their next leading ground gainer has 7. That's how good the Iowa defense has been. At halftime, the Hawkeyes lead it 24-7. Back with a scoreboard. And there's some big games going on in the Big Ten today. We'll get you caught up on all the scores in just a minute. Here on the Budweiser Halftime Show, this is Hawkeye Football from Learfield IMG College.
Feel the power. Feel the speed. Feel extreme. Hawk fans, get extreme. Powered by Mediacom. And experience streaming so real you can feel it. Whether you're live streaming the game or streaming your favorite series, with supercharged speeds up to 1 gig and powerful whole home Wi-Fi, you're in it. Our 100% gigabit technology network was built to take you further. Get ready to feel it. Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Tomorrow. At Grinnell Mutual, we are always looking forward to tomorrow, as we have for over 100 years. So you can look forward to it too. Through growth and innovation, we are planning ahead, so you can enjoy life without looking back. Trust in that. Trust in tomorrow. Auto, home, farm, and business insurance. Talk to an agent today or visit GrinnellMutual.com. Trust in Tomorrow is a registered trademark of Grinnell Mutual Reinsurance Company.
Live from the Learfield IMG College Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
From Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis, and this scoreboard update is brought to you by U.S. Bank. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. In the Big Ten, the scoreboard, Michigan State and Maryland canceled last night. Minnesota prevailed over Purdue 34-31. Today, it was Ohio State taking it to Indiana 42-35. Also, Illinois beating Nebraska 41-23 right now in the second quarter. Wisconsin and Northwestern are tied at 7. And Michigan and Rutgers is a later game. Top 25 scores, 6 teams sidelined due to COVID concerns. Thursday night, Tulsa beat Tulane 30-24. Today, number 6, Florida, just getting by Vanderbilt 38-17. Coastal Carolina rallied in the second half to beat Appalachian State 34-23. And an upset alert, keep an eye on this one. University of Central Florida leads Cincinnati 14-13. This has been the U.S. Bank Scoreboard on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
Experience the benefit of blue with a Medicare supplement plan from Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. With our plans, you'll enjoy nationwide access to care, optional dental, vision, and hearing coverage, and more. Call 1-888-616-8927 or go online to wellmark.com/Medicare plans. You may even qualify for a special household discount. This is the benefit of blue. Wellmark Blue Dental product available to Iowa residents only. Must reside in the service area of the plan. Wellmark Medicare supplement insurance plans are not connected with or endorsed by any government agency.
Hawkeye football is right around the corner.
This is Joe Mershman. I am very fortunate to be able to work with some of the best people in the United States, the American farmer. Even though we're in the midst of a pandemic, farmers can't shut down. Our country counts on them. They continue to deliver, and we owe them a big debt of gratitude. When you see that slow-moving vehicle going down the road, give them a thumbs up and let them know you appreciate all that they're doing for you. We're going to get through this. Let's grow together at Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
At Community First Credit Union, there's a lot to see. We build customized financial solutions so you can enjoy the life you want. We make it comfortable to have a conversation about what's important to you, like helping you stay on course to reach your savings goal, and what's important to us all, like helping to support causes that count. See for yourself what See First can do for you. Come on, try us, join us, because at See First, together is better. Community First is a proud sponsor of Iowa Hawkeye football, federally insured by the NCUA.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye football is brought to you by the Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau, who reminds you to click it or ticket day or night. Quick Star's Cheese Mountain Pizza, the official pizza of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Today's game is powered by Extreme Internet. Feel the speed, feel the power, feel Extreme, and by U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular is proud to be the official wireless sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, connecting Hawkeye Nation. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
And joined by former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. Welcome back to a now darkened State College, Pennsylvania. Out east here in the Commonwealth, Iowa leads 24-7 over Penn State at halftime. Spencer Petras doing a nice job of directing the offense. Davion Nixon again leading the defense as the Hawkeyes have a touchdown following a fumble recovery. Stopped Penn State twice on fourth down and scored off one of those. And they built the lead from, let's see, actually the Hawks trailed at the end of the first quarter 7-3. Took the lead early in the second period on a 10-yard Tyler Goodson run. Went up 10-7, and since that time they've scored 21 consecutive unanswered points. Mekhi Sargent, a 1-yard run at the end of a 41-yard drive. That was the fumble recovery sequence, and Mekhi Sargent, a 1-yard run again from handoff from Spencer Petras. That at the end of a 7-play drive where the Hawks had turned the ball over on downs to the offense. Torrey Taylor's done a great job punting again from deep in his own territory. 45.5-yard average on 2 punts. Penn State has 106 yards passing from Will Levis and 43 yards rushing from Will Levis. So that's 100 of their 106 yards of total offense. So defense for the Hawks, keep doing what you're doing. 24-7 Iowa leads at the break. Our Budweiser halftime show about to conclude as the swarm now trots back onto the field. Hawk fans, learn how you can take your business to the top with UPS. Visit ups.com/pivot to learn more about tools built to help you be unstoppable. Let's continue our Veterans Salute during this special month. Veterans Day, of course, last week. And we say hello to more veterans. We heard from over 300 families and their loved ones, like Jeremy Frisbee, who is retiring this weekend from the United States Navy. Congratulations, Jeremy. After 23 years and 8 months of active duty, Specialist Jeremy Frisbee from up near Dubuque. Elsewhere, hi from the Navy, Kevin Hall of Ainsworth, Maury Redshaw Fonda, Nate McDaniel from Claymont. It's William, they call him Grumpy Scott, Dow City, Iowa. Larry Schreiber in Sioux City, lifelong Hawkeye fan, and from the United States Navy. Bob Hensel, Robert Hensel in Atlantic, Dave Hummel in Cascade, Russell Jones in Williamsburg, Don Conaway in Eagle Grove. There's Bryce and Dustin Rickles in Ida Grove, Keith Youngie in Keystone, Virgil Isebrand in Esterville. Hello to the family of Bob Ozzie English in Dyersville, passed away in 1992, but a proud member of the United States Navy, as well as Terry Frazier in Cascade. The United States Navy, we salute you. As for the United States Air Force, Mike Hoppy is in Rock Rapids, Adam Virtue in the Quad Cities, Emmett Myers, Holy Cross, Brett Miller in Sergeant Bluff, Richard Swank, Council Bluffs, Lance Evans, Aurelia. From the United States Air Force, Lauren Larson, Dubuque, Jeff Demers, Jefferson, Jake Heidbreder out of Fort Madison. Philip Carey is from Ankeny, and Jim Krause is in Farley. Master Sergeant John Smith, Ottumwa. David Larson from Dayton. Winfield Dahlgren from Riverton. Billy Brown is in Oskaloosa. Senior Airman Aaron Stevens from Fairfield. And Colin and Greg Story from Iowa. They now live in Penfield and Fairport, New York, not far from here. Both lieutenant colonels in the United States Air Force. Don't worry, Marines and Army, we haven't forgotten about you. We'll get some of your names out there. A couple breaks during the second half. We're set to go with the second period, as Ed Podolak said at halftime. Iowa's up 24-7, and
we get the ball. How about that?
To start the second half. Wouldn't it be fun to march downfield, keep the momentum going, and score another touchdown? Penn State will kick. Iowa will defend the north goal here in the third quarter. And getting ready to boot it away is Jordan Stout. Jake Penniger from Ankeny Centennial is their field goal kicker. Jake's booted a point after to this juncture of the ball game. He and Riley Moss, classmates, teammates at Ankeny Centennial. 24-7 Iowa, and here we go for the second half. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. The run-up by Stout. Back deep, of course, is Amir Smith-Marset and Ivory Kelly-Martin, and the ball is kicked away from Smith. Did make the end zone, then out of bounds.
Yep, so 25-yard line, and the Hawkeyes very efficient first half, running and throwing the ball. As you said, all the receivers have 2 catches apiece. And
as Coach would say, keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, Reganey, Laporta, Smith-Marset, and Brandon Smith, each with 2 catches in the first half. So Spencer Petras has done a great job of distributing the football. He's played clean, no turnovers for the Hawkeyes, and let's keep that going. Out of a tight eye, 1st and 10, ball at the 25-yard line. Hawks going to run to the left. Goodson gets the corner turn and gets 5 before he's bumped out of bounds. He was dragging a safety, Jaquan Brister, with him, but also chased by another defensive back, Joey Porter, and he drug them both out of bounds for an extra yard or 2. Nice.
Good first down, 5.
That's what you call a heavy lifting run there. Goodson gets 5. He's got 44 on the afternoon, 1 half. Here he comes again. No, play fake to him. Petrus is hit. The ball is loose. The ball is out, and the ball is fallen on. Let's see who got it. Before he could, the Hawkeyes thankfully get on the football. Spencer held on to it too long and had the ball knocked away from him by the right side defensive end, Shaka Toney, and he's famous for doing it.
Yeah, and I think we have a hold against the Hawkeyes also. That's what they're talking about here. A flag came flying in.
So do they take Spencer Petrus?
Holding. Offense number 77. The penalty is declined. 3rd down.
So they're going to take the loss instead of the down over in the penalty. And the loss is from the 25 to the 18. So it's going to be 3rd down and 17. And you wouldn't think Iowa would get too aggressive here, leading 24-7. That's unfortunate start to the second half.
Yeah, that is. And that was Alaric Jackson that was called, and it was his guy that caused the fumble, too.
Shaka Toney, bunch receiver formation to the right. Petrus running for his life, sacked, and down he goes at the 7. And they're coming after Iowa. You can see that. Adisa Isaac blitzed. Actually, he's listed as a defensive end. He plays more like a linebacker, and he got through. So give it to the Penn State defensive front there, Ed.
Yeah, tackle and twist over on that side of the field. And the left side of our offensive line that did a great job of running the ball in the first half really broke down on pass protection there.
So Petrus is sacked back at his own 8. And Torrey Taylor called on to pressure punt from midway through the end zone, as Penn State should get the ball in really good field position. And a dangerous returner in Jahan Dotson. And it is returnable. Makes the catch at the 45. Circles right, comes back to the middle of the field, inside the 45 of Iowa to the 40-yard line. Penn State has great field position to work with here to start the second half. A sack. Forced fumble that fortunately Iowa fell on. But the Hawks pinned deep in their own territory, punted away a 46-yard boot by Torrey Taylor. But a nice return of 15 yards by Jahan Dotson. So we'll keep it right here as we play just 2 minutes in the 3rd period. Iowa leading 24-7.
And Penn State has had very good second halves this year.
They have. Roared back last week at Nebraska, only to fall short. And the Hawkeye defense needs to hold serve here. 3 wideouts and a tight end. Long snap count. Levis now back to pass. Hawks close in on him. He's hit from behind. The ball's loose. Ball's out. And who got on it? Did the Hawks get there first? I think they did. Iowa has the football. And it's Zach Van Valkenburg. He recovered it. Dane Belton showed blitz. And it was a delayed blitz, and he's the one we think who knocked the ball loose.
He came around the tight end that tried to pick him up and came back in and collapsed onto the quarterback, hit him from behind.
He was on the blind side of Levis, the quarterback, and 2 turnovers forced by the Iowa defense. How about that? All this kid does, Belton, is make plays.
Yeah, and we're not going to the timeout here. They're going to have to get the offense back on the field.
And here comes Petrus. Petrus turns around. He goes, "What happened?" I was meeting with Brian Ferentz. Well, that Iowa defense, Ed, is playing as good as any unit in the league.
Yep.
Oh, what a great opportunity for the offense after the defense bails them out on that series. Let's see what Petrus does here. Play fake to Goodson. Rolls right, throws to a wide open tight end. That's Sean Byer. He is drilled as he gets cross midfield to the 45-yard line of Penn State. That's a gain of 8 on first down.
Really good running, too. He ran. Keaton Ellis had a shot at him for a short gain, and he put a move on him, ran right through him, and now there's a Penn State player down. It's going to be 2nd and 2.
That's the safety, Jaquan Brister, and he is a headhunter. He's from Pittsburgh, Kirk Ferentz' hometown, 212 pounds. Let's see if the network TV steps out. If they do, we will. They can't make up their mind. Now they do. Timeout on the field. Iowa has the ball after the defense forced another turnover, after another outstanding punt by Torrey Taylor. And the Hawks have second and short when we come back, leading 24-7 early in the third period. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pros. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car and home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. You can just call now. There's a little bit of great race with a little bit of great J. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You're listening to Iowa football.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hawk fans, this is Ed Podolak. Whether I'm relaxing on Flamingo Beach in Costa Rica or fishing north on the Boundary Waters, one Iowa product I'll always bring is my Grizzly Cooler. Grizzly Coolers are made in Decorah and are perfect for your next fishing trip, the big hunt, or tailgate. The Grizzly lineup offers the perfect balance of durability and performance that is expected in a made-in-the-USA premium cooler. And you can even order Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware. Order yours now at grizzlycoolers.com.
Hawkeyes already leading 24-7 and forced another fumble on Penn State. Dane Belton, the sophomore from Tampa, Florida. How big has he been out of Jesuit High School? Recovered by Van Valkenburg. And the Hawkeyes on first down gain 8. Penn State injury. We're waiting for the play to resume with 12:36 to go third quarter, and the Hawks up 24-7. Robbie Brooks, sponsored by U.S. Cellular, down on the sideline end zone area, has an update on Penn State tight end Pat Freiermuth.
Yeah, Dolph, he had a minor injury and unable to go, so hopefully next week for him. But that's a big miss in the offense for Penn State. He's a valuable tight end at 6'5". He was fourth-team All-American last year. And remember, in the first half when Brandon Smith, number 12 for Penn State, mind you, the linebacker left, could not put any pressure on his left leg. He's back in the ballgame. And then, as you mentioned before the break, Jaquan Brisker, some friendly fire from Jesse Lukita, has a head injury, and he went to the sideline.
Okay, Robbie. Thank you for those injury updates. Here's a quarterback sneak by Petrus as we get back to action. And usually when he quarterback sneaks, the chains are moving.
Yeah, and I like that call too, because let's just run as much time off the clock as we can and don't worry about handing the ball back. You get behind that all Big Ten. I'm proposing that will be the vote this year, Tyler Linderbaum.
He might win the Center or O-Lineman of the Year award. Iowa's had a number of winners there. Oh, and here's Tyler Goodson on 1st and 10 running right into a corner blitz. Keaton Ellis. I mean, they're going to start taking some chances now, Ed. So in order to keep the clock moving, you're going to have to throw the football.
Yeah, this is a cornerback just lets the receiver go and comes right at the tailback.
Loss of 4, 2nd down 14. The only good news there is the clock continues to run, and we're just early on in the third quarter. 11.5 to play. Third period, Iowa 24, Penn State 7. Spencer is going to put it up. Looks long along the sideline, throws, and a holding. It's either hold or pass interference on Penn State. I'd be throwing it Brandon Smith's way every time. The tallest guy guarding him is about 6'6".
Yes, Keaton Ellis with that pulled on his jersey.
Defense number 2. The foul was against an eligible receiver. 10-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Ellis is the one who just blitzed into Goodson.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And
Maybe
so
his head hasn't cleared yet.
They came right back at him because he had man-to-man coverage out there.
He's 5'11". Brandon Smith is 6'3", closer to 6'4".
Yeah, plays taller than that.
You throw any jump balls, 50-50 balls his way, I like the odds. So the Hawks move it 10 yards to the Penn State 37 via penalty. Nittany Lions' second penalty of the day. And the Hawks are on the move. 1st and 10. They sweep to the short side of the field. Here's a nice run off the edge by Ivory Kelly Martin. And leading the way blocking for him was Mekhi Sargent. They've done and Sam Laporta. They've done a lot of the two-back flanking Petrus, and then one leading the other blocking.
It's a good way to get outside when you've got that other back, and then the defense is really crashing inside because they're expecting run.
That's a gain of 9. 2nd down 1. You can call anything in the playbook here. And here's the Wildcat. They snap it to Goodson. And they've been using this more and more here.
So there you have three guys, 3 running backs in the backfield.
It's fun to watch. He got nothing, unfortunately. 2nd down call, 2nd and 1. Looks like, in fact, he lost a yard, so it's 3rd and 2 with 10.5 to go in the third quarter. Iowa leading Penn State 24-7. Well, the critics will say, what are you doing? You had 2nd and 1. Now you got 3rd and 2. Let's see if they can get a first down here and keep that clock heading south. One I-back. They hand off straight ahead, running to Sargent. Big hole off the left side. Cody Ince, he has been something today. And a big gain for Mekhi Sargent all the way down to the Penn State 22. That's a gain of nearly 10 on 3rd and 2.
And Monty Pottebaum, number 38, leading the way too. That's why that hole was so big.
Ellis Brooks, the strong side linebacker, made the stop for Penn State. The Hawks, they went to snap the ball and a flag.
Yeah, I think
motion.
Yeah,
Before the ball with
right
ball
tackle.
start. Offense number 71. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
Who'd they get for the
Kellenberger?
Mark Kellenberger at right tackle. Now, that won't make Tim Polasic happy, the offensive line coach. Kellenberger's played well in the absence of Coy Cronk. They hope to get him back next week. Kyler Schott, he's really struggled with injuries. 1st and 15. Play fake. Quick slant. Caught at the 15-yard line. 2 yards shy of a first down. Spencer Petrus to Brandon Smith.
Did you see how big those hands were to go up and get that ball?
I'll guarantee you Keaton Ellis did, as he's trying to defend him. And again, actually, they moved the ball back outside the 15 to the 16. So apparently he touched down there and slid for 2 yards. They called it an 11-yard gain, but it's still 2nd and only 4. They hand off short side of the field sweep. Here's Sargent, grabbed onto as he got to the 15 and flung back. The hole closed in a hurry. Ellis Brooks was there. Jason Owe, Jesse Lucada. And they got guys that can run.
Yeah, and they got the clock ticking away, too. And here goes double tight.
8.5 to go, third quarter. They're certainly in Duncan range. 15-yard line, 3rd down and 3. First down here would be great. You could run a couple more minutes. Off the Longines. Here's Spencer, empty backfield. Looks left, throws right. It's caught, and it looks like a first down. Short throw to the 12. Why not go to money, Sam Laporta? And he did, and it is a Hawkeye first down.
Oh, that was so good, and it was a safe throw right into the flat.
And it took a quick throw that Petrus has in his hip pocket to beat the defender there. Laporta gains 3. They needed 2. Hawks are in the Case IH red zone looking to score again. They run the counter with Goodson. Gets the corner turn. He's at the 5, 4, inside the 3, and knocked out of bounds there. It'll be 2nd down. Now a flag I see back at the 10. I hope this isn't a crackback. Let's check it out. As it stands, it would be at the 3-yard line if it stands. But Iowa's walking the other way. And they're talking about it. That was a counter, draw handoff, and a lot of bodies moving different directions.
It's that blind block downfield where they can't see you coming, I'm afraid, what's coming here.
There is no foul for illegal block in the back. The block in question was legal. Second down.
Yes, I love it when they pick up a flag. That doesn't happen but once a year.
Mark Kluzinski is our best friend. Referee Kluzinski. So Goodson gets almost 9 from the 12 to the 3.
And you like that 2nd and 1 inside the 5?
What I like better is the clock's at 7:35 and rolling. Hawks have clawed about 5 minutes off the clock on this drive. Third quarter, Iowa 24-7. Mekhi Sargent trying to add to it. He's reaching for that first down marker, but a good push by the Penn State front. Shoves him back, and he might have lost a half a yard. So the Hawkeyes...
Well, they're going to give him about a half yard. Looks like it's going to be less than a yard, Gary.
Well, it was 2nd and less than a yard. It's 3rd and probably a good yard, Ed.
Okay.
Marquise Wilson on the stop, but it was that front wall of Toney, Mustipher, Shelton, and Owe that shoved the left side of the line back. That hasn't happened often today. Clock continues to run. Petrus will quarterback sneak, and he gets into the end zone with a push in the butt from the tailback.
Well, look at these two officials are running in, trying to put their foot down outside of the end zone. Nobody's signaled.
No, it's touchdown.
Oh, have they?
It's a touchdown, Iowa. Thought I saw the signal. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
I couldn't see. They need to put more than one guy putting it on.
The field was a touchdown. Please adjust the game clock to 6:45. 6:45.
I tell you, the clock operator or the scoreboard operator refuses to put the points up. Now he does. Touchdown, Iowa. Spencer Petrus got a shove in the backside. And in that mess down there, that glob of bodies, I couldn't tell if it was Goodson or Sargent, but suffice it to say, it's 6 points and 7 after Duncan's kick. He's perfect on the day, and the Hawks use up nearly 6 minutes of time. 6:45 to go third quarter, and they now lead Penn State 31-7.
Boy, oh boy, what a defensive game offense is doing well too, but what a defensive game.
Offense has taken the cue from the defense when it has put it time and again in really good field position, and the Hawks are on a roll. 31-7 over Penn State midway through the third quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
MidAmerican Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up. So why not start there? I mean, my therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Iowa farmers are tackling water quality challenges head-on. Different fields require different actions. Iowa farmers are teaming with experts at Iowa to understand what works best. Iowa's Water Quality Initiative is a collaborative, science-based playbook helping Iowans be a part of a winning team in improving water quality. Iowa farmers care about the water we share. This message brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers. Get in the game and learn more at cleanwateriowa.org.
Hawkeye football brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thank you, Walmart. What a day again. Very similar to last week in Minneapolis. Very similar to 2 weeks ago in Iowa City. The Hawks 31 points to Penn State 7 with 6:45 to go third quarter. And Ed Podolak, their They're getting my point is they're getting contributions again from all three phases.
Oh, no question about it. And, you know, it's been really good for the defense that Merriweather has worked out to play that strong safety position so Belton can stay at the cash spot all the time, and they both have gotten better. And I know Phil Parker said he'd like to have them just concentrate on one spot and not have to learn two. And that pass rush by Belton, and he stayed with it. He went all the way behind the quarterback, turned around, come back upfield, and knocked the ball loose.
Yeah, you speak of the forced fumble, which led to this last Iowa scoring drive. Our Shields scoring drive, 54 yards, 12 plays, 6 minutes, 13 seconds of clock used. That's as good a news as the touchdown, especially on the road. And the point after try, a quarterback sneak by Petrus, his second rushing touchdown this year. Point after by Duncan makes it 31-7, Iowa. And here's Shudak, kick, fair caught in the end zone. Penn State football at the 25. All of our scoring drives this year sponsored by Shields. Hawks now with 256 total yards to 155 for Penn State. And the woes of James Franklin and his program continues. Penn State has never started a season 0-5 since 1887 when they played their first snap. And here's Will Levis trying to bring him back. Little toss pitch to the tailback, and he gets upfield for a couple. Neiman and Campbell track him down. That's Keziah Holmes, a freshman, 210-pounder from Titusville, Florida. He gets 3. I'll give him 4. Second down, 6. Those linebackers have been active again, haven't they?
And you know, they've stopped that quarterback run.
Quarterback draw, especially.
In its tracks.
They went to the Wildcat, shotgun snap, and down he goes at the line of scrimmage. Once again, Keziah Holmes. And let me see, was it Van Valkenburg?
Yeah, I think Van Valkenburg, took an inside.
Or is it Heflin? Somebody knifed in. Oh, it was Van Valkenburg, who on his knees went underneath the would-be blocker and drops Keziah Holmes for no gain. 3rd down and 6. Penn State in danger of a 3-and-out. Levis checks the sideline. 3 wideouts to the wide side, single receiver to the short side. And here's the snap to the quarterback, making his first start. Hawks get to him. Down he goes. Campbell knocks it loose. That's a fumble, fallen on by Penn State. Very fortunate that Penn State happened to have a blue shirt standing right where the ball popped out. Jack Campbell put his helmet in the back as he looped around left to right and drills Levis, the quarterback.
He came all the way from the left side of the defense and slid down the sideline, or down behind the line of scrimmage, curled up the field. What a great call in a situation like that by Phil Parker.
Hawk fans were asking about Jack Campbell when he had mono and was out, and I kept telling him, look, I watched this kid play basketball in the state tournament at Cedar Falls, and he was phenomenal. Here's the punt. Flags fly as Charlie Jones is hemmed in on the far sideline and dropped at the 32. And thrown in the area where it's usually an illegal block in the back on the Hawkeyes. But my comments about Jack Campbell were
the return. Illegal block in the back. Return team number 20. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
That's Julius Brents. That's his second.
Today.
Yeah. Now there are 2 20s on the trip for the Hawks, Julius Brents and Keontae Luckett. And doesn't matter. It's a block in the back. It's a penalty in Iowa. But I tell him how wonderful athlete Jack Campbell is. You know, he came to Iowa to play football, but this kid's 6'4", close to 250 pounds. He's something else. Timeout on the field. Hawks get another stop. Van Valkenburg making a key play, and Iowa gets the ball back with 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes to play in the third quarter, leading at Penn State 31-7. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light. Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Medical cannabis program has new products available to you now due to the removal of the 3% THC limit. THC vapes with and without terpenes are now available at dispensaries across Iowa. Medical cards are available to Iowans with chronic pain, PTSD, and many other approved conditions. Fight pain in a new way. Getting your medical cannabis card here in Iowa is easy. Just talk to your doctor and join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Google Iowa Medical Cannabis. CANNABIS. Feel better, live better with Iowa Medical Cannabis.
What does greatness look like? It's one of those things, while not always obvious, everyone understands. It's your fourth grade teacher who always listened to you. The lady at your coffee shop who asks about your Jack Russell every visit. Your neighbor who's right there for you with good advice on just about everything. Greatness is sometimes the smallest act of kindness with the largest impact. At Great Southern Bank, we understand what makes our community great are the people. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Hawkeye football courtesy of Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. All good, mostly good today. 31-7 Iowa. The Hawks have just been hit with another penalty, though. That's 5 penalties, 40 yards on the day. And in a close game, an illegal block in the back and a punt return could be really devastating. Hawks field position is poor, 1st and 10 at the 13. So they're going to try and run it out. They're in a big hole, and down the middle of the field is Tyler Goodson for a first down, all the way out across the 25 to the 27 from the 13. That gets rid of the shadow of the goalpost where the Hawks were backed up to.
Yeah, that was a tight end trap. He came across the field, and Goodson followed him right up into the hole. Really a sweet blocking pattern there.
Like Lance Dixon, the Will linebacker, tracked him down from behind, but a 14-yard gain for Goodson. But again, a huge hole running left to right. That's where Cody Ince and Tyler Lindenbaugh. Oh, now the ball's out. A fumble picked up by Penn State. The Nittany Lions, it appears, going to have the football at the Iowa 30-yard line. Just what you didn't want to have happen yet. All the momentum on your side. And the ball popped out. Who was carrying it?
Exchange.
Off the exchange.
Yeah, Spencer never got control of the ball. It bounced to the ground, and then he kind of kicked it forward.
Lamont Wade, the free safety, picked the ball up, ground ball right to him, and he returned it a couple yards to the 30. Trying to see who the tailback was.
I think it's Goodson.
Goodson again?
Yeah.
Oh, tough break for the Hawkeyes, but Phil Parker huddled that defense up and got in every one of the guys' faces and said, here's a challenge. Go out there and stop them again. 31-7, 4:09 to go. Third quarter. The Hawks lead is large for the moment here at Penn State, but a turnover. Iowa's first of the day. And Penn State's going to try and take advantage of it. Here's Levis throwing up the sideline, caught, 10-yard line, 5-yard line, tight end into the end zone, touchdown. A one-play touchdown pass of 30 yards to tight end Brenton Strange. A great job by Levis of looking it off to the short route to the running back, and then waited for the tight end to clear, and the Hawks bid on the fake and came upfield. And Strange, 6'3", 250 pounds from West Virginia, had in tow a couple of Hawkeye defenders and into the end zone, so the turnover immediately turns into points.
Yeah, we hadn't seen that play today yet. It was a tight end delay. It ran a banana pattern.
Oh, and Pinniger's point after try, it looked like it was blocked.
Yeah, it was, and I think it's number 22, who I've really liked throughout this season.
That's Terry Roberts.
Yeah.
He came off the left wing, and so that helps. Iowa's lead is 31-13. So the Hawkeyes with an even 18-point lead now, and will get the ball back after the turnover. Timeout on the field. Iowa 31, the Nittany Lions 13, with 4 minutes to go, third quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
The simple life of a farmer. All you need is land, family, sunshine, and rain, and a drone for digital imaging. and software to run geospatial analysis, and an understanding of genetics, biology, climatology, economics, global trading, and estate planning, so you can pass this so-called simple life on to your kids. At Pioneer, we're proud to work with generations of American farmers in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. So from your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers.
Hawkeye fans, it's time to bring down the house with Extreme. Powered by Mediacom, with internet speeds up to an amazing 1 gig and supersonic whole home Wi-Fi, you'll turn your house into the hottest hotspot on the block. Play with no limits. Stream with no worries. Speed into a new dimension of power and reliability. And get ready to feel extreme. Powered by Mediacom.
The best teams are led by people with experience in the field. Case IH equipment, from combines and tractors to hay and forage tools, is built by farmers who use it every day. Make the right call and go with the team that wins in any field. Visit your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. For commercial use only, customer participation subject to credit qualification and CNH Industrial Capital America LLC approval. Standard terms, conditions, and other restrictions apply. Down payment may be required.
4 minutes to play third quarter. Hawks with a 31-13 lead, but points off turnovers secured by Penn State, even though they missed the try for point after. A fumble by Iowa at the line of scrimmage on the handoff. Penn State a one-play drive, touchdown pass Levis to tight end Strange for the Nittany Lions, and now Penn State will kick off. Hawkeye fans, take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Penn State has turned it over twice on downs at midfield today, so don't overlook the onside kick try. Comes the run up. They boot it straight out. Jordan Stout, and it's through the back of the end zone for a touchback. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Phone number is 515-410-9100. 515-410-9100, or search Iowa Medical Cannabis to learn more. Well, Ed, Hawks need to put a drive together.
Yeah, that puts some spirit into the defense. You know, when you get a turnover, they score on the first play. So Hawks need to take control of that line of scrimmage.
They're going to be looking to strip it again. A lot of time left. Here's Sargent. Big hole off the left side. And he wraps his arms around that ball and gets the first down.
There's a flag way over here on the 40-yard line. And I can't imagine what it can be.
Well, you would think that would be against the defense for holding or interference.
This is Iowa's official sideline warning. There's no yardage penalty. The play results in a first down.
Oh, that's
interesting. The play was on the other side of the field.
Well, it was our sideline warning. Somebody must have been out in the 6-foot stripe. Kirkin going to be happy with that.
Lamont Wade made the tackle on Mekhi Sargent, but not before he got across the 35 to the 37. A 12-yard gain on first down. That sure helps. Here he comes the other way. Covers up that football. Cut back right to left. Look at Sargent run. He's still going. Ran out of at least two would-be tacklers. There's an injured Penn State player down on the field. But what a run by Sargent. What back-to-back runs by Sargent.
You couldn't even see him. He was so low to the ground that he just disappeared into that covey of Iowa Hawkeye blockers and came out the other side.
He's across midfield to, looks like they're going to spot the ball down to the Penn State 47. That would be a 15, well, actually more than that, about a 17-yard run. Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline, courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
Well, Dolph Kirk-Ferentz came over to Spencer Petras and also Tyler Linderbaum looking for an explanation on what happened with that snap. And the nice thing that you see here, though, is all the offensive linemen came over, continue to give encouragement to Spencer. Hey, we're okay. We'll get it right back. The last two snaps have been very, very clean. And another thing, too, Davion Nixon, what he does on the field, we certainly know about. But, boy, is he a vocal leader over here on the sideline, too. Always coming over to encourage all the offensive groups. It's a team that is pretty pumped up here on the sideline, especially now if he can go back and score. And get back the 7 points or the 6 points they just gave up to Penn State.
Yeah, here. 12-yard run followed by a 17-yard run by Sargent. Mackay, Iowa's leading rusher at 59 yards on the day. Goodson has 58. How's that 1-2 punch looking right now, huh?
Spencer's letting that clock run down a little bit before snapping the ball. I like it.
3 minutes to go, third quarter at this snap. He turns and hands off to Sargent again. Big hole off the left side. He's got close to another first down. Gets at least 9. Cody Ince and Alaric Jackson leading the way. It'll be second down and short. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Hawkeyes have second down 1 at the Penn State 37, plowing away on the ground and using up clock. Petrus lobs it up, hopefully out of bounds because he was being blitzed by both corners. Took a shot, and with that strong arm, he did get it beyond the reach.
Yeah, we fooled nobody.
Of Ellis Brooks, the linebacker, who was trying to chase a tight end downfield. Yeah, so it's 3rd and 1. You can still get the first down. 2 minutes, 19 seconds to go third quarter. Iowa leading 31-13.
Yep, and I wouldn't rule out another quarterback sneak here. It's less than a yard.
Well, the way they're running the football, and I'd keep running it until they stop it. Goodson now the tailback. He's got a fullback in front of him. Yep. What was your point about not running a quarterback sneak? Petrus gets the first down straight ahead.
Don't hand the ball back. I certainly imagine that's what was coming.
He got 2 yards and a first down, and that'll about use up the rest of the third quarter. Strawberry on top would be an Iowa touchdown at the end of this drive, which would get the one back off the Hawkeye turnover a moment ago. And Petrus, he's fired up. He's bouncing around in that huddle and clapping hands and slapping guys on the backside. He sends Amir Smith wide right. Hawks go with 2 tights and tailback Tyler Goodson. And a play fake to Goodson. They tried to set the screen up, and Penn State had that tight end screen, that naked screen sniffed, and coming hard was Jesse Lucada. Yeah. So Spencer just tossed it into the seats.
Yeah, Lucada just sniffed it out right away, and then he just planted himself between the quarterback and the tight end so the ball couldn't be thrown. And a good move just to get it out of there.
Second down and 10 for the Hawkeyes. That stops the clock with 1:37 to go. Each team has scored a touchdown here in the third quarter. Iowa led 24-7 at the half. Penn State has missed a point after try. They overload the left side. They run back to the weak side, and straight ahead comes Goodson for a yard. Penn State had everything jammed up on the weak side there, led by Hakeem Beeman. He just came in for the injured Fred Hansard at defensive tackle, redshirt freshman, 298 from Midlothian, Virginia. Penn State always has the pick of the litter. Joe Paterno told me one time, he said, I always voted for Hayden Fry for Big Ten Coach of the Year every year. Because I looked at a map of Iowa, you got 3 million people, and it's 300 miles border to border. He said, do you know there's 80 million people within 100 miles of State College?
Yeah, uh-huh.
He said, that's how much I like Hayden Fry. Here's a cutback attempt left to right. Goodson does a great job to get 2 or 3. He took a shot from 2 or 3 Lions, led by Curtis Jacobs.
Well, this should be...
linebacker
They
Curtis
should be able to
Jacobs.
let this clock run down, I think. No, they're not. It's going to have about 4 seconds left on it.
Duncan's going to try a 50-yard field goal on 4th and 7. Here's the snap. The spot. Kick is on the way. It's long enough. Is it? Yep, wide right. The Hawkeyes, Keith Duncan has missed 2 here in the last couple of weeks. Well, even the best kickers have a bad streak, and that's a bad streak for him. But the Hawkeyes chew up some clock but get no points at the end of that drive where they ran the ball really well. The Hawks have 317 yards of offense, 154 rushing. Penn State has just 50 yards rushing on the day. And so with 18 seconds to go, third quarter, and Iowa leading 31-13.
And we got a new quarterback in the game.
Now is this Clifford?
Number 14.
Yep, Sean Clifford, who's hurt the Hawkeyes with his feet in the past. He's got great escapability, and the Hawks need to set the edge with this guy. He's going to throw it on first down. Steps back, goes down the middle of the field, has a man open. It is caught at the 10-yard line, to the 5, to the goal line. Touchdown, Penn State. Are you kidding me?
Wow. I am not believing this could even happen, but
Jahan Dotson ran a straight post pattern, right to left down the middle of the field, and Sean Clifford, on the first play that he's seen today, fires it a good 50-55 yards, a 68-yard play in the end, a one-play 68-yard lightning strike with 7 seconds to go in the third quarter, and Penn State is closed to within 31-19. And would not be surprised if they go for 2. And they are with Clifford. My goodness. Turn of events here. Here's a pitch to the tight end. They screen for him. He gets into the end zone. The 2-point conversion. We got a 10-point game. Kayvon Lee. Actually, he's not a tight end. He's a tailback. He had 2 blockers in front of him, including the tight end, Brenton Strange. And Penn State has come from 31-7 down to within 31-21. And a whole quarter of football left.
And it's been their big quarter all year, and if I'm a defensive back, I am not going over in Phil Parker's area right now.
Well, the Matt Hankins had the coverage, handed him off to the safety, but by then it was all over. Clifford, who's got a strong arm, coming into the game today, Clifford, started for by Will Levis, had thrown 130 passes, completed 74 for 900 yards, 9 touchdowns. His problem has been he turns the ball over. He has turned the ball over, lost 2 fumbles, 6 interceptions, and that's why James Franklin rolled the dice with Levis. That didn't work out, so he goes back to Clifford, and he throws a 68-yard touchdown pass on his first offering of the afternoon.
Yeah, he had plenty of time to throw, and really the safety, Merriweather, I think, was supposed to have gone over to pick him up, and he got caught looking in the backfield.
Well, the Hawks need to right the ship right here. Here comes the run-up. 7 seconds to go, third quarter. Boy, lightning has struck here, not once but twice in the remaining moments of the third period. Here's Amir Smith-Marset trying to get loose. He's hit from behind, knocked forward as he had a rare opportunity to return a kick, and he gets to almost the 25, and that'll be the end of the third quarter. 31-21. Hold the phone, Hawk fans. Iowa needs to not only run the football like they've been doing, but finish off a drive here as we go to the fourth period. 31-21 Hawkeyes. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to Hawkeye football all season long.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up. So why not start there? My therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Through three quarters, Hawkeyes leading 31-21. The lead has shrunk from 24 to 10. And the Hawks need to put a drive together, but they lead Penn State by 10. Builders, contractors, and serious do-it-yourselfers know that Spahn & Rose is the one-stop shop for high-quality building materials like Anderson Windows. Every sash, every piece of hardware, and every accessory easily comes together to allow you to create the home style you're after. Anderson Windows, more than just a window, they're peace of mind with several locations and job site delivery. Spahn & Rose is always close to your next job. Buy easier, build better with Spahn & Rose. First play of the fourth quarter, Penn State showing blitz on a quick slant. Here's Tyrone Tracy's got the ball. Hang on to it, Tyrone. He's gang tackled. They blow the whistle. Motion stopped at the 35, and that'll be a first down on a gain of 10 on the first play of the series here. And Hawks have come out firing.
Yeah, and they're certainly trying to rip the ball out, and they're getting the single coverage on the outside as they're calling those blitzes on the inside, so should be able to make some hay.
One thing you know about Brian Ferentz is he's liberal in a situation like this. He'll go after you. He's got single receivers now, right and left, two tight ends and one tailback. First and 10 for the Hawks. They're showing blitz. Running down the middle is Goodson. Busts us out to the right side. Crosses the 45, or the 40 to the 41. Very nice gain of 6. Nice job of running by Tyler.
Yeah, and guessed right because the blitz came from the offensive right side. They handed it to Goodson on the left side, and a good push by the offensive line on that side.
Ellis Brooks playing middle linebacker. Gets the stop. Penn State will be taking some chances defensively here, so you could catch them in the matchup you want. 31-21 Iowa as we start the fourth quarter, leading here at Penn State. Here's a counter draw handoff to Goodson. First down, 45-yard line, and he's submarine tackled there by Penn State's Joey Porter, the corner. A gain of almost 5, 13:40 to go in the game, and Iowa again on the move at the Hawkeye 46.
Yeah, a good 6-minute drive to score 7 here. And
that would get the momentum back.
Yeah.
Iowa trying to win its third in a row after an 0-2 start. Penn State trying to rally back and avoid an 0-5 record at the end of the day. We hope it's the former. Goodson hemmed in, drop, blitz. He ran right into a short side of the field sweep. They just keep blitzing those corners and outside backers, Ed, and you're not going to see anything different. Now it's second down 12. Well, Shane Simmons on the tackle.
We like to run into the short side of the field, something that we've always done, and Penn State just guessed and sent everybody on the blitz into that short side of the field.
12:45 to go. Amir Smith-Marset splits wide right. Regani's out there with him in the slot. This is usually a Regani moment. Brandon Smith also split. Petrus going to throw and overled Brandon Smith. So it's third down and 12. Kind of a flat-footed throw by Spencer there.
Well, it didn't look like Smith thought he kind of gave up on the.
Well, maybe that's what it was, because Spencer looked like he pulled up before he let the ball go. He just kind of a lazy toss, and lucky that wasn't picked off. Joey Porter was in coverage and right there. Now Brandon Smith splits to the wide side of the field. Amir is to the short side on third down and 12. Clock stopped. Laporta, the tight end, goes in motion. Big play for the Hawks. Petrus rolls out to his right, throws on the run, has Regani, but well short of the first down. Near midfield. Yeah, that play only gained maybe 5, but that's apparently all Petrus had.
Yeah, it was all he had, and it was a very safe throw, and I think that was the idea of the whole thing, was to punt it away, and I'd like to say put it on the defense, but from the last 2 episodes, it hadn't been very good.
And you can bet you're going to see Clifford out there again, as the Hawkeyes will punt it away. Torrey Taylor gathers it in at his 45, and here comes a pooch kick inside the 20. Fair caught at the 10. Good job by Taylor once again. 42-yard kick. 11:53 to play in the game. The Hawkeyes hanging on here. I never thought we'd say that today. 31-21. Well, let's see if the defense can force another turnover when play resumes. Iowa leading at Penn State by 10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield, IMG College.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quickstar has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff. Made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quickstar, we got you covered.
MidAmerican Energy and you, together partnering to change the energy landscape by pioneering money-saving, energy efficiency programs and building a new industry in Iowa, wind energy, all while keeping your rates low. So what's next? We'll keep delivering cost-effective energy efficiency programs while putting money back in your pocket. That's right. You decide how best to spend your savings. That's a partnership good for you, good for the environment, and good for Iowa. Another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
And more Hawkeye football courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield in this wild, crazy, oftentimes tragic year of 2020. We've got a wild football game here. Hawks got out to a 31-7 lead. Penn State has answered back with 2 touchdowns and a 2-point conversion. And a 68-yard toss, 1-play drive on the last series. And Sean Clifford is back out there in relief of Will Levis at quarterback. But Torrey Taylor has pinned Penn State back at its own 10 with 11:53 to go in the game here at Beavers Stadium in State College, and Iowa leading 31-21. Clifford backs up into the gun. Penn State has 3 wideouts in the formation. Clifford to throw. Off the play fake. Protection. Throws over the middle, way over the head of the intended receiver as he overshot Jahan Dotson. Caught that open. Touchdown pass.
He was open. One thing for sure, the safeties were deeper. they were not going to let him go past them.
Matt Hankins was closing, but you're right. They were giving ground. Incomplete pass. Stops the clock with 11:48 to go. A 3-and-out would look good here. Turnover would look better. Clifford sends 2 wideouts right, 2 left. Double slot. Fakes the throw. Runs down the middle of the field. Gets stood up at the 15, falls forward to the 16. And he gained more out of that than I had hoped, but 3rd down and 4 for the Nittany Lions. See if the Hawks can get off the field. Zach Van Valkenburg tracked him down. 3rd down and a long 4 for Clifford and the Nittany Lions. 3rd down today, Penn State is 3 of 9. And hopefully 3 of 10. Empty backfield. They go with 5 targeted receivers here. Tight end goes in motion. He's got a touchdown grab. Strange. Here's the snap to Clifford. Keeper all the way. Fights for that 1st down marker and runs out of a tackle. And I'll be doggone if he doesn't get it at the 22. It looked like Chauncey Golston had him for no gain. And Clifford, with those strong trunk legs, kept churning and ran through the would-be defender. 1st and 10.
Yeah, that's that same quarterback draw that hurt us so much in the 2nd quarter.
10:45 to go, 31-21. Hawkeyes protecting a 10-point lead over the Nittany Lions. We await the snap. Clifford might be changing the play. Double slot again with a tight end, 1 running back. Clifford back to pass. Hawks hem him in. Now he tries to run and gets dropped after about a yard gain off the left side. Good effort by Iowa downfield. Davion Nixon is still down. Slow to get up. He's stretching that left shoulder out like he got that dinged, maybe a stinger.
Yeah, that was a coverage sack there.
Chauncey Golston and Davion close. 2nd down 9. Clifford did get a yard. The 23-yard line. Hawks covering deep. Same formation. Double slot with one running back. Clifford leans in, yells something. Here comes the blitz off the edge. They pick it up. He throws. The pass is deflected up and maybe intercepted. It is intercepted. And I think Chauncey Golston got it. I think Chauncey has it. Iowa football. There's the turnover we were asking for.
Boy, they had the blitz, had Belton coming, and it was just...
It was Nixon who hit it at the line of scrimmage, deflected the ball, and Chauncey Golston comes up with the pick, and Penn State has turned it over again. 7 interceptions on the year for Clifford. That was a low trajectory throw.
Yeah, he was trying to throw it to a crossing pattern, and Nixon was stretching out that shoulder. He thought he'd heard it on the play before, so he could get it high enough in the air to bat that down.
Chauncey Golston, really an alert play by him after Davion knocked it up in the air, and the Hawks have the ball at the Penn State 23 with a chance to get this thing back under control. Here's a flip on the left flat to Reganey. Runs out of a tackle. Cut back inside the 15 to the 14, and that is close to an Iowa first down.
Yeah, and that's a really smart throw. Very safe throw. You've got a wide receiver blocking, and Reganey's really good when he has the ball in his hands.
Hawkeyes will have it 2nd and 1.
Yeah, now you want to just use that clock. Don't be in any hurry to run a play.
Clock says 9:08. Plenty of time, lots of time, too much time left. But the Hawks hopefully going for a convincing game-clinching score. They hand off to Tyler Goodson. He gets the first down. Needed a little more than a yard, and he ran right to left over center and left guard. Good block by Cody Ince. Nick Tarburton, defensive end, knifed in for the stop. The ball's at the Penn State 11. 1st and 10 for the Hawkeyes. Use up time and plow it into the end zone. 3 wideouts, split wide right for the Hawks. They run the other way with Goodson, looking to turn the corner, gets to the 10. Penn State expecting that, and they flowed that way. They didn't take the bait on the 3 wideouts, and Goodson got maybe a yard.
Yeah, that's that run that we do again into the short side of the field, and Penn State obviously has tracked a lot of that.
Hawks need a touchdown here, up 31-21. I say that because a field goal, which you'd take if you had to, it keeps it a 2-score game. Petrus is up under center this time. Out of the eye, straight ahead goes Goodson. And he hops right, then comes back left, gets to the 6-yard line. A gain of 2 or 3. Clock keeps running, 7:55 to go. Keith Duncan warming up on the sideline. 3rd down and 4 for a first down, 6 for the touchdown. Iowa perfect 4 for 4 in the Case IH red zone this afternoon. Case IH and the Case IH red zone. Hawks haven't broken huddle yet, and they're down to 10 on the snap clock, so they're going to have to put it into fast forward here. Now they're set. 3rd down at the Penn State 6. Laporta goes in motion. Here's Petrus. Throws over the head of the intended receiver, Nico Reganey.
And now it stops the clock, too.
I'm not sure what Petrus was doing there. He let the ball go too early that Reganey didn't have time to get himself set, but he felt the pressure.
He might have just been throwing it away because that safety had read it all the way and was going to get there about the same time the ball did.
So Iowa kept it sideline to sideline and took no shot to the end zone, and now they'll have to settle for Duncan's field goal, which is right through, it is a chip shot from 24 yards for Keith Duncan. So that extends the Iowa lead to 34-21 with 7:14 to go in the game here at State College. The Hawks back up 13. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
It's another water quality first down for Iowa farmers with the planting of cover crops. Almost 2 million acres of cover crops were sown in Iowa last year compared to just 10,000 acres in 2010. This progress is building soil health and improving water quality. Iowa farmers care about the water we share. This message brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers. Get in the game and learn more at cleanwateriowa.org.
This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield IMT College.
This is Ed Podolak. Whether I'm relaxing on Flamingo Beach in Costa Rica or fishing north on the Boundary Waters, one Iowa product I'll always bring is my Grizzly Cooler. Grizzly Coolers are made in Decorah and are perfect for your next fishing trip, the big hunt, or tailgate. The Grizzly lineup offers the perfect balance of durability and performance that is expected in a made-in-the-USA premium cooler. And you can even order Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware. Order yours now at grizzlycoolers.com.
Farm Credit Services of America isn't just a lender that knows agriculture. We're a lender that serves agriculture. It's everything we do. So along with attractive rates, you'll find ag-friendly terms, services, and financial tools made just for you. You can also get the power of ownership, a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and a share of our net return. Call us. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
After the interception of Penn State quarterback Sean Clifford, the Hawks go 17 yards, 6 plays. They did burn 2.5 minutes, but settled for a Keith Duncan field goal and lead 34-21 over Penn State with 7:14 to go in the football game. Gary Dolphin at Podolak back at State College. Iowa had a 31-7 lead early in the third quarter. Penn State has come back with 2 touchdowns. The Hawks get an interception and turn that into 3 to go back up 13. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Mid-American. Mid-American Energy can help save you energy and add to your bottom line. Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com and learn more. And while the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series is on hold for this season, Iowa's corn farmers will continue to stand behind this unique series and everything it stands for, because here in Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Shudeck will run up and deliver it to the other end, and Penn State will take the touchback. Hawkeye football, as always, brought to you by our friends at Wellmark. Enjoy peace of mind in these changing times with the Medicare supplement plan that 9 out of 10 stay with year after year. From Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, visit wellmark.com/benefit of blue. Well, Ed, it looks like Kirk Ferentz is saying, defense, this is on you. You got to win this football game. Hold them right here again and get the ball back for us.
It's a starting set along with
Clifford's at quarterback. 1st and 10 at the 25 for the Nittany Lions. And Clifford to throw. Now he's forced out to the right, throws it to the underneath receiver, which is the tailback who was running out there with him. That's Kayvon Lee. And the freshman gets upfield for about 6. Second down 4. And the tackle made by Kayvon Merriweather.
Yeah.
Kayvon tackling Kayvon.
And Campbell in now as the middle linebacker.
Clock continues to run. See if young Jack Campbell can make a play. 3 wideouts to the wide side of the field. 1 to the short. Clifford's looking that way. Flips it to the tailback again. And he's dropped for little or no gain. A heck of a job of closing by Nick Neiman.
Yeah, he gets all across the field.
What a sure tackler he is, too. 3rd down and 2. Iowa has Nixon, Evans, Van Valkenburg, and they move Chauncey Golson inside. He's rushing from the right tackle spot. See if the Hawks can get a stop and force a punt. Clifford has the signal. 4 wideouts, a double slot, and 1 running back. Clifford throws left, has his man caught for a first down at the 37. Just a short gain, but enough for the first down. Riley Moss was right there to tackle Daniel George, a sophomore, and Penn State keeps the football with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, if that ball had been a half a count later, Riley Moss would have intercepted that. He played that as well as you can play it.
So Penn State, the lines are back down. Here's Clifford to throw. Again, short pass to the left side, caught and immediately hit by Riley Moss. Is the tight end Strange. Brenton Strange has a touchdown grab. It's a gain of forward motion of 3. Second down 7. Clock continues to roll. This time 3 blue shirts split wide right. Jahan Dotson to the left. He's got Moss over there. Dotson caught the 68-yard touchdown pass. Keep an eye on him. Give him some help. Here's Clifford. Good protection. Throws to the underneath man. That's Dotson. He's hemmed in. Great open field tackling by the Hawkeyes. He was swarmed over by Neiman, Campbell, and Dane Belton. So he ran forward, then ran backwards for 3 or 4 yards. Ends up with a net of 3. It's third down, a long 5.
Yeah, and the clock is running, and the Hawks are giving them those little short passes. And if you can keep them in bounds, then the clock keeps running.
Penn State going in a hurry on 3rd and 5. Quarterback keeper by Clifford. They block it well. He gets the first down to midfield. Well, the Hawks have given up that quarterback draw a lot today to contain everybody else on the outside. When you got guys that can run like running backs.
Yeah. Well, that's what it's like. It's like the Wildcat.
But to your point, they are using a lot of time. Clifford gets 7. They're going to have to start taking some shots down the field. 4.5 to play. Clifford back to pass. Good coverage downfield. Now he rolls out. He's flushed out of the pocket. Lets it fly. And it's well overthrown. He's throwing that ball away. Intended for Kendra Lambert-Smith. And again, Riley Moss with excellent coverage. Joe Evans forced him out of the pocket and forced him to throw it away.
Can he really rush the passer? He just pushed a 320-pound tackle back into the quarterback.
And Joe he's 250 pounds at 6'2". He's not gigantic, but he gets great leverage. He gets by in a hurry. Clifford on 2nd down with 4:13 to go in the game. Clock stopped. Off the incomplete pass. 2-by-2 is the receiver set. Hawks blitz. They get to him, and down he goes. Clifford, good call, Phil Parker, and he called it at the right time. There were 2 or 3 Hawkeyes there, and there's a Mershman Seed sack. That's the second of the day. Chauncey Golston got there first.
Yeah, and right behind him was Campbell, and they just collapsed the pocket and just trapped him. What's that? It's a loss of about 10.
Belton jumped over the pile, too. The ball back into Penn State territory, all the way back to the 44. So it's 3rd down and 17. Clifford checks to the sideline. That was a loss of 8. To Ed's point, he's back to pass, looking to go deep. Has all the time in the world. Now it breaks down. He rolls out to his right, throws it, and throws it away. What a job by that secondary downfield.
Because he had plenty of time on that. Instead of we blitzed the play before, and that time drop back and play coverage. And so now they're going to have to punt it away.
Well, they're showing punt. They're showing punt.
Yeah, we're not.
They went for it on 4th down twice.
Yeah. Well, this is 4th and 14.
Yeah,
15.
well, that's true. It's not 4th and 3. So back to punt is Jordan Stout. And he averages about 43 yards. He hits this one a mile high. Charlie Jones lets it go out of bounds. He ran out of real estate, and it goes out of bounds inside the 15 at the 13. Good job, Hawkeye defense.
No harm, no foul by not fielding that punt. Let it go out of bounds, and I guess they mixed it. I guess Phil Parker will be talking to him again now.
45-yard punt. Timeout on the field. The Hawks lead stays at 13, 34-21 with 3:19 to go. We're breathing a little easier. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Get your ice cold Bud Light Seltzer here. Even though you can't go to the game, doesn't mean the game can't be brought to you now here. Just go to budlight.com/delivery. That's budlight.com/delivery.
Give me 2 mangoes.
Coming at you. It's a little short. Ow. Sorry. You know what? I'm just going to walk them over to you.
Whenever there's a game to watch, there's a Bud Light there. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, and Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
The best teams are led by people with experience in the field. Case IH equipment, from combines and tractors to hay and forage tools, is built by farmers who use it every day. Make the right call and go with the team that wins in any field. Visit your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. For commercial use only, customer participation subject to credit qualification and CNH Industrial Capital America LLC approval. Standard terms, conditions, and other restrictions apply. Down payment may be required.
Hawkeye football brought to you by Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. Iowa leading 34-21 over Penn State with 3:19 to go in the game. Hawks have just forced a Penn State punt. Outstanding play by the defense. Phil Parker's feeling a little bit better after Penn State scored 2 touchdowns on the Hawks in a span of 5 minutes late in the third quarter, early fourth quarter. But Iowa's answered with a field goal, a big turnover, interception by Chauncey Golston off a deflected pass at the line of scrimmage by Davion Nixon, and the Hawks have the ball back. Authentic Brand proudly provides our Hawkeye apparel for today's game. It's a great Iowa company from Perry, a huge selection of quality licensed Hawkeye gear. They have over 200 outlets, and they have a great online site at authentic-brand.com. Authentic Brand. It's the gear Eddie and I and Rob Brooks wear on game day. Authentic Brand. Look authentic, feel authentic, be authentic. How about an authentic 80-yard drive here to use up the clock? Hawks need 1 or 2 first downs. Penn State's going to start using their timeouts. You can bet on that. And the Hawks run straight ahead for 2 or 3. Timeout. Penn State. And that'll give them 2 remaining. Goodson ran straight forward for a couple, tackled by Lamont Wade. Timeout, Penn State. U.S. Cellular is proud to be the official wireless sponsor of Iowa Hawkeye football. U.S. Cellular, connecting Hawkeye Nation. And the support you've shown for local farmers throughout this very tough year has not gone unnoticed. Gestures that may seem small to you, like choosing to fuel up with E15 or unleaded 88, which are made with corn grown right here in Iowa, make a difference to our state and shows that we are stronger. Together in Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Go to iowacorn.org for more ways you can support Iowa's corn farmers. 34-21 Iowa. We'll come back with more Hawkeye football in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Like any winning team, it takes every part of EMC Insurance Companies working together to successfully ensure that our agents, policyholders, and employees can count on EMC. And they do. They count on our broad range of insurance products and services. They count on our superior level of personalized service, and they trust that we will continue to be a financially stable partner, just like we have been for more than 100 years. All of this makes EMC one of the nation's premier insurance companies, and that's something you can always count on.
Are you looking to downsize from your family home to begin your retirement years? Our Oak Knoll East campus is for you. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director at Oak Knoll. Our new campus has many unique amenities for your active lifestyle, in addition to providing the same great services that Oak Knoll has offered our residents for over 50 years. We're now open and have a few 2-bedroom apartments still available. Call me at 319-351-1720 or visit oakknoll.com to set up your personal tour. Go Hawks!
This is Hawkeye football, courtesy of Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield. We're just looking at the tackle chart. Nick Neiman has 16 tackles today, 6 solo. He set the tempo early in the game. Iowa got down 7-3 and then ran off 21 straight points. But that defense, which has been solid all afternoon, save for about a 5-minute stretch.
Are you thinking about a player of the game when you mention that?
I'm thinking I might cheat toward Nick Neiman's way.
16 tackles.
I know his brother is with the Kansas City Chiefs. You would enjoy that. Ben Neiman would like to see his brother get the accolades. So we'll go with Nick Neiman, and maybe we can get an offensive player too.
Well,
there's plenty of candidates. Mekhi Sargent's going to go, could go over 100 yards. He's got 99 on the day. A couple rushing touchdowns. He's in there now, and gets 2 yards across the 15 to the near the 16. Iowa's going to face third down. Penn State will no doubt use another timeout and stop the clock with 3:10 to go. Jaquan Brisker with the hard hit. Every day Iowa farmers are using innovative practices to improve the quality of our water. They're teaming up with experts to implement a science-based playbook to conserve natural resources for a better today and tomorrow. The Iowa Corn Promotion Board and Iowa's corn farmers care about the water we share. Get in the game and learn more at cleanwateriowa.org. Football resting just outside the 16-yard line. Iowa 3rd and 7. So 2 running plays have netted little, and it looks like it's going to be Penn State's offense against Iowa's defense, Ed.
Yeah, they've got Joaquin Brisker is being helped off the field. That's what the delay is.
Penn State did call a timeout, though, so they're down to 1 remaining. Hawks are back home next week, next Friday, the traditional Black Friday game that wasn't planned for this year. But the Nebraska Cornhuskers, losers at home today to Illinois, will be coming to Iowa City as Iowa looks to continue a winning streak against Nebraska. Here they're trying to end a 6-game losing streak. It was easy for the better part of 3 quarters, and then lightning struck a couple times. Penn State climbed back into it with back-to-back touchdowns and a 2-point conversion, got to within 10. The Hawks have since added a field goal. Here's the draw handoff to Goodson, and he just burrows in behind his blockers and gets what he can. It won't be much, a yard or 2, and when you got a punter like Tory Taylor, I guess you can
and they'll
be conservative.
They'll be coming for the block. You can bet on this that nobody has really put a full rush on him, and I'm sure he has been made aware of that.
Having never played football until coming over from Australia. On the U.S. Bank scoreboard, Northwestern has shut down Wisconsin through 3 quarters. It's 17-7. Wildcats are playing in Evanston. Earlier today, Ohio State had a big lead, then held on to beat Indiana 42-35. Illinois put 41 on the board in Lincoln, beat the Huskers 41-23. You know about Michigan State. Maryland canceled because of the COVID. Tonight it's Michigan at Rutgers. It's U.S. Bank Big Ten scoreboard update. So here's Tory Taylor to punt from inside his 5, and they actually set up a turn. He rushes, and this is returnable. Jahan Dotson misses, makes a guy miss, makes another guy miss, gets it to the Penn State 42. Well, this couldn't go any better for the Nittany Lions, Ed. They get a line drive punt. Tory rushed that one a little bit, but he's brand new. He's not perfect. And a nice return by Dotson from his own 40 to the Hawkeye 43-yard line. So the onus is on the Iowa D with 2:53 to go in the game.
He had been told, get that ball out of there, and he did, but a really easily returnable ball. So
that was a 43-yard punt, but a line drive punt, a 17-yard return. So the Hawks, Penn State out of timeouts, 4 wideouts and a running back. And Sean Clifford is the quarterback at the Iowa 43-yard line. Straight back to pass, steps up in the pocket, and avoids a couple of tacklers, and then gets drilled as he gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Ooh, that's the best thing that could have happened there.
Chauncey Golston drilled him, but they closed in from both ends. Joe Evans again putting pressure on Clifford. He's a little bit tentative right now after that 1 interception. He has a long touchdown pass, and he's going to get rid of the ball sooner. Fires to the sideline. It's caught at the Iowa 30, inside the 30 to the 27.
Well, that was a heck of a throw. He threw that.
It was a great throw.
Matt
Hankins drilled Parker Washington, but it is a first down. Stops the clock with 2:22 to play. And Penn State's ready to go again. Driving at the Iowa 27. Clifford back to pass. Keeps retreating. Now throws to the underneath man, Dotson, and he has his legs taken out from underneath him, but the ball got away from him. Dane Belton made sure that he went down. 2:10 to go, and Dotson a little gimpy as he gets up. 2nd down 10. Clock stop with 2:10 to go. Well, this has turned out to be a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, I had to reach for my blood pressure pills a couple of times here today.
Don't use them all. 3-by-1 is the receiver set for Penn State. 3 wide, 1 short. And the tailback, Devin Ford, standing next. Now check that. Keziah Holmes standing next to Clifford. Back to pass. Picked off. Intercepted. And lumbering the other way is Davion Nixon. 40. You got to see this to believe it. He's going to score a touchdown. He's going to score a touchdown. What athleticism. Davion Nixon picks off Sean Clifford. And Davion Nixon, how about the moves he put on Sean Clifford? Angled near the Iowa sideline, circled back to the center of the field, and then rotated back to the end zone. Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown, Nixon! Unbelievable!
305 pounds. And take that 71 yards. 71 yards.
Stand up, Kenosha, and take a bow. Davion Nixon has put a stamp on this one. Kirk Ferentz said, I'm turning it over to the defense, and the defense turns over Penn State not once, but Sean Clifford twice with 2 late interceptions in the game, and the Hawks are back breathing easy with a 40-21 lead pending the point after try. I'm not laughing at Davion Nixon. I'm laughing at his comical gait, the way he strolled downfield. And I'm telling you, he ran away from the Nittany Lions.
And he did 2 moves as he went down the field. And, like Robbie was saying earlier today, not only is he something when he's playing on defense, but he's a raw guy that really keeps the team up and has since the day he got here.
Well, Robbie, tell him we want Davion Nixon on the microphone, too, if he has his breath back by then on the postgame show. So the Hawkeyes, a 1-play interception by Davion Nixon, 71 yards the other way. Now, they say it took 55 seconds. He doesn't run that fast, but I don't think it took 55 seconds. You know what? He was ready for some more. I've never seen a quarterback trying to track down a defensive tackle and the tackle pulling away from him in the end. He angled to the sideline, the Hawkeye sideline, probably got a few high fives as he ran by, and then circled to the hash and streaked into the end zone. Davion Nixon puts Iowa up 40-21, and the point after try is good by Duncan. Oh, man.
Well,
happy birthday. So Sean Clifford, his woeful season continues, and this all happened after he threw the 68-yard post bomb to Dotson. Clifford's been picked off twice since then. Nixon deflected one pass, intercepted the other. I don't think Nick Neiman would mind if he shares player of the game with Davion Nixon. We got to get that kid on.
Yeah, we've had him as lineman of the game, but we haven't had him as player of the game. And for those of you who are staying tuned in, you're going to enjoy talking to this guy. He is something.
He had 5 tackles, a sack, 1 solo tackle, a deflection for an interception, led to 3 points, and now a 71-yard interception return. What about this Iowa defense?
Well, except for 2 plays.
Yeah.
It's been outstanding today.
2 bad plays and 4 turnovers that forced on Penn State.
Yeah.
I'll go with that number any day, and the Hawks have 27 points off Penn State turnovers. And here comes Belton on a blitz. Flag flies as the pass sails out of bounds. Clifford lets it go into the seats. I think they got Belton for offside.
Yeah, that's what the signal is.
Minute 53 to go. Keep an eye on that clock. So the Hawks had a 27-point lead. Or excuse me.
Defense number 4 in the neutral zone at the snap. 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
A 24-point lead in the first half. Penn State closed to within 10. The Hawks have opened it back up to an even 20-point spread at 41-21 thanks to that Iowa defense. My goodness, the Hawks have run the ball well again today. Penn State just runs with no timeouts remaining. Handoff to Kayvon Lee. And it looks like Penn State's waving the white flag, the home of the white uniforms.
Yeah.
Surrendering as James.
Whiteout. How many whiteouts have we had to announce here?
Oh, my. Whiteouts and rainstorms. The Hawks have rushed for 175 yards. Petrus has passed for 186. Here's Clifford throwing to the underneath man. That's Dotson. He gets a blocker and then is run out of bounds up at the Penn State 40. So that's a gain of 14 and a first down as Matt Hankins chased him to the sideline. Davion Nixon running like he's late for church. And he just, oh boy, that'll be a lasting memory for me. Well, we've had a lot of them over, almost 24 years now, buddy boy.
Yeah. You don't see 300-pound men move that way.
You don't. That's my point. Here's Clifford to throw and lobs this one into the seats or into the Penn State sideline on 1st and 10. 1:13 to go. Well, wherever you're listening from, Sebula to Smithland to Salem to Sioux Rapids to Sioux Center, you had to love that one.
That will make the highlight films.
Yeah, tape ESPN tonight because Big Ten Network, they'll all be showing that play for about 24 hours straight. Here's Clifford back to pass again. Nobody open downfield. The Hawks with the extra defensive backs are covering everybody up. So underneath he comes to Kayvon Lee, and he's downed inbounds.
And Kayvon Lee did not want to run out of bounds. He's ready to.
Nor did he want to run at any of those defenders, so he just went nose first into the turf at the 46-yard line. 3rd down and 4. He got 6. And the Hawkeyes will just play it out. Clock running, 45 seconds to go. This will be 3 wins in a row for Iowa, and 3 wins where they've posted nearly 40 points.
Yep. Well, to those 3, 100.
Man open but overthrown. A fade pattern on the far sideline. Intended receiver Parker Washington. And I don't know if Dane Belton took an inside move, but he got caught flat-footed, and he's not happy with himself.
Yeah,
because he knows Phil Parker's going to bring that up on tape next week, tomorrow or next week.
Because there was a broken coverage there for sure.
4th down and 4, last gasp for the Nittany Lions with a half a minute to go, and the Hawks leading 41-21. We await the snap. Iowa rushing 4. Austin Schulte is in the game at tackle. Here's a throw again to the tailback, and he gets the first down before he's run out of bounds by Benson, Seth Benson. 23 seconds left. Those 2 middle linebackers have played well again today, Edward.
Yeah, and it's nice because Campbell can spell them, and Campbell is getting in better shape, you can tell, and they have just been raving about him.
And rave about a lot of people on defense today. Here's the snap. Again to the underneath man, the tailback.
He's staying in bounds.
He avoids Hankins. And let's see if they stop the clock. 15 seconds to go. Apparently he was out of bounds. Hankins drilled him first. Kerner came over, got his lick in. Neiman was in there, near there. And let's see. Also into the game for the Hawkeyes is Noah Shannon. And here's a pass knocked down at the line of scrimmage. That's 3rd down, so it'll be 4th down. Beaver Stadium is really quiet now.
Yeah, it would be empty if it was a real day, too.
The throng of 450 people starts to file out. 12 seconds remaining in the game. Penn State will drop to 0-5 for the first time in the history of the program. Started year 0-5. 4 wideouts, a tailback. One of those wideouts, the tight end Strange, who's got a touchdown grab as the Hawks wait for the snap. And here it is. Clifford straight back to pass. Pocket closing. Throws it underneath. Caught by Keziah Holmes. Tackled immediately by Seth Benson, and that'll do it.
Yeah, they got to stop the clock to move the chains, but that's now they
got the first down.
Cranking it down.
This is shades of Minnesota last week. They're trying to run another play, but the clock runs out. Game over. The Hawkeyes have defeated Penn State. The 6-game losing streak to the Nittany Lions is over with. Penn State is 0-5 for the first time since this place was built back in 1887. And the Hawkeyes extend the winning streak to 3 games. At 3 victories, 2 defeats, Iowa defeats Penn State 41-21. Whoop it up, Hawk fans, and we're coming back for our U.S. Cellular postgame show right after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
It's been a long day. Your schedule's tight. Can we just take care of dinner for you? Quick Start has take-home meals, not cheap flash frozen stuff. Made from scratch, fresh, never frozen. Great quality because we make it ourselves. Grab a meal now to heat and eat later. Great kitchen cravings meals like fettuccine Alfredo with grilled chicken, meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy, roast turkey with dressing and mashed potatoes. I feel a meal, a great family meal coming on that you didn't even have to cook. Quick Start, we got you covered.
Hidden phone trade-ins, hidden plan requirements, hidden catches. You won't find them at U.S. Cellular because we speak fair. Plus, when you switch right now, you can get $500 off the latest phones. That's right, $500 off the latest phones with no hidden requirements, no hidden plan requirements, no hidden phone trade-ins, and no hidden... You get the idea. Upgrade to fair. Upgrade to U.S. Cellular. Requires new postpaid service plan, new line port in, credit approval, qualified smartphone purchase, and comes via monthly bill credit on a 30-month RIC. Taxes, fees, and additional terms apply.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game and is a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military at Hawkeye games this season. Thank you to all the men and women, past and present, who have served our country and allow all of us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we enjoy today. American Equity's vision is to become the premier insurance company specializing in retirement savings and income products. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up. So why not start there? I mean, my therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, from Learfield IMG College, you've been listening to healthy coverage of the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half. Also brought to you by Hy-Vee. Save time and shop online with Hy-Vee Aisles Online. Go to HyVeeAislesOnline.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and Iowa Corn Promotion Board. You may think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Quick Star's Cheese Mountain Pizza, the official pizza of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Med Farm, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Mid-American Energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. And by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular is proud to be the official wireless sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, connecting Hawkeye Nation.
Once again, a strong effort by all 3 phases of Iowa football today. Offense, defense, and special teams. And the Hawkeyes roll to their 3rd consecutive win, 41-21 over the Penn State Nittany Lions. Iowa had an advantage of 24-7 at 31-7, 24-7 at the end of the half. Pushed it to 31-7 midway through the third quarter, and really had it on cruise control. And then Penn State got a couple of quick touchdowns. One of those, a 68-yard bomb, when Penn State coach James Franklin went back to his original starting quarterback, Sean Clifford, because Will Levis just wasn't getting it done through the air, and time was running out. And on his first pitch, he nailed a 68-yarder down the middle of the field to Jahan Dotson for 68 yards and a touchdown. They went for 2 and got it. Penn State had scored a touchdown previous to that and missed a point after try. So they got 2 quick touchdowns plus a 2-point try. It closed within 10, 31-21 at the end of the third quarter. The Hawkeyes midway through the fourth period, still had that 10-point lead when Davion Nixon deflected a pass of Sean Clifford at the line of scrimmage. The Hawks recovered when it was picked off by Chauncey Golston. They would turn that into 3 points by Keith Duncan and stretch the lead back to 34-21. And then Penn State had used up all their timeouts, trying to get a quick score deep in Iowa territory and try an onside kick that would be their last gasp. But the pass was picked off by a stunning Davion Nixon. Clifford intercepted at the line of scrimmage by Davion Nixon. And he raced to the sideline, and you know, normally a 6'3", 305-pound defensive tackle would find a way to get to the ground. He circled back to the center of the field. Quarterback Sean Clifford giving chase. A tight end trying to chase him down from behind, and Nixon ran away from him. He separated. He put space between he and the bewildered Nittany Lions and ran 71 yards to the end zone with 2 minutes to go in the game. The point after try by Duncan was good, and that sealed the deal. 41-21. Davion and Nick Neiman, who had 16 tackles on the afternoon, are Hawkeyes' stars of the game. We'll talk with both in just a minute. But welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Ed, quite a performance by Iowa for 4 quarters, but what an ending.
Yeah, and you know, Davion had played the entire game. So to have that kind of conditioning that he could run 71 yards in the last half of the last quarter is amazing. So whatever they're doing to condition their guys there in the defensive line, they're doing the right thing, because that's amazing that you could still run 71 yards after playing the whole game.
Drop me off downtown. He was he was heading for the city lights. Davion Nixon. Nick Neiman. Why Nick Neiman? Well, the linebackers set the tempo early in the game, especially with a lot of that underneath stuff. They took away the tight ends. They took away the throws to the back. Penn State has struggled running the ball all season due to injuries. They've had a lot of injuries, several opt-outs on the defensive side of the football. The linebackers, Seth Benson and Nick Neiman, and there were others, took that short underneath stuff away. Neiman ends up with 17 tackles, 6 solo.
That's just an outstanding day. And we said in the pregame that the linebackers would be real important because they run the ball and then they run the play action off of it. But really the only running success they had, Penn State had, was the quarterback running those draw plays and that just snapping the ball straight to him and running straight up the field. That we really stopped everything else that was in their running game.
Well, let's not slight the offense, because the offense, led by Spencer Petras, did its job building that 31-7 lead. Seemingly every opportunity that either Torrey Taylor with a deep punt or the defense forcing a turnover. I mean, the Hawks scored 27 points off 4 turnovers today. So once Iowa's defense got it back for the O had to do something, and Spencer Petras looked really solid today. He ends up 18 for 28, 186 yards. Didn't have any touchdown passes, but when he needed to make a key third down throw, he did, and that helped the running game. Sargent with 101 net yards on 15 carries. Tyler Goodson, 78 net yards on 20 carries. The Hawks rushed for 175 yards today.
And we haven't been able to do that over the last, 5 games. What was it? They've beaten us 5 times or 6 times?
6 times in a row.
Yeah, it's our rushing game just hadn't shown up in any of those games. So today, that was, it's a big pat on the back for those guys up front and the tight ends and the fullbacks, because they opened some big holes.
We talked about in the pregame a repeat, please, of last week. O-line, D-line control the line of scrimmage, and both did today. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID break on the Hawkeye Radio Network as Iowa beats Penn State in Big Ten football 41-21. You're listening to Iowa Football. Thanks for tuning in Bettendorf and Britt, Bagley, Buffalo, Bronson, and Barnum. here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa wins 41-21 over the Nittany Lions. That losing streak is over. The Hawks will try and build on a winning streak against Nebraska next Friday. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. We'll come right back to happy Hawkeye Valley right after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of the Hawkeyes.
Sorry, Coach, you're 3 players short for today's game. Looks like you forfeit.
You're never going to win a game without a full roster, just like you're never going to build America with a shortage of craft professionals. By 2021, 1.5 million electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and sheet metal professionals will be needed to fill jobs in the construction industry. By joining the team at Associated Builders and Contractors of Iowa, you can earn money while you learn, work full-time during the day, attend classes 1 evening a week, and graduate with a highly sought-after skill and a job. Visit abciowatrust.org today. While the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series is on hold for this season, Iowa's corn farmers want you to know that we will continue to stand behind this unique series and everything it stands for. Iowa Corn is looking forward to the future and ready for the day when our schools face each other on the field. Because here in Iowa, we grow corn. But the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
You're listening to Hawkeye football all season long.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
Farm Credit Services of America isn't just a lender that knows agriculture. We're a lender that serves agriculture. It's everything we do. So along with attractive rates, you'll find ag-friendly terms, services, and financial tools made just for you. You can also get the power of ownership, a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and a share of our net return. Call us. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
Like the Grinch who stole Christmas, Davion Nixon stole the hearts, or stole what was left of the heart of Penn State late in the game with a 71-yard pickoff at the line of scrimmage and a return for a touchdown. Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show. I'm Gary Dauphin alongside former Hawkeye great Eddie Podolak as the Hawks roll it up on Penn State. Led at one point 31-7, led 24-7 at half. Penn State made a run late in the third quarter, early fourth quarter, and then the Hawkeye defense slammed the door shut with a couple more turnovers forced. 4 turnovers on the day by the Iowa defense, and that led to 27 points. And it's time to meet one of our star defenders on the day, our Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company co-stars of the game, Davion Nixon, of course, and this young man, Nick Neiman, 17 tackles, 6 solo on the day, and 1 tackle for loss. And Nick, first off, congratulations not only to the defense, but to the entire team. Eddie and I have been marveling the last few weeks during this winning streak about how important all 3 phases have been and how they've responded.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that was such a fun win. Obviously, Happy Valley's a really hard place to play no matter, if there's fans or not. So I'm just really proud of everyone. Everyone, took care of their own role, and that helped us win the game. Offense, defense, special teams. So we're really happy.
We commented early on in the game. We thought the linebackers set the table, set the tone, because Penn State has struggled running the football, due in large part. They've lost their top two backs this season because of injuries, but you guys made sure you took away the most of the short stuff, or if they did complete anything underneath or ran down the middle, it was for short gains in the first half, allowing the offense to build that lead, and certainly you helped out with the turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, stopping the run's the first thing you got to do when it comes to winning a football game. So obviously every week that's something we want to try to do, and we want to try to control the line of scrimmage. And if you do that, then you're going to put teams in uncomfortable situations. So we were really happy we were able to do that. And it's Penn State. No matter who's playing, they're going to have a guy in there that can make stuff happen. So obviously we're really happy that happened.
Well, Nick has said Podolak, and because of the virus, you guys missed a lot of conditioning this summer, but golly, it looks like everybody's caught up again. I mean, you with 17 tackles, and Davian can run 71 yards even after he's played the whole game. Pretty amazing, huh?
Yeah, no doubt. You got to be in shape, and like I've talked about before with practice, we try to go as hard as we can during practice every single day, and that helps get us in game shape. But on that touchdown with David, I was tired. I'm not going to lie to you, so I'm happy he did that. But
what did that look like from your angle? You were watching from behind, and it was amazing how he swung back to the middle of the field and said, yeah, come on, catch me.
Yeah, obviously, he's a D tackle, but he's one of the better athletes on the team still, and I was behind it, so I was just letting him make it happen, and I was watching with some popcorn. So, no, that was great, though.
It's pretty evident you guys are keen into film study. When you look at the chart, the 4 turnovers is one thing, but 5 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. It's like you knew their every move for the most part, most of the day, and you knew the starting quarterback was going to do a lot of quarterback draws. That's what he did at Nebraska last week. But it looked like you were inside the Penn State huddle more often than not.
Yeah, we put a big emphasis on that, and we knew a lot of the run game was going to be the QB draw stuff, so we wanted to take that away. But everything just comes down to each player knowing what they have to do, their individual role, and everyone just playing together. And when everyone does that, then I think we're a really good defense. So the challenge every week is to just try to do that the best we can, and that'll help us give our team the best chance to win.
And Jack Campbell's getting to play more now that he's gotten back in shape, so that gives Seth a little breathing time, huh?
Yeah, he's getting back in the mix, and it's good when you have guys like that can step in and give guys rest when they need it, and just get a fresh set of eyes out there. So yeah, we're glad to have everyone on board.
How much fun is it to stand behind that defensive line, given the way they have played all season, really, but especially the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, it's awesome. How the D-line plays is a direct reflection of probably how the game's going to go for the linebackers in some situations. So when they play well, it makes our job a lot easier. So we love having those big guys up front.
Congratulations, Nick. Momentum roll going now, and home for that team from Lincoln, the Nebraska Cornhuskers, on Friday. Your thoughts about the Huskers?
They always play us tough. I haven't looked at any film from them, but it's a trophy game. They're in our division, so obviously nothing's going to be taken lightly there from either team, and we're looking forward to the challenge, and I know it'll be a competitive game. So.
No, your dad won't let you assume anything, will he?
Oh, no. No one will.
Thanks for your time, Nick. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nick Naiman, 17 tackles, 6 solo, and 1 tackle for loss. We're going to get Davion Nixon on board. There are Coca-Cola stars of the game tonight. Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling Company. Football and tailgating is an American tradition, and Atlantic Coca-Cola Bottling is proud to be a part of your game every day. Every time you take a sip of an ice-cold Coca-Cola product while you cheer on the Hawkeyes with family and friends. Let's go back to the Iowa locker room. We have Davion Nixon with us. Have you got your breath back yet, big fella?
Yeah, I got it back now.
I can't tell you how much fun Podolak and I had watching you dart down the sideline and then circle back to the middle of the field as if you were taunting them to catch you. Talk about the play at the start, though. Obviously, you read Clifford pretty good.
Yeah, so we were running a pressure, and my job is to get the outside to contain. And they were hitting us with that underneath dump down to the running back like 5 plays in a row. So I just kind of figured that it was coming. So I just waited for him to throw it, and as soon as he threw it, I just threw my hands up, and I knew I had it, and I knew that this was going to be my first career interception, first career touchdown. I wasn't going to go down for nobody.
I was wondering how you were out on that left flat, how you drifted out there. So you I shouldn't say you guessed right. That's just good film study, huh?
Yeah, it really is. Our coach called the perfect play call for me. We have our end drop back in coverage, and I'm just containing the quarterback, and as soon as I seen his eyes get big and ready to throw the ball, I just knew that this was where he was going with it.
Well, it was sure fun to watch, and I can't wait till you see the film on that. That's going to be, but what a great job of conditioning, huh? You played the whole game and still had 71 yards left in you? But now I noticed, too, they brought Chauncey inside with you quite a bit tonight, so you two guys were rushing from the inside.
Yeah, we call that we got a new package. It's called the Fast Guys package. We try to get as many fast guys as we can on the field, to rush the quarterback, try to keep him contained and things like that. And we have to move guys around. So Chauncey's doing a hell of a job inside. Playing as well, even during the run game. A lot of times teams like to catch us in that package or run the ball, but he was holding his own in there, and I'm very proud of him.
Talk about him. We've been talking for a couple weeks now about how both the D-line and the offensive line have owned the line of scrimmage or controlled or won the line of scrimmage. You've got Evans and Van Valkenburg's the Big Ten Player of the Week for defense. That defensive line as a unit has really gelled together.
Yeah, we have. Right now is one of our biggest accomplishments is playing together as a team, and especially as a defensive line. We go out there every play and every snap and try to get 3-and-out sacks and things like that. And once we see one of our brothers get a sack or a fumble recovery, anything like that, it brightens up the whole defensive line, which brightens up the whole team. So I'm really happy for Valk. He got a couple fumble recoveries out there. Joe has a sack out there, I believe. We played a great game as a defensive line unit. And that's what it takes to win. It's going to start up with us up front. 5
sacks for the Hawkeyes, Ed.
Yeah, and I see you're working Yaya Black in a little bit, too. He's a big freshman, isn't he?
Yeah, he is a very big freshman. We're just trying to get him to control his body more, and just learn the defense a lot better. And, when him getting out there, getting those experienced reps out there was a great thing for him. So,
this defense continues to get better week to week, Davion, and you're a big part of that. How would you describe the defense as a whole?
Our defense as a whole is a great unit. We're fast, we're strong, we're physical. We're kind of upset we let up those 2 touchdowns in the second quarter or in the third quarter. But as a collective group, as a collective unit, I describe us as probably one of the hungriest defenses in the nation, and we've been that for a couple of years now. We're not going to stop.
Well, those 2 touchdowns, of course, you don't want that to happen too often. Plus, you got to come over and look Coach Parker, Coach Wallace, and those defensive coaches in the face. Now that couldn't have been fun. That stretch.
No, after those 2 touchdowns, back to back, it's not easy looking those coaches in the face, and it's not easy looking ourselves in the face, knowing that we let those 2 up. But we're gonna get back to film and make sure that doesn't happen to us again.
And here come the Cornhuskers next Friday.
Yeah, this is a bitter rivalry. They're gonna give us their best shot, and we're gonna give them our best shot. So it's gonna be a hell of a game.
Well, congratulations on not only the sparkling individual play by you, but the defense and the Hawkeyes in general. Appreciate your time, Dave.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and you can have some extra turkey this week too, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks, Davion. Davion Nixon and Nick Neiman are Coca-Cola stars of the game. We're coming back with more post-game honors on our U.S. Cellular post-game show in a minute. Iowa defeats Penn State 41-21. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
Riverside Casino and Golf Resort loves a winner. You see it in every game. Play-by-play, everywhere you turn. Whether it's hitting the tables, spending time at your favorite game, or just relaxing, enjoying everything that Riverside Casino has to offer, you can bet we have something for everyone. So make every game play count. Your best bet is Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, located just 12 miles south of Iowa City on Highway 218. Let the games begin.
We all have that friend who seems to know everything,
The state flower is a radish.
but really doesn't. Take dental insurance.
Medicare covers my dental needs.
That would be wrong. Traditional Medicare doesn't cover regular dental care. Fortunately, personal dental coverage from Delta Dental of Iowa does.
Besides, it's natural to lose your teeth. Trust me.
Or get the facts. Visit CoverMySmile.com to learn more about affordable personal dental plans from Delta Dental.
Here come the Hawkeyes.
Life's full of little challenges. What's a good APY? What is an APY? HELOC, HSA, now account? These are words? How exactly do you... This is when you need your go-to. The person who knows how to explain it, do it, make it happen. At Great Southern Bank, we understand the importance of having a go-to. Someone who can share advice and point you in the right direction. Great Southern Bank, your go-to for how to. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Great job, everyone. Printers, great coverage. Phones, quick pickups. Firewall, tough defense. And network, way to carry the whole team. Ever since Marco started calling our technology plays, we work smarter and our whole game is more streamlined. Marco's all-star services and support give us the winning edge. Find out what your technology could be saying at marconet.com.
This isn't the start. Before I got here, I started training. And before that, I did something to my back. But my first move was Athletico Physical Therapy. That's where I'd eventually end up. So why not start there? I mean, my therapist immediately found the source of my pain. These are the same physical therapists who work with elite marathon runners. So soon, I was back to running, but without pain. You got this.
It all starts at Athletico. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented locally by Beaver Creek, Great Southern Bank, IMT Group, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Marco Technologies, American Equity, Farm Credit Services, Iowa Bankers, and by Grizzly Coolers. Show your support to our local Iowa Hawkeye radio business partners.
Keziah Holmes standing next to Clifford. Back to pass. Picked off. Intercepted. And lumbering the other way is Davion Nixon. 40. You got to see this to believe it. He's going to score a touchdown. He's going to score a touchdown. What athleticism. Davion Nixon picks off Sean Clifford. And Davion Nixon, how about the moves he put on Sean Clifford? That's a John Deere carrying the football is what that is. That's our John Deere run of the game. 71 yards, a pick six by 6'3", 305-pound Davion Nixon. Nothing runs like a Deere or a Nixon, especially when it's supported by P&K Midwest. At P&K Midwest, we have the John Deere tractor you want at the price you need. P&K Midwest, you can afford it. Shop online today at pkmidwest.com/tractors. And that was a runaway corn picker heading down the field as we welcome in Coach Ferentz. Kirk looked like he was running to the sideline to give you a high five. Then he turned back to the center of the field, and away he went.
Well, it looked pretty good to me from where I was standing. It was not to mention impressive. What a, just a very impressive play for a big man like that. And defense came up with a lot of big spark plays today. We had that little lull in there. A couple of 2 passes in a row at and in the end zone. But other than that, boy, those guys stood tall. Made some big plays. The takeaways are always big, and then to convert it into a score, and that's one thing we did pretty well all night. Off the takeaways or the stop, the fourth down stop, we took it and made points. Got points off that. So a lot of good team football tonight.
Now, the takeaways led to 27 points, 4 turnovers, but then you add in 10 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 2 interceptions amidst all that, and a lot of hard hitting, and you won the line of scrimmage again, and that was, I know, important to you. We talked about that in the pregame coverage.
Yeah, wasn't that long ago, 3 weeks ago, we really struggled there. Thought we were way too soft against the run. and obviously didn't run the ball very effectively against Northwestern. So, we're gaining ground there, and it's a credit to our players. They just keep working, they keep digging, and really proud of the growth that they're showing.
Well, Nick Neiman, coach, had 17 tackles today, and you got a big old Davian Nixon that could run 71 yards after playing the whole game. You got these guys into pretty good shape, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I think hopefully, it took a while. I got to tell you that.
That's what I was going to say.
It took a while, but I think we're in game shape now, and I don't know if Nick made that many tackles. I thought one of his best plays was in that fourth quarter. They ran that trail route in front of our bench, and he ran stride for stride. We were blitzing, I think, from the other side. So, those are plays, too. I remember, unfortunately, I got a little scar tissue from 16, us giving one of those up for an uncontested touchdown. And he was right there, boom, stride for stride. So, yeah, our older guys are really playing good football, and they're showing the younger guys just, what we need to be doing.
Great balance again today offensively, Kirk. You run for 175, and Spencer throws for 186. He was outstanding in the first half when you were building that lead. Once again, all three phases contributed.
Yeah, he started Spencer. I think he's growing, talking about guys growing, and I keep mentioning, he didn't have the luxury of spring practice, and we're on the road. It's not like it was when you got 110,000 people here screaming, but it's still it's a tough contest, and so really proud of his growth, the way he led us. But yeah, a lot of guys doing a lot of good things, and just really proud of the guys. They were ready to go from the start. When we are balanced, we're better, and then when we play complementary football, offense, defense, special teams, and our special teams tonight were okay, not nothing to write home about, but that's football too. So when one area is not going so well, somebody else has to pick it up, just kind of like real life, or somebody else has to make up for it, and we had a lot of guys do that tonight.
Well, even without fans, this was a great environment for Torrey Taylor to continue his maturity punting the football.
Yep, no question, and so glad he's on our team. It wasn't his best night punting, but he did a lot of good things, and the sky's the limit. He's just got tremendous upside. Such a good young guy, and so that's really good.
Ed and I want to join be charter members, early members of the Cody Ince fan club. I know he's a freshman, but man, is he on a fast track maturity-wise. That left side was opening up some big holes early in the game. And but we could have probably picked any of the offensive linemen, but Cody's our pork lineman of the game. Your thoughts about his development?
Yeah, you guys probably haven't talked to him too much, but he is very quiet. So it's kind of fitting that you described it that way. He's a very quiet guy, and has had some injuries, since he's been here. But this year, I think, is the first time we've seen him kind of. He's starting to feel comfortable. And we had to put him in there a couple of weeks ago, and I think he's done nothing but play really well, very quietly. He's very talented. I think he could probably play any of the 5 positions up there. So, anxious to see the tape, but I think he's played really well the last couple of weeks. And, you never have enough linemen, and his versatility really helps. But I think that, we're talking about a maturing guy, and that's, we got the older guys kind of leading, and then we got guys like Cody that are figuring out that they can do this, and that's good. And, Jack Plum had to come in tonight here in the second half, and first time he's really been in there when it counted, and I think he had a ball. His eyes were lit up here in the locker room. So, you hate to lose guys, but that gives somebody else an opportunity maybe to figure out that they can do this.
Well, Coach, we'll always consider you a native son of Iowa, but Pittsburgh, your hometown, where you grew up, is just a couple hundred miles down the road, and tonight you became the latest Big Ten coach of very few to win 100 conference games. You now join Woody Hayes, Bo Schembechler, and Amos Alonzo Stagg in that order in the Century 100 Win Club. And I know you're not about individual plaudits, but on behalf of Eddie and I, congratulations. It's an incredible accomplishment in what we have long considered the best conference in America.
I appreciate that, and it's a couple of things there. You have to be somewhere for a while to do it, obviously. And, you can't be somewhere if you're not having some success, but you also have to be somewhere where it's a good place. Those things don't happen accidentally. So That's the bottom line. Just I feel very fortunate to be coaching in Iowa. The other common denominator is there's been so many good people that we've interfaced with over the last 22 years, and I'll throw in those 9 years in the 80s. The start of the players. It's all about the players, but our players, our coaches, support staff, administration. Those kinds of things don't happen without all those people pulling for each other and working with each other. So. And it's not that way everywhere. I mean, you guys look around; it's pretty easy to see it's not that way everywhere, and I feel really fortunate that way. It's just, and I am from here, and I'm lucked into, Iowa in 1981. Just told the story at we're killing time this morning at the table, and talked about making my first recruiting call, or a recruiting call back. I was at GA at Pitt in May of '80, and talked to this guy, Coach Tom Zach, at Homewood Flossmoor High School outside Chicago. I was doing my due diligence on a quarterback named Mike Tomzak. So anyway, right before I hung up, I asked him, I said, "Hey, Coach, if you don't mind me asking, where is Homewood Flossmoor High School?" He goes, "Oh, we're just outside Chicago." And I hung up. I'm thinking, Chicago? Where the hell is that? Like, it's got to be the end of the world. A month later, I'm on a plane to interview with Coach Fry to Iowa, which, I promise you, I'd never really thought too much about that. So, it's funny how things happen, but it's been a pretty good ride. Well, hopefully there's a couple more miles left here.
Oh, yeah. Kick the tires. In fact, the best part about that story, coming out to interview with Coach Fry the first time, was Barry Alvarez picked you up at the airport. And what was he driving? Did you tell me? An AMC Hornet?
No, it was a K car, Chrysler K car. He wouldn't be caught dead right now. He won't be caught dead in a K car. But.
Well, hey, lastly, you go from an extended week to a short week, and here come the Cornhuskers on Friday.
I don't mind telling you, this past week felt like it took forever, because we've been in that, screwed up mode.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
It's all good. I mean, our guys are, we're going to be probably a little banged up. It was a physical game, and, we got to make sure our guys are rested, and, both of us got the same amount of time to get ready. So, there's no excuses, and we're at home too. So that's, we've done this drill before. So right now it's just about us enjoying this thing tonight. And the guys certainly, have earned that and deserve it. And we'll turn the page tomorrow and, turn our attention to our next opponent. That's one thing when you play Friday, you got to get to that next one a little quicker. So we'll do that, and but it's all good.
Happy Thanksgiving, Kirk. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate that. And that's the other. Somebody talking about Thanksgiving a week ago. I'm like, how can it be Thanksgiving? We played 4 games. It's not possible. But to that point, I'm just. I think every one of us are appreciative and thankful that we got to play today, and hopefully we can get another weekend and just keep putting one foot in front of the other. But it's. I think we've all learned you can't look too far down the road right now.
Nope, and happy Thanksgiving.
We can look forward to the plane ride home.
Yeah. That I'm with you on that. I'm good there.
Thanks a lot, Coach.
Okay, thanks, guys.
See you on the bus. Happy Thanksgiving to the greatest fans in the world, too. Kirk's post-game interview with Ed and I is brought to you by UPS, working together to achieve great things like the Hawks, and that's problem solving. Visit UPS.com and learn more. UPS, the official logistics company of Iowa Athletics. Our Iowa Corn drive of the game. We go back to the second quarter. 6 plays, 75 yards. Used up close to 3 minutes. Tyler Goodson with an impressive 10-yard run on a counter play. Got into the end zone, and that put the Hawkeyes up. I think that made it
17-7.
That's 17-7 or 24-7. Let me double check here. Well, we're both wrong. That put them up 10-7.
Oh.
In other words, it gave Iowa the lead for good.
I've just got all I've got in my brain is that last run by Davian. I mean, that's something. The rest of the game is just kind of faded into
You'll see that a lot over the next few days. But it put Iowa in front to stay, and that's why we pick it as our Iowa Corn drive of the game. Corn grows feed for our livestock, food for our families, and clean-burning fuel for our vehicles. For your next drive, choose homegrown ethanol. Follow Iowa Corn on Facebook and learn more. Tyler Goodson at the end of a 75-yard drive. That's our Iowa Corn drive of the game. We're coming back with more postgame courtesy of U.S. Cellular right after this. The Hawks polish off the Nittany Lions of Penn State here in happy Hawkeye Valley, 41-21. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield IMG College.
What's next for you? A new car? A new house? A vacation? At Alliant Energy, we're planning what's next for your energy by adding more renewable energy sources, embracing new technology, building stronger communities, and providing you with more options. We're not just powering homes and businesses. We're powering what's next for you. Learn more at AlliantEnergy.com/powering what's next.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, the pigskin is flying, pads are popping, and Shields wants to know, are you geared up? Got a jersey that needs retiring? Need a brand new hat with some fresh luck? For everything you want to wear, wave, sit on, toss around, drink from, grill on, and stick to your car. If it says Hawkeyes, Shields has it. Shields, proud supporter of Hawkeyes football and football fans everywhere. In Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls.
Feel the power. Feel the speed. Feel extreme. Hawk fans, get extreme. Powered by Mediacom. And experience streaming so real you can feel it. Whether you're live streaming the game or streaming your favorite series. With supercharged speeds up to 1 gig and powerful whole home Wi-Fi, you're in it. Our 100% gigabit technology network was built to take you further. Get ready to feel it.